They were able to stay out in the lead. Did they lose quite a bit of their lead? Sure. They come in, they get that taken care of. And yeah, this is absolutely ideal. If you're going to have an accident, minimize that. That's exactly what they've been able to do. That was the right call to stay out. I am just baffled by these pit lane penalties, the infringement penalties of not entering the pit lane correctly or exiting the pit lane correctly, depending on what it was. So many people getting penalties, getting warnings for that sort of thing on something that simple that surely came up in the pre-race driver briefing.
I'm cracking up with Steve proudly in my ear, by the way. It's hilarious, the fact that we've got Connery Maddock, who, if someone does a poor rejoin, it's basically his weekend's over. He's furious. And Steve in our ear is just like, it's so easy to not do that. I'm so disappointed that they get penalties for the pit lane exit. So, yeah, I find it so funny that people can get a penalty for that. But they are pushing. Ultimately, it's a long race. So, yeah, it's obviously easily done. I've seen a couple of people now getting warnings.
Well, I like to play both sides of it, so I'm just going to say, as a driver, I've done that. I've accidentally exited the pit lane illegally. I've come in a little bit too late as well. Monzo, one particular time that came up, caused a crash. So there was that, but beyond all of that, it is the little things that can get you into trouble, and that's certainly cropping up today with all of these pit lane infringements.
Yeah, I've never made a mistake in sim racing in my life, so I'm not going to about to admit one either now.
I've heard that about you. I heard you're perfect.
Exactly that. Riley Murdoch, in the STR Esports car, the number 38, absolutely not going to make a move here because he's Canadian. He's too nice to be trying to make a move on anybody. It would be ridiculous if you'd even think about making an overtake. And I'll tell you what, he's going to pull out here into the braking zone and go, oh, sorry, please, excuse me, thank you, can I have that? Oh, that's very kind of you. Cool, thank you. I'm Canadian. Have a nice day. And it makes the move. Beautiful stuff.
Yeah, that was excellently done by Murdoch there, the STR Esports driver, able to get the spot taken from Offerman, and I thought that may have been coming. Remember the last time we talked about these two cars, it was 1.4, and it was coming down. So there you have the results of that fight. Murdoch able to do it in the most polite way possible.
The most polite overtake in the history of sim racing. Riley Murdoch,
Absolutely.
2023 Bathurst. Oh, I love having fun. That's in the silver class, so moving up a couple of positions, or a position, should I say, there. So nicely done, and actually already making a gap. We've been in here for about an hour and 20 minutes. Everyone watching at home right now, whether you're on YouTube or on Twitch, if you're on Twitch, you have to head to YouTube because I'm watching that chat. Let me know where you're watching from around the world. Maybe you've got a favourite driver. Maybe you've got a favourite team that you're watching today. Maybe you've got no particular favourites. Maybe name your favourite racing driver in the world of the GT Challenge. That would be phenomenal. But welcome along. Hopefully you're having a bit of fun as we are here. We're here for another 2 hours and 40 minutes. It's absolutely flying by. There is action all over the track right now, whether it be the pro class or indeed the silver class. It's been incredible. My name's Luke Crane and I'm joined by Jesse Lee. Jesse, this has been a nice hour and 20 minutes so far. A little bit of action in terms of overtakes. There's been some penalties where our production team are furious. And also, we've seen some incidents where people have just been making mistakes, but we've pretty much seen everything already.
Yeah, this race started out like that, and it never calmed down. A lot of races, what happens is you get into this groove, everything calms down. This race never did that. It's been absolutely insane. I think because of some of the early incidents that put some of the best cars behind the field or behind the 8-ball, so to speak, it has kept the racing incredibly interesting. You've got these groups and collections of cars, people making mistakes. The leader of the race, for goodness sake, has made a mistake. Nobody's invincible when you visit the mountain, and it has made the racing absolutely exquisite.
Yeah, Capoccia leading for Ferrari Esports, now opening the door for the McLaren Veloce team, who were pole position, by the way, the only team to have a time under the 2-minute mark. We're on board then with Offerman, who's currently in P24. We'll be looking to try and get back up in the midst of Riley Murdoch. Murdoch trying to drive away then in that number 38 Ferrari. It's a nice little battle. And you've got a couple of cars a little bit further up the road as well. You've got the Ren Velton car in the Aston Martin, and then we've got ourselves Forks as well. Well,
we talked a lot earlier on about well, we didn't talk about it. We weren't in here, but earlier on we talked about the pace, the overall pace at the 1/3 race mark. Well, let's talk about it now. With the 888 Ferrari leading the average lap time, they average a 2:01.902. That's 3/1000ths quicker than the 912 McLaren Veloce team. That's all that's in it between the top two. You've got Scuderia Ferrari 51 in third place. Man, that's going to look a lot different in a few hours. Their average lap time, 2:01.957. That's 55/100ths difference between them and the quickest car in the field on average. And that, of course, was the 888 Ferrari. You got the 14 Mercedes behind them. That Mercedes running a 2:02.013 average, just over a tenth. And you go all the way back to the bottom of this list, the BMW, the quickest silver car, punching into the top 10 quickest cars of all, a 2:02.459, their average lap. That's an average lap, not a quick lap, Luke Crane. That's the average.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's the sort of gaps that you're expecting in qualifying, right? Over the course of one lap. The fact that that's over the course of the average lap time is absolutely remarkable. That just goes to show the standard of the grid. We've also got total time in the pits right now. The number 63 Lamborghini has done 6:19, so 6 minutes 19 seconds, 0.2. Then we've got the 912 McLaren, who's done 6 minutes 31 seconds, difference of 12 seconds. And then it moves down a little bit more, furthermore. We've got Mercedes there, the number 4 with the 15 seconds. So yeah, it's pretty ridiculous. And again, we've just had it pointed out from Michael Hamlet here. You can see how the 63 has gone from 22nd to 4th because they just have minimalised their time in the pits. That is exactly what you've got to do. Try and stay away from the walls, because every time you hit that wall, it's going to add time to your pits. You will have to fix a certain amount of damage each and every time. So yeah, to be clear of everybody by at least 12.4 seconds, that is a fair old margin. I know it's 12 hours racing, but if you can gain a second every hour, that's really good.
Yeah, it's absolutely huge. You got to make up time wherever you can. It's hard to do it out there on the racetrack when you're racing somebody. You lose more time battling somebody than you'll ever gain, even though if you gain a spot, you're still losing time. The easiest way to gain time, of course, is in the pit lane. How do you gain time in the pit lane? By not being in the pit lane. That's
amazing. Yeah, that's like an oxymoron almost, isn't it? That's pretty.
It doesn't sound like it's true, but it is.
It doesn't sound right, but it is so right. Yeah, to gain more time, don't be in there. Yeah, it makes absolute sense there. By the way, the lead between the front two has gone down already by 2 seconds. Jordan Sherratt is absolutely flying, a 2:01.5 on the previous lap. The only driver on circuit bar P9, which is Metropolis, who's a 2:01.9, and actually the leader's 2:01.9, so there's only 3 cars on the entirety of the grid right now who are in the 2:01s in terms of lap time. Just to put that into context, they're around about 2 seconds off of what we had in qualifying.
A couple of penalties coming through from race control. 5-second time penalty for car 110 for ignoring blue flags back on lap 187, and a 5-second time penalty for car 28 for causing a collision. That also on lap 187.
Yeah, really good stuff there from race control. So a shout out to the production team behind the scenes as well, giving us all these stats and stuff. We couldn't do it without them. It's always good. It's always a big team effort, these races, to make sure that everybody at home is getting the full picture. As we head over Skyline once again, we're on board then with Jordan Sherratt, having to deal now with some lap traffic. This is where it really is going to cost you time. We did see earlier on at the start of this stint, Caracas, there was loads of cars behind him, loads of lap traffic behind him, so he didn't really have to factor that in terms of clear track, but Jordan Sherratt's got to deal with all those cars unless a few of them do indeed pit. By the way, Dennis Schuniger, it says he's got the fastest lap actually. That one still is the same team actually, so that's Williams Esports, so they've got the fastest lap as a team. But Dennis Schuniger in the car, who is absolutely rapid. Now with that snifter of an opportunity of that podium, Williams Esports flying. Jordan Sherratt making light work here of the back marker, heading then down towards the final chicane, and now we'll have a clear track for at least a lap, I would say. The gap between him and the next car in front of them, maybe around about 3 seconds, so should be enough to have a nice clear lap here.
If you're Jordan Sherratt, right now is not the time to be ultra aggressive. You have got to sort of stay calm. I know it's a motor race and it's never calm, but you just have to rein it in just a little bit. You know that you're on the wrong foot. You know that there's been an incident. You're not in the lead anymore, and you know what's required of you. For Jordan Sherratt, you got to go out there. You've got to gain time, but you cannot be, in any motor race, you cannot be over-eager to try and get too much. I thought Sherratt did a great job with that back marker, not overtaking them at an ill-advised point, allowing the situation to unfold, telegraphing his move. It's not like he's racing in for position. You don't have to do anything too cheeky, do you? So I thought that was very well done. That's the mental state that Scuderia Ferrari team needs to be in.
Yeah, and do you know what? It's easy to panic there, especially after what's happened in the last hour to them. The fact that they do have, they have the damage to fix, they have received a penalty. It is very easy for them to then just decide to panic and start making silly judgment errors and getting involved in back markers when they just don't need to. Jordan Scherer utilising all of his experience there, realising, you know what, I don't need to push too much here. The pace we had earlier in this race was good enough to get us into the lead once. We can absolutely go out there and do it again. And do you know what? Jordan Scherer has... It's almost like he's taken a sabbatical for the last sort of 18 months, because I haven't really seen too much of him in the major competitions. But, well, now he's back here. In the first time I've cast for him for a long time, he is just back to his absolute best instantly.
Some people are born with it, Luke. Some people just have it. They have the ability to just... They're like the Stig a little bit, aren't they, really? Where you just you unbox them and then they're off and they're ready to go. And some folks, they have that killer instinct and they never lose that. It's like riding a bike, they always say. Some people just ride bikes a little bit better than others.
Yeah, we've just had a note here as well from Michael Hamlet that car number 28 has had 8 behavioural warning points, which means you've been a naughty. So if you get 10 of those, you get 30-second post-race penalty. If you get 15, it's a disqualification. So I'm not sure what they could have done. Maybe said some angry things to people. I don't know. But they've got 8 of them. It's not ideal.
Yeah, certain things that happen on the racetrack get you the behavioral points, of course, and rather unfortunate to be flirting with that just over halfway into the race. You want to clean that up, certainly, for the latter half. Otherwise, you're going to end up being 30 seconds behind where you previously were. Some other news that we did not broadcast earlier on, the 22 Rocket Sim Sport car, that car having a mechanical issue. They went to the pit lane, but they have since retired the 22.
Oh, that's not ideal. Yeah, you prepare all that time and then you unfortunately don't end up finishing the race. We're on board then with Finn Littersheld, currently for the Team 1 plus FF. In the Porsche, currently down in P19, just in behind Honzik, actually. He's just a little bit further up the road. Effect Phoenix, I'm not going to point out exactly what your message was, but I agree with you 100%. Actually, you know what, I'm going to say it. I don't think the Ferrari looks very nice from behind either. It's, I don't know, it just doesn't look like a Ferrari to me. I love the Ferrari GT cars. I love to look at Ferrari cars in all of their glory. I just don't like this one for some reason. But then again, I used to hate the BMW M4, and now it's one of my favourite cars to look at and indeed listen to. So maybe there's time for me to change my mind.
Well, there is certainly always time. Stuff grows on you. I know a lot of people had opinions about the last crop of GT cars that came out as well. I, for one, I think it's quite fetching, especially in anger on a racetrack. I think they did a good job with the lines of that car. Finn, though, for Team 1FF, remember, this is the sort of pocket earlier on, about an hour ago, where there were 3 or 4 cars all fighting over one single position. That's not happening right now. Mike Noble for FFS Racing is catching Finn, though, in the 144. The Team 1FF car trying their very best to keep Mike Noble in FFS Racing. A lot of FFs in this grouping. 2.5 seconds back is Noble right now, holding steady, but we'll see just how close Noble has gotten. It definitely looked a little bit closer that time by. We'll keep you updated on that.
Mike Noble was arguably pound for pound the best ACC driver back when this sim first was released. Someone who doesn't have as much time as he used to due to work commitments and stuff. I reckon for, again, pound for pound, a casual, like, esports driver. He's not someone who's putting in 8 hours a day, not racing for a team that's paying his wages. I think for a casual community sim racer, he's the fastest out there. He is unbelievably fast, still to this day. So, yeah, expect some magical things to come out of the Dutchman's car.
Yeah, Mike Noble, that entire FFS team, I would probably argue, and I will argue this, having dealt with them for the past 3 or 4 years, nobody has more fun at the racetrack than that team.
No, definitely not. I agree with you on that one there. That's not
Speaking of, they're not having fun right now.
Oh, I can't believe it. I cannot believe it. As soon as I mentioned magical things coming out of that car, well, there's a wall that was inside of that car. That is not ideal. So Mike Noble now drops down the order, and well, sometimes I wonder why I open my mouth.
You know, right before we came on, Arjuna and David were talking about the belief in the commentator's curse. I would like to add on that I absolutely believe in the commentator's curse, Luke. I don't know if you do, but I think we might have caused that rather unfortunate, and I apologize to the team.
I've never really given it much thought, to be honest. As soon as Arjuna and Lewis open their mouths, I just turn off. I normally put it on mute. So yeah, I've never really heard them discuss it before. But ultimately, yeah, I guess it's true. That just happened, didn't it? So yeah, why not? It's true.
Well, there you have it. I think they're outnumbered. I think the majority argument was that it's not real, but now I think the majority argument is that it is. Unfortunate setback for FFS Racing, just as they were getting hot in the second half of the race, climbing up the top 20 and certainly in the silver class. Huge damage on that car, visible to us, the hood askew, and unknown exactly what caused that. Could have been the curb, could have been another car. I will not speculate further, but one thing I can tell you in all honesty, huge contact with the wall.
Yeah, I would like to see it. I guess the only way that could possibly have happened is if they overextended again, lost the rear, and it just speared them into the wall. But I feel like if that had happened, they might have even gone in backwards, like it's done a full 360 to go in backwards. But yeah, I'm sure we'll see something in a minute. We're on board now with Oscar Tringale, currently in P37. This is 4th position, and well, it's going to be an absolute freebie as the Bentley does peel off into the pit lane. And the Ferrari says, thank you very much, I'll have that. P36, off we go. And I believe they pit a little bit earlier as well, so that is officially 4th position. So Moreira drops down a spot. Yeah, more positions to be gained. Again, if you're in this kind of position, you're not going to win the race. It really is as simple as that. But you can gain spots if you need to. But now we do have a replay of Mike Noble. What happened here? Get your bingo cards ready. So, round hell corner we go. Just overextends.
Oh, it's hopping.
Bounces. Yeah, it just bounced. He did not let go of the throttle, unfortunately, and then you're a passenger. So that is what happened there. So if you put, if on your bingo card it says bounce like a kangaroo into a wall, mark it off.
Yeah, that's just so unfortunate. There's nothing really you can do. You can try and lock it down. You're probably still going to spin, but you've driven off the racetrack and it's so uneven over there, and you're sort of gripping up on different parts of the surface that are not asphalt. With that right rear tire, it starts bouncing, it's hopping, it's compressing and expanding the suspension. It upsets the balance of the car. You have absolutely no control, and on top of that, Mike Noble was trying to drive out of that. Probably didn't really expect that to happen, and you just end up on the other side of the racetrack in the wall. That is so unfortunate.
Aris has sat down somewhere just going, beautiful. 1.9 being showcased to perfection.
Well, a big incident nonetheless, and well, they're going to have to claw their way back out of this one. I don't know how, though, as that would be significant damage. And I don't know if they've come in. I don't believe they have. They're in 21st place. I don't believe they've come in to repair anything, so maybe it is manageable for this stint.
They always say if you're going to hit something, hit it hard and square. Don't hit it, off on an off angle. They hit that hard and square, so I think they're going to be okay in terms of damage. Again, it might be sort of a 25-seconder like what we saw with Andrea Capoccia, but yeah, I'm not sure it's going to be too crazy. We're on board with Fabian Piffet, who's now racing for G League Esports in 41st position right now. Was that a convincing French accent? Probably not, but yeah, he's looking to try and indeed unlock himself.
Again, very difficult position to be in right here. Piffet, the entire G League Esports team, not quite had the day that they probably would have liked, just about at the back of the field trying to fix themselves up. But Dario, in the number 60, the Versus Racing by Ballas Esports car, or the VS Racing, excuse me, they have done. They got it all wrong coming through Sunset.
Yeah, we just saw the sort of the ending of it, but they have not had a good time there. So Ayamulo has chucked it in a wall, and the recovery's happened, but I'm not sure exactly how much damage or how much impact they would have had on the wall. But they're not being caught crazily down the hill, or by the time they get to top end speed, they are. If the Bentley's catching you, you're in a bit of trouble.
It looks scuffed, but the body panels are where they should be. So I wonder if the contact was sort of mild in nature, just an unfortunate part of the racetrack to get involved in that. Maybe ground around the wall just a little bit. If you look at the side skirts and the front of the car, all scraped up. But beyond that, I do not see like they made a hard impact like some of the other ones we've seen.
Yeah, it's almost like everybody's going to get involved in something. Everybody's going to have some sort of incident at some point. You just got to hope it's like that. Just a little scrape on the wall, or instead of just chucking it completely in the wall, being involved in a big pile-up of other cars. it's very much the same as like the Nordschleife or here, maybe again like the Long Beach circuit. If you get involved in an incident, just make sure that it's very, very minimal.
Yeah, I mean, talk about those racetracks in particular, Luke. You can touch the wall with the tire, and it's not the end of your day. If you hit it a little bit too hard, you're going to break a toe link and stuff like that. By the way, things like that can happen in ACC. That's what we were going on about with the Scuderia Ferrari earlier on. I was trying to check the steering to see if they had broken something in the suspension, a toe link perhaps on the front of that race car. You can do that, and again, you can get away with stuff if you just graze the wall, like on that corner, for instance. You do get away with it, and again, you can look at some of the cars we were looking at, Dario, earlier. They were pulling away from the cars behind, so maybe a little bit of an incident, but no harm, no big foul. Luca Lassio for the Mobileye Lamborghini Esports team up inside the top 5 and might be looking for more. They are within 5 seconds of Abeladze for the podium position right now. Could they be closing down? Could they take this pass in earnest?
Yeah, well, they're right behind the SMP Racing team, who do not have a livery, by the way. They didn't submit a livery quick enough, number 888. But this very quickly is going to turn into being for a position. There's a lap car just in front of them. We're on board then back with Finn Littershell for Team 1 plus FF. And a little bit squirty through there into the dipper. You get it wrong through one part of that section, you lose time through the whole part trying to recover the car. So ultimately it's slow, but by the time you get to this part of the circuit on the straight, you're wiping the sweat off your brow and you're like, oh, that could have been a lot worse.
Well, you talked about earlier about you not breathing around here. I have to agree. I'm the same way on the mountain. Absolutely not breathing. I get through the elbow, and then all of a sudden I breathe again for the first time in about half a lap. It's the same thing, and you're absolutely spot on. All S's, regardless of how tight they are, the same way. If you mess up your entry to any S's section of a racetrack, you're completely thrown off for the rest of that section. That's kind of what happened. Got the braking wrong a little bit, did Finn, and just sort of had to meander and reset their way through there. It didn't look pretty, but they didn't hit a wall. They may have lost just a little bit of time, but again, didn't hit the wall, live to fight another day, and I guarantee they'll take another line through that section this lap.
Ironically, the North America GT World Challenge is in COTA right now, and that's also another circuit that's got that kind of part of the track right into turn 2 all the way through to turn 8. If you make one mistake through there, you're wrong. You've got the wrong line through the whole part of the circuit. So yeah, it's tough out there for sure. But Littershell is just going to be pretty happy that the car is still pointing in the right direction. Maybe a loss of half a second, whereas it could have been a complete loss of control of the car. We got Cloth back in the chat, by the way. I think he might be a Matasia fan. He's mentioned car number 85. Let's go, Matasia, let's go. Maybe about 800 times during this broadcast so far. So shout out to Cloth. Hopefully you enjoyed the broadcast, mate. And yeah, the 85 are doing really, really well.
Yeah, I love passionate fans. I love people that come out and they support. And I will tell you something, your drivers and your team, whoever they are, they appreciate that kind of thing. Because don't get it twisted. They're not watching the broadcast right now. Well, some of them actually might be listening in, try and get some firsthand information about what's going on elsewhere. Because again, we get to see, or we get a little bit different perspective than they do. Sometimes it helps, but
hold on, Jesse. They want information. They shouldn't be watching the broadcast. We're not going to give them anything useful.
Well, what I'm saying is the drivers, a lot of them, they will come back to this broadcast as it is VOD after it is live, right? And they will watch it back. They get to see the chat, and they know you're there. They do appreciate it. We appreciate seeing everybody interact as well. I am always quite curious who people are rooting for, who's the hot team, and 85 looking like a favorite out there today.
Yeah, I want to know who the hot team is as well. Let me know. Send some pictures. Igor Rodriguez, currently in P30, looking to make a move up towards P29. Backed out this time. Last time didn't back out. Again, it wasn't his fault, but it caused an absolute calamity. Huang, though, just about holding on in the number 118 Porsche in 29th position. So Rodriguez will want to try and get this done as soon as possible.
Certainly will. Rodriguez trying to figure out the best way around the 118, but doesn't look quite close enough. I think this will be too late to make a move. Looks a little bit out of line just to get a sight for the entry of the corner, not actually trying to make a move. Sebastian Apostol's had a huge off. The West Competition Racing number 1 has had a big one. They've already lost one spot here, and I don't know if they hit the wall particularly hard. The car was definitely around, though.
That's for P2 now. Pertile right behind them. So that is officially 4th position then. So Pertollet has caught up because of that spin. Gregor Schill would have gained, already had gained a position, right? Yes, Pertollet now is right up the chuff pipe here of Apostle. Down the long straight will come down towards the chase. Aston Martin powered, the BMW is proper beaten up, by the way, on the front of that car. Now we'll see the speed differential. Yeah, there's serious damage to that car. The Aston Martin is pretty much going to get a freebie here. Can they get the BMW stopped? But they're going to fight for the position. They absolutely are. Into the apex they will go. The Aston Martin not left enough room for my money, especially in a 12-hour race. I think you've got to be a little bit more careful there. And as we head then down towards that final corner, might actually, well, be in a bit of trouble here, because this is the overall leader coming through for the race. Well, I say overall leader, this is actually Jordan Scherer, right, who's currently in 2nd position. Yeah, so Jordan Scherer in P2, making his way through this battle for the lead, for P2 of the silver class. So, yeah, P2's everywhere.
Yeah, everybody fighting here, everybody on different laps. Mentioned it a little bit earlier on that as this race continues to go on, you're going to have these mixed match battles. You're going to have battles for 38th. You're going to have battles for 10th, and you're going to have battles for the lead potentially in this race that are all in the same racetrack fighting each other, and you got to be really, really smart about working traffic. Sheridan has done that quite well. The blue flags waving, of course, for the injured BMW. Delivery on that car hid the damage a little bit, but the close-up revealed what you had already seen, Luke Crane. There is significant damage. The 51 of Scuderia Ferrari through here. Fine, but this isn't going to work if they try to go too wide through here.
Over the mountain, we're going to go. P2 then of the Pro Class has gone through, and Pertollet has played an incredible role here, by the way, in letting the lap car go through relatively quickly, which meant then that the West Coast competition, or West Competition Coast, I keep calling them Coast, when indeed lose time they did. Here we go through Sunset. It bashed the wall a couple of times.
Oh!
Most massive, but it's hard and square again. It could be a case if they get away with it, turn the car around. It's now you've got to be careful with the relatives. So there is the overall leader that was going through. That's Grantas Caracas coming through in the Veloce McLaren. But ultimately, that's severe damage here. Pertollet ideally needs to get ahead as soon as possible, because I think that BMW is going to be very slow indeed. So yeah, Jordan Scherer, back to what I was trying to say. Jordan Scherer, who was in P2, it was very cleverly done by the Aston Martin. He let him go through and then basically let Scherer catch up to the West competition car on the mountain, thus making them lose more time. He wasn't able to take advantage, actually well defended in the end by Apostle, but ultimately now we still have their battle and there's no car lapping them, so it will be between these two. But yeah, once again, Apostle doing a very, very good job here, because I think there's some really big damage to that car.
There certainly is, Luke, and I will say I love the gamesmanship of a car like letting them through, letting a blue flag, adhering to blue flags like you should be doing. Obviously, we've seen several cars run afoul of that today already, but also using that to your advantage. If you're not able to get up there and beat them at that time, if you're blue flagged for whatever reason, let the faster car do some of the work for you. And in the end, that decision did not impact this battle at all, which is good and bad depending on whose side you are on. For those of you keeping track of the lead, McLaren Veloce lead this race by 13.6 seconds. Of course, Scuderia Ferrari number 51 had the incident, and also we have a warning for car 110 for aggressive driving on lap 196. So that goes in the 10. They get another warning. Of course, that's a 5-second penalty, and that's exactly what I was about to explain. Scuderia Ferrari 51 had a big incident coming over Sunset a little bit earlier on. They had a long pit stop. They lost the lead of this race, and on top of that, they infringed on the pit in line, I'm pretty sure, and got themselves an additional 5 seconds because it was their second warning for doing so. They are now 13.6 behind. They've almost gained a full second on Grantas Caracas and McLaren Veloce up front, but more than that, they still have a 5-second penalty that they will have to serve on their next stop.
Yeah, they certainly will. Again, Sherritt, this is a very, very good stint from him, although they have lost a little bit of time over the course of the last couple of laps. That was to deal with the lap traffic. Again, dealing with lap traffic is one thing, but when there's two cars specifically battling for position, be it P1 or P2 in another class, they're not going to be as kind to you. So we're watching now on board with Metropolis. He has now got behind him, I think, Robbie Stapleford, right? Yeah, in the G2 car. So G2, I'm used to seeing them in a BMW, so this is very, very alien to me, seeing them running in an Aston Martin. as we are now on board with Jonathan Seville for Pole Sim Sports. Going to swing it around the outside here of Oliveira, and well, there's no love lost between them, so he got doored then off into the wall, and well, he'd have to live to fight another day.
Well, that was very close racing, but that's what you sort of expect. I said a moment ago, you're going to see racing. There's going to be racing throughout the entire field. There it is. Here again, these cars getting blue flagged. The car behind them on a different lap. So they're getting blue flagged. They're fighting each other. We saw earlier in a battle a little bit ahead of this that the car in behind where Jonathan Seville for Pole Sim Sport is, they let the car that they were being blue flagged by through, and that sort of had didn't have a negative, had a neutral effect on it, but that can work in some instances. So how do you play this, Luke Crane? If you're fighting for a position here, you're fighting for 35th, you're getting blue flagged, what would you do?
Well, you don't hold the car up behind you, that's for sure. You're already in a pretty bad position. They would have all been wanting to fight a little bit higher up the grid order than that. So yeah, let the car go in front, and then let the car in front of you deal with it. And hopefully they're not as kind. They lose a bit more time. We're on board then with David Pertollet. I've heard people call him Patil today, and I've loved saying his name is Pertollet. And I'll be devastated if I found out it wasn't actually Pertollet. It's one of my favourite names to say. So David, if you could let me know at some point whether it is indeed Pertollet or Pertil. If it is not a Pertollet, just don't tell me, because it will ruin it for me forever. He's now battling for the actual lead here, by the way, of the P2 for the silver class. So yeah, let's not worry about his name, let's worry about him battling for position. But I tell you, this is some drive by the way from Apostle. I know he's made a mistake to put himself in this position, but the damage on that BMW, how he's managed to keep Pertollet behind is actually quite ridiculous. Some news for you, by the way, Jesse. Angus Fender, again, a very talented sim racer, an incredible driver in the world of motorsport. He's unfortunately not able to drive the rocket car. He's had a hardware failure, so they've had to retire the car. But Angus, shout out to you, mate. Good to see you in the chat. Hope all is well.
Well, you never want to be out early in a race. You never want it to be an accident. But even more than that, hardware failure. Absolutely nothing you can do about something like that. And it's just absolutely gutting whenever there's literally nothing you can do. Speaking of nothing you can do, Apostle unable to keep Pertal behind them. A little bit of contact here as they go up, and it's going to be into the wall, at least just a little bit. Oh no, and it's worse now for David as he spins it to the inside and makes contact with the wall. Huge damage.
That is naughty for me. I think that we might be seeing Apostle in a little bit of trouble here. How damaged is the Aston Martin? That was a big hit into the wall. The wheels, yeah, he's in trouble here. He's in serious trouble here. That is potentially a race over situation. Look how much time he's losing. I think that's very naughty there from the West competition car. That might be a severe penalty. Given that obviously you can't give penalties for the outcome of an incident, but that looked like a very clear dooring off into the wall. From my first.
Yeah, this is a dangerous situation right here because you got a car with severe damage, and this is what I'm talking about. That's exactly what I was just going to say, and it's not over. Contact with the Lamborghini, several cars involved, and now the Racing Point 85 sideways coming through the S's, and that's not where you want to be. Able to get that car going, but once more again, for a third time trying, hard under the wall, more damage, severe steering, and he's still trying to drive it, look.
You've got to tow the car. You've got to tow the car. Sometimes you've got to think about everybody else. He's hit about 4 different cars. And again, I feel so sorry for Pertollet because it's not his fault. Yeah, there we go. It is a tow now. There's nothing you can do about it. He's going to be super angry about it. Do you know what? I wish we could have a conversation with him to get his genuine reaction to that, because that, in my opinion, is so unlucky for him. I'm gutted, actually. I think that's awful that it's been doored into a wall there. We'd have to see it again. That's just my initial reaction. But what happened after that, just so avoidable. It is a case of you've got to take your medicine, I think, and just drive the car into the pits, or tow the car to the pits. I think there might be 4 or 5 cars now that have to serve damage because of the actions there. Very unfortunate.
Well, what I'm curious about is what Lamborghini was that got a piece of that action. Didn't look to get a ton of it, but definitely had contact there. And depending on which Lamborghini that was, that could have been one of our leaders of the race, rather unfortunately, trying to make their way through. I don't know if it was Lacio, but I'm being told that it probably wasn't Luca Lacio, which is good news for the Mobileye Lamborghini team. It might have been Dario in the number 60. Yeah, it might have been them.
it would have been for position as well. So yeah, I wonder how much damage
my.
there is. If it's either Ayamulo or Macri, but yeah, did Ayamulo get? No, Ayamulo would have been a perfect time behind that. So we'll see the whole sort of system change up in a minute in terms of times. Pit stop phase is starting to come into effect for another hour now. But it was just a calamity, wasn't it, in the end? Pertile, you've got to feel sorry for him, because I just don't think he's done anything wrong. And then he did everything wrong. It's such a hard situation to be in. There are people that are in the chat here getting pretty angry about the decision to not just stop the car and bring it into the pits. You make a split-second decisions there. You're thinking, look, how much time am I going to lose? Especially when it's not your fault. When it's not your fault, you feel hard done by. You feel like you need to catch a break. You feel like you don't deserve to receive any penalty in terms of the damage or the time you're going to lose. So you're just trying to maximise the situation. So I'm not sure you can really go too crazy there at Pertile in that regard, in my opinion. But he caused an incident with 4 or 5 drivers after something that wasn't his fault. So you sometimes do have to look at the driver as well. It's a tough situation. I wouldn't want to be in that situation, and I'm just gutted this really happened, to be honest. Stableford, though, by the way, this is 4th position. This is a battle with the leader of the silver class, so you need to be tentatively careful. If you're Metropolis, you know that you've just had a 2nd position in this race have a big incident. 3rd now have had a big incident in this race as well. They've both got damage. I think you let Stableford go through and not worry about the situation anymore.
I couldn't agree more with that. I definitely feel like that's what you need to do. Robbie Stapleford doing their own race. You don't lose anything if you're Metropolis here. You don't lose anything by letting this car. Keep in mind, championship points are assigned by class, not overall. So this does not matter. Absolutely nothing to gain for Metropolis. Absolutely everything to lose right here. He's the only car inside the top, he was the only car inside the top 3 in the silver class that hadn't had incidents. Of course, different cars now inside the top 3 in that class based on those incidents. But yeah, absolutely. If I'm that driver and I see Stapleford get close, I'm just going to wave him by.
Yeah, I think that Stapleford might be coming into the pits here, maybe this lap or next lap, because he didn't sit in the toe there of the Ferrari in front. So it's a case of I don't need to get too close here. If you're trying to make the overtake, you're staying in the toe as soon as you possibly can. There's a couple of cars in behind coming to the pits. Then I think it was, I don't know, maybe Gregor Schill. That was for position. Although they were quite late in the pit stop pan. No, it might have been a bit of a back marker there. It might have been Leitao that just brought the car in P23. I know, there's Lozio. So we thought that Luca Lozio might have got involved there. In terms of that, but it's not. This is now a battle for position. Abelarde, who does have a 5-second penalty, so once we do indeed have the pit stop phase at this stage of the race, the Lamborghini is going to be ahead regardless, but it's one way getting it via a pit stop. But if you could psychologically give a massive hit to the team in front of you by doing it on track, it's always a bonus.
Certainly is. And again, fighting for positions that matter. Every point is so precious. A podium to start this championship puts you in excellent position to contest this entire championship season. So it's always better to put yourself in that position or be able to get those spots, get everything you can early on in a season. It helps you on the back end. I've always thought that. Lazio just pacing Abelarde right now, knowing that regardless, if they just keep this clean, they're going to get that spot. Doesn't want to be held up too much, but neither does Abelarde. He doesn't want to give this spot up easy, because just because you have a 5-second penalty, you're not going to get any sort of extra special blue flag help with that. The blue flag's being displayed, of course, for I believe that's a Rinwelton car directly in front of these two. And again, hard to get by, hard to make passes on the mountain section. Might have to wait till we get to the Conrad.
Yeah, you're spot on, by the way, back at a good championship start, because in the Flex Dream Championship, it's very similar in terms of the endurance races. We had a team called Symphony of Pistons, and I'm sure many of you have heard of the community, and they were taking on the big dogs, the sim racing teams that are paying their drivers, a working salary, a full-time working salary. And they got a really good start in the championship because other teams making mistakes, but they were also pretty quick as well. And they ended up getting a top 5 finish in the championship by the end of the season. So yeah, if you start off well, it just breeds confidence through the team, almost to the effect of drivers want to put more time in. If you have a really good start of the season, it doesn't matter how you do it, whether it be because of incidents or your pace alone, you then want to go, I need to put an extra few hours in. We've got a genuine chance here next week, so let's try and get quick. You have 2 good races in a row, the Aston Martin and Renwelton car getting out of the way. It's lovely job to see. We're on Lozio, not quite close enough to come in. We've been told that Abelarde is due in either this lap or in the next couple of laps. So we're expecting to see that Ferrari bring it in. But yeah, there we go, perfect, absolutely nailed there, great call. Not too sure exactly who said that in my ear hole, but it was a really good call. But yeah, if you get a good start to a championship, it just breeds confidence throughout a team.
Yep, absolutely the case. Lacio gets that position without a fight for the time being. We're going to show you a replay and try to bring you some of this action side by side going up the mountain straight. This is the accident we were talking about earlier, a little bit of a hip check, as you called it, Luke Crane, and into the wall and further made more. Oh my goodness, that was way harder of a hit than I thought that was.
Yeah, we need to see that from a different angle. We need to see that from like almost a chase cam or a helicopter cam above. We didn't really see the actual move from the BMW, but this, like, his steering's all out of whack. That's where you have to tow. As soon as you realize you cannot control the car, keep the line that you want. Unfortunately, you have to bring the car into the pit. So yeah, as much as it wasn't his fault initially for Pertolay had to make the decision to bring the car in. So I'd be very not disappointed. I'd be very surprised if both cars don't end up getting penalties for different reasons.
Somebody's going to get a talking to for certain for that, because that is not how you're supposed to conduct yourself. It was a difficult situation, to be completely fair. A car that you're trying to do a quick check and try to figure out what's broken, what's working. Is there something wrong with the aero? Is there something wrong with suspension? You're trying to do that at probably the worst racetrack and the worst part of a racetrack, to do that up at the top of the mountain. And you got cars streaming by you who are clearly quicker than you because you've been involved in an incident, but it all went from bad to worse. And it just, my goodness, a couple of big hits took out one of our contenders in the silver class.
Yeah, the few of them in the end, I think, by the way it went down, which is just not in the most ideal of situations. We've got Bert now trying to move up on Ayamula. We think Ayamula, by the looks of things, has a bit of damage to the front of that Lambo, so I think it was that Lambo that was involved earlier on, which, yeah, in terms of overall position, this doesn't really matter, because they're in different classes. So really, do you fight this with Ayamula? Probably not. Bernd will want to try and get as far up the order as he possibly can. Again, this won't be a gain of official position. I think this is for a top. He's already in a top 10. So yeah, there's 2 silver cars that are actually ahead of him in terms of the circuit. So top 10 for the pro race as it stands. But yeah, interesting stuff here. What we got? 4 hours 44 minutes left all of a sudden. I remember saying it was halfway not very long ago. Well, I guess an hour and 15 minutes ago. It felt like about 10 minutes ago. But this has been a very interesting endurance race. Normally, I would genuinely say that there are parts of the race in 12 hours or 24-hour races where you have a couple of hours where there isn't anything happening. There is something happening at every turn. This is ridiculous. I love it.
That is exactly what happens. You put 43 or 44 cars, Mount Panorama, first race of the season, new update, everyone's still feeling it out. It's the toughest competition you're going to get anywhere in endurance racing. All of that, and then you split them up into different classes, and then you start them in the dark. And now, of course, by the way, we are getting quite a lot more heat of the day, as it has. It's 12:25 p.m. in sim time, so 25 past noon. The heat's baking into the racetrack. Everybody slip sliding around at this point. Completely different from when we started before dawn. But yeah, that's just what is going to happen. That's what this entire season is likely going to be like. But Luke, I hear that you have more unfortunate news.
Yeah, unfortunately, Patillo has unfortunately retired from the race. So yeah, they are done and dusted for this one. Round 1 left the server. I guess can they rejoin the server? Well, no, someone has to be in here the whole time, right? I don't think it's a case of anyone can leave. I don't know exactly how it works. I've not done an endurance race on this sim. I've only done individual races, but I'm pretty sure if you don't have one in here, you're done, right?
I'm unsure what the specific rules for the championship is, but as long as their driver number 1 joins, the car is rejoined to the racetrack, and I think they're able to continue. There might be specific rules that do not allow that to happen once you have left the track, but I'm unaware of any such rules. But can they physically do it? Absolutely they can, as long as they follow the rejoin procedure. Is the series allowing that? That I am unaware of.
Yeah, it's a shame though, because they were running so well, and ultimately what happened, because of the incident that was not his fault, it is a huge shame. But again, it wasn't initially his fault. It was just like a snowball effect, wasn't it? Once one thing happened, the rest of it just got worse and more compounded, and it's just not ideal. We're on board again with Mike Noble. I'm just going to mention nothing. He's an average sim racer that's never done anything too special, because as soon as I mention something good, you know what's going to happen. So I'm just going to let him do his thing.
Yeah, I think there's some indicators on what he thought about that spin going on right here.
Yeah, he's obviously not going to be too happy. He's now chasing down Perella, and it's very close between the two of them. Nowhere to really make a move. As you see, it's blue flags here. Again, you just don't. Sometimes, if you don't check your relative properly, you don't know who you're really battling with. It's just side by side in front, by the way. Ferrari and the BMW. You've then got two Aston Martins that are battling for genuine position. It's going to be 3 wide down here, and again, the lap traffic needs to be super, super careful. Otherwise, this could end up being an absolute mess. I think Perella is going to get away with it and get ahead of everybody. I'm wondering whether Mike Noble might also be in that camp as well, as we head then down through the chase to get through nicely. But now the battle will indeed continue. That could have been very messy, but ultimately it's been very nice to watch.
Well, the Wackos Flip Table Racing car, they backed out of that halfway down the Conrad. They were not going to get involved with that. They saw Mike Noble there, and they're like, I'm just going to let that go. And that was the smart thing to do. You don't always get that. Sometimes drivers are like, no, I was here first. I'm going to take my turn in line. But that is the best thing to do. It's the gentlemanly thing to do, and it's the professional thing to do. So tip of the hat to the Wackos Flip Table Racing BMW group today, as I believe that was the best case scenario. And Mike Noble right onto the back of Perella right now again for 24th spot. Remember, this car was up in the top 20, had an incident exiting Hell Corner, and now trying to climb their way back up for a second time today into the top 20, unable to get it done there.
Yeah, is there going to be an absolute send here onto the entry to the mountain? Sometimes you just have to catch a driver in front of you a little bit off guard. There isn't a send, and now realistically you're going to have to wait for the entirety of the mountain section and then head down the back straight. Just had a message from Guido in the YouTube chat, and he says, after 7 hours of racing, I can understand why someone would just press escape. Yeah, of course, emotions are really, really high. As much as this is sim racing, this is motorsport at the end of the day. This is as competitive, if not more competitive, than the real world of motorsport, in my opinion. I think the times and the abilities are a lot closer from the P1 to the right back of the grid in sim racing, because basically these drivers can do as many laps as they want each day. There's no expense. Once you've paid for your rig and you've paid for the sim, you're done and dusted, right? You can do as many laps as you like. So naturally, that's going to make things a little bit more competitive. So yeah, of course, 7 hours in, you're battling for a really strong position, and then you realise, oh, it's all over and it's not your fault. But then compound that with the fact that then there was mistakes made after that, and you're probably feeling pretty bad about yourself. Yeah, I can completely understand the mindset. This is more than a hobby for most people. They are battling for the most prestigious title in ACC sim racing. It is as simple as that. So yeah, not ideal. Fully understand the mindset of a driver in terms of Pertollet. Not angry with his decision whatsoever. But the team, will they be happy with him not sticking around? I'm sure they would have had a discussion about it.
Well, of course, at the top end, you've got drivers that are paid to be here. They make a living doing so, and even beyond that, again, everyone's emotions are super high. There always are. Racing brings that out in people. That's why I think a lot of us love it so much. Is it is so competitive, and if you are a competitive person, it doesn't matter how good you actually are. There's always somebody around your skill level. It is a popular pastime, a hobby after all, even beyond all that. So your emotions get into it, and then at some point you just have a really bad day, or you're having a really bad moment, as we saw earlier on. And also, too, consider how long it would have taken to get that car fixed. With the amount of damage, they'd been sitting there for several laps. They might have just figured their race was over regardless. There was no chance of a reasonable finish. So that plus emotions probably played a factor into that.
Yeah. We've got here from Diane, why are all the spectators fake? Unfortunately, we couldn't get real people to import into the game, so we had to indeed create them for the game, just like the cars and the track. So yeah, hopefully that helps you. Have a wonderful Saturday.
Well, here we have the 938, the Absolute Restec car. They're still in front of Mike Noble in the FFS car, and there you go. What do you mean? That looks perfectly photoreal to me. I don't know what you're on about. That's perfectly normal.
Do you know the great thing about this is if you move the camera and pan it 180 degrees, they would follow you, and it's so scary.
Well, clearly,
you probably know that, Jesse, right? But it's
clearly we're the most interesting person there, so why wouldn't we?
That is a very good point. Normally I'm in a really bright shirt when I go to a racetrack, so that's probably like, what is he wearing? Although it would be perfect for this country because it's always hot there in Australia.
Very well put. This fight continuing for P23. Noble losing a little bit of ground, at least has on this lap, as the 983 or the 938 rather has pulled just a little bit of a gap, half a second. It doesn't look particularly significant on the interval, but you're not going to pass somebody from half a second back, not in this field.
Well, I don't know. I've seen it happen at Monza Turn 1 many a time. I've seen many a race won and many a race lost when it comes to Turn 1 at Monza. But yeah, around here, probably not, Jesse.
Oh my goodness, Monza, heck of a racetrack.
Moving
for Turn 1. And yeah, this is exactly what Luke was talking about. Whenever you turn the camera, they follow you. They will not blink, so do not get into a staring contest.
Yeah, and you're telling me that they're not real, Diane? Yeah, whatever. Have a good Saturday.
My goodness, just about 4 hours, 36 minutes left in the race. 33 minutes afternoon in sim time here at Mount Panorama, Bathurst, Australia. We're happy to have all of you with us today. We hope that you've enjoyed the race thus far. The Mobileye Intercontinental GT Esports Endurance Challenge has been a fantastic opening round. I think we can all agree. Even if the race ended now, thank goodness it doesn't, but even if it did, it has been an insanely good race, and we're just a little bit over halfway when it's all said and done. 4.5 hours left to go today. A lot of racing, a lot of positions up for grabs, including the overall win. I'm still not sure who might take it. I can tell you Sherritt has caught the leader by another 2.5, 3 seconds. It was 10.4 the last time I checked. It's 10.2 right now, the gap first to second. And they've sort of stopped gaining as much as they previously had done. I wonder if that Veloce McLaren's a little better on its tires over the 1 hour stint.
Yeah, you've kind of took the words right out of my mouth there. Caracas has been more stable in terms of his times throughout the whole the whole stint. Through this whole hour, he's kind of not really fluctuated more than 0.4 of a second across his whole lap times, whereas Jordan Sherritt has probably fluctuated about 0.8, although he was still faster. He was 0.3 quicker. Grantos Caracas just seems to be a little bit more consistent over the course of a stint, which, yeah, there's two ways of winning a race. There's being steady and then there's being absolutely lightning fast. So yeah, right now we're about to see both of them. I don't think we're going to see the Ferrari Esports car catch McLaren Veloce in the next stint. But the one after that, it could get very fruity. So our last hour, we got an hour and 50 minutes left. We might just about see them on the same part of the track at the same time. Shout out to Tidgely, by the way. Martin Grady is in the chat right now. If you've not subscribed to him, make sure you do. He's massive on the ACC grind on YouTube. He's also one of the remaining sim racers in the world that can remember me being fast. I used to compete against him many moons ago. So yeah, got to protect those people with all of our lives, okay? Because there's not many of them around in sim racing anymore that can testify that I used to be fast. So let's just have some respect for Tidgely.
I'll be honest, I didn't realize that either of you were that old.
I'm 36 years old.
Are you really?
I have 3 children. A lot, yeah. I'm a man of the world.
My goodness. Can I just say, congratulations on being 36, and I hope I'm as successful and as good looking as you.
Children.
I wasn't gonna. Listen, I wasn't gonna go there. We weren't gonna go there today. I was gonna say I hope I look half as good as you whenever I hit 36. Tidge, I'm not so sure about. I don't know.
Oh, he's a good-looking chap. He's a beautiful man. He's a lovely man as well, actually. One of the nicest people you'll ever likely to meet. So he's someone that what you see on the camera is exactly the same as what you see in real life.
Yeah, I can unfortunately attest to that.
Oh, you know him? Okay, cool.
Yeah, I do know Tidge.
Yeah, he's a good guy.
He's what a lovely human being Tidge actually is. Otherwise, I wouldn't feel right giving him a ribbing. But lovely fella. But a lot of lovely drivers in today's race here as well. You saw Mateus there a little, maybe, I don't know, wiping the sweat from the brow, maybe a little bit of concentration going on there. You have a couple of opportunities around this racetrack to wipe your brow of sweat or maybe get a drink. I've seen that a few times from the cameras. Some of the drivers taking a little momentary break. It's an incredibly taxing racetrack, Luke, isn't it? Most of the time, but at least you get those momentary reprieves on these straights. Well, at least when you're not, racing somebody.
Yeah, 100%. This is a genuine battle for position between three cars. Tyskovic in the middle. If I had Nils Najoks behind me and Macri in front of me, I think I'd be wiping sweat from my brow. Put it this way, if I get out of my sim chair after an hour stint, you would not want to sit in it after me, because this is going to be a very sweaty stint indeed. And right now, if you're Macri, you don't really need to fight this. How much time are you going to lose by battling with these two drivers? I know it is overall position, but it doesn't matter in terms of points. So for me, just getting out of the way and letting these two get on with it. How far is Littersheld in behind? Remember, we saw him have a little bit of a tag in the wall the last time out. It is a fair gap. He hasn't cut the timing beam for the next sector yet. So yeah, Macri's not going to lose too much crazy amount of time. He's pushing, nearly grazing the yellow wall there on the right-hand side of our screen, left-hand side for his car. So yeah, for me, I'm letting these two pro cars go through. You guys crack on. I'll even get dragged along by you if that needs to happen. But yeah, ultimately, you've got to be thinking about your race right now. You're currently in a podium spot, and that's really what you've got to try and protect.
Yeah, one of the more intimidating things that can happen to you is having Nils Najoks right behind you in any given particular point. But Macri probably knows, well, I'm going to let this guy go at some point, but no place to do that on top of the mountain. Has an opportunity now. Hopefully, what Macri's hoping is that Nils and all of those cars able to just get around. Mateus does not want a car that he's not racing right behind him. He's going to try his best to maybe just let them go. Was that an indicator on the Mercedes? I think it was, letting Nils know, I'm going to give you the inside. Easy peasy lemon squeezy.
Yeah, well, he's got Nils still to go, to be fair to him. That's Tyskovic going through in the Audi and now dragging along the Mercedes. Does he let Nils go through as easily? There's a car coming into the pits, the AMG. It doesn't leave that door open, so I wonder if Nils might have done something wrong to Macri in a previous life here. Maybe he didn't sign the autograph. Nils loves signing autographs, but not for everybody. So maybe he didn't get the autograph he wanted from Nils, and ultimately Tyskovic.
Let's see, do we see... Oh, I was so curious. Will we see an indicator here letting Nils go by to catch back up to Mateus? I don't think he's given it here. No, he sure hasn't.
Wow, that is curious. That is very curious. And again, this is full position, right? So it's not a case that we just saw blue flags there, but well, no, hold on. There is a blue flag here. Macri is saying he's in the pit. So who are we looking at here? So Tyskovic has come through. Now okay, so this is the back marker car in the middle of this, the AMG. I'm not too exactly sure exactly it is. The car's not been close enough in terms of the number, so we might need to go on board with it to find out exactly what the car. So yeah, Macri's in the pit, so we're looking at the wrong thing. Also, Chris Seaver, I'm not playing the video game, I'm actually watching it, so that gets my age kind of out of jail there a little bit. Although I do play video games at 36, and I'm allowed to, okay?
Hey, we grew up. All right, Luke and I, we grew up with video games, all right? Video games are where they are because of people like us. We're going to play them, all right? It's going to happen.
Yeah.
Nils Najoks doing one of the more interesting things I see a driver do. He is always sort of talking and relaying. He's hitting the wall there in the bend, or the elbow, rather. But he's always talking. He's always communicating with his team, the BS Plus competition team, and he's doing that here. Look, he's communicating what happened. Yeah, I know he got into the wall. He had a wry smile there, as well as, meanwhile, side by side here, one of the FFS cars, Mike Noble, they're going to almost be 3 wide. The Ferrari in the background thinks better of it as they'll condense down to 2 wide into Hell Corner. There might be contact. Oh my goodness, just about had a millimeter between those 2 cars entering Hell Corner.
Yeah, Perella has just... He's got to thank his lucky stars there that Mike Noble's backed out of there. He's nearly pit maneuvered himself, to be honest. Like, that could have been very, very bad indeed. But Noble, using all of his experience, decided to back out and not keep his nose in there. But I don't think that Michel, because they were very much side by side going into the corner, I don't think he left enough room there at all. He's very aggressive. But ultimately, they've all got through there okay, which is the main thing. 3 Astons in a row, by the way. This is something I didn't think I'd see today. Albeit they're... Are they battling? Oh, they are all battling for position, aren't they? Got Berza ahead of Perella and then Mike Noble. So they are genuinely battling for position. Didn't, again, think I would see that. Crazy bit of action.
Yeah, it is interesting, too. You don't normally get this sort of... It's almost like Noah's Ark. You've got a couple of BMWs just outside the top 10. You've got some Ferraris, some Lamborghinis, some Porsches, and now some Astons. I hope they're not anticipating a flood.
No. I'm not sure we're going to get... yeah, looking at the clouds right now here, Jesse, and I'm no expert. I'm from the UK. It can change on a dime here. Doesn't look like we're going to get any rain.
Yes, indeed. There were some people earlier on talking about potentially a little bit of rain that could potentially come. That hasn't happened. It's been a beautiful, albeit very warm day. We're approaching temperatures that even me as an American would consider quite warm.
Yeah, Americans, it's lovely over there actually. It's kind of perfect weather. It's nice and warm, but it doesn't ever really get too hot, where I've been anyway. Get muggy. I should be to Indianapolis when that's muggy there. Crikey, it is muggy. It's the Midwest, right? Is it Midwest?
It is indeed, yeah. Indianapolis is Midwest. You're right about that too, by the way. I don't know what that is about the Indy area. This is not going on the tourist board video, by the way, but it is quite humid and muggy always there, and I'm not sure what that's about. Yeah,
I don't know. I'm no weather boy.
Oh, contact between Welton.
Yeah,
Mike Noble getting involved. More contact with the Ferrari and a second slam for good measure. Mike Noble trying to pick his way through it, trying to get by the Welton car and get out of Dodge as they're 2x2 up the mountain straight.
Yeah, Mike Noble might have had a stroke of luck here, although he's just going to filter back in behind. Oh dear. Oh, Peretta just tries to make a move that wasn't really ever on. Ultimately does back out of the situation. For poor Ferrari in the background doesn't know where it looks like a swarm of bees. But albeit it's a group of Astons, and the real winner in that really is Berzer. He's got about half a second gap now to Mike Noble, although Mike Noble runs wide there, and actually so does Perella. So the gaps have now come out. Berzer, for one lap here, probably has a bit of breathing room over the mountain, but I'm sure it'll close back up very shortly, actually.
Folks, I'm going to tell you straight up, that was an accident that did not happen. How they all sorted that out from 3 wide, from 2 rows deep, 2 wide. The shifting the formation is so close whenever everyone tried to go through their single file. How there wasn't an accident is completely beyond me. They got away with it on my mark 2 different times in the past lap and a half. They can't keep this up. There will be contact.
I just realised that Diane thought that this was a real race and that they just put like cardboard cutout of people. So it makes sense actually. Sim racing has become quite realistic looking sim racing, so I can only apologise, Diane. I thought you were being completely serious. So yeah, no, this is a sim racing title called ACC, or Assetto Corsa Competizione, and we're currently running the 12 Hours of Bathurst on it. The official 12 Hours of Bathurst, as we see Mike Noble make a lovely move around the outside. He's used a lot of
grass.
Oh, a lot of grass there. He got on the brakes on the grass, and ultimately he's just not stopping the car. Perella now is trying to indeed block Ferrari in the background. Moritz Berzer, who I said would have been the happiest man on the track merely a minute and a half ago, is absolutely not now. Facing the wrong way, gets the car going, doesn't cause any dramas to anybody else, but that was just basically an overextension from Mike Noble. For a second, it looked like it might be an incredible move, but ultimately it turned out to be a bit more of a tragedy by the end of it. I'm sure again we'll get to see a replay as we see Vang here off the circuit as well. Drive Just Boys in the 996 in the Ferrari there. That is into the wall there on the exit of Skyline, and that car is going very slowly indeed. Is it crabbing ever so slightly? No, it looks like they're back up to speed, so nothing too crazy at doing there. I wonder if it's just a trip through the gravel. Again, if you hit the walls, you're in trouble. If you just travel through the gravel, you're going to be hurting for a couple of laps in terms of the tyres. But yeah, ultimately, it's the Astons having a nice little battle comes to a head. And that's kind of been the nature of all of our battles so far. They were really good for a couple of laps, and then suddenly it just goes all wrong.
Well, I just want to point out that that wasn't commentator's curse on my end. Yeah, we're not going to count that as commentator's curse because it just felt like the tension was palpable there, and anybody could have seen that coming. But Mike Noble, like you said, almost had a heroic move inside outside, and had he not been on the grass, the car's not going to break on the grass, obviously, and just ended up into the side of his competitor, spinning them around. The good news, if there is any, there didn't appear to be any hard contact. There was contact with the wall, but nothing too hard. The 71 here was in the wall, but I don't see massive damage to that car. Nobody able to continue on. But again, another setback for that 123 team.
Yeah, talking about setbacks here, Victor Nicolai, who is now in the West competition car, of course, we saw had a battle with Pertolay. They received a 10-second penalty for their involvement in the incident with Pertolay that ultimately ended up with Pertolay finishing race, DNFing the race with the damage to the car. They are still in second position as the West competition car, but they have got a 10-second penalty, and now Peachman has caught up. So the Renvelton Ferrari is all of a sudden out of nowhere, not only in a podium spot, but battling for what is potentially a P2. But I guess that they're off in terms of strategy here, so they should be coming in shortly, because they were a fair chunk of change behind here. I don't think they were ever really this close. So I think they might be off strategy, or all of the incidents that have happened with that BMW might have just brought them into play. So it's one of two. Ultimately, they're there. They're there battling for second position. And if they were on the same strategy right now, the 10-second penalty will render them in second spot.
Sure would. And again, it's fine enough being behind a car, but I don't know. I just feel better getting around them. No further action between the car 63 and 51 incident on lap 217. No further action for car 71 and the 1 on lap 217 as well. Dubs race control. Just to show you what we're talking about, no further action. Here is the replay.
So let's have a little cheeky look at this. So Mike Noble gets a massive shot of overspeed as we come then down the hill, or up the hill, should I say. So this is the first part of it. Again, you see Pirella then almost spins Noble around. You've got Bertson just up ahead, gets a nice bit of breathing room. But now this is the second part, down the hill. We'll camel down the mountain hill. That doesn't really do it justice. On the brakes very late there for Mike Noble, runs around the outside. It's difficult to make it stick. And as soon as you're braking on the grass there and the rejoin, ultimately you're a bit of a passenger there. You've got some control of the car, but it's so slidey, and maybe a couple of inches to the right, and you're both getting through there nicely. But yeah, unfortunately, it ended up with a bit of contact between the two cars. And yeah, it's just not been a good couple of hours for Mike Noble, unfortunately.
No, that entire team, they've been set back, and that replay revealed something I didn't previously see. It wasn't so much braking in the grass that set that off. It was the curb as they exit the chase that actually had that happen. Noble's car popped up on two wheels, and well, you can barely brake on grass. You cannot brake on air. It's not how it works, and just had no steering at that point either. Just went to the other car. Don't know if he didn't realize where the curb was or just didn't have any other option, but a couple of contacts there, and again, huge setbacks. Again, that's bringing other people in the silver class into play today, and certainly they're absolutely loving it. The 1, the 71, the 296, for instance.
Yeah, well, we've got here Marchi and then Kolosov, all behind Valentin Barrier, and you know you're going to get something incredibly special from Barrier or in a Barrier. That kind of, he is just 100% all of the time. So this could be very exciting indeed. Seeing a lot of people in the chat right now. Welcome on YouTube, welcome on Twitch, welcome from wherever you're watching. Maybe you're watching your favorite driver and you've got this open as well. It's good to see you. Let us know where you're watching from around the world. So if you can hear me right now, say hello, where you're watching from. Maybe you've got a favorite team, maybe you've got a favorite driver, but get yourselves involved. We're going to be here for another 90 minutes before we head over, or we hand over to Lewis McGlade and I believe Ewan O'Leary. Yeah, we've got 90 minutes left. So yeah, thank you for joining us. Hopefully you're enjoying what you're seeing. It's been an incredible race so far. Every single time the cameras change, it's because there's a ridiculous battle going on. And talking of battles, this is the battle currently for the silver lead. Victor Nicolai in that West competition car, the purple and pink BMW. And then here we've also got ourselves Peachman, who is in third position. So this is the battle for P2 in the silver class.
It's quite interesting. I wonder what Nicolai is going to do here with the 10-second penalty. He's certainly not yielded, and nor would you expect him to. But how hard do you fight this already with 10 seconds? Peachman not really close enough to make a move either. They're just sort of feeling each other out, pacing each other around this race circuit right now. Nobody making too big of a mistake. I don't think right now the tires are at their best, so they're not out there hard fighting for it. But what would happen if Nicolai was under fire? Would he defend this knowing he's got a 10-second penalty? I suspect he would do in this case to minimize the time loss later on. This is about as close as they've been in quite some time. The Renwelton Ferrari just a little bit too far behind the West Competition Racing #1 of Victor Nicolai. Again, just not close enough to make that move, but eventually somebody here is going to have to make a move, whether that'll be an offensive or a defensive one though. Well, that remains to be seen.
Yeah, overshot the chicane there, but you're right. It is a case of if you can keep them behind until the pit stop phase, the maximum damage effectively is about 10 seconds. If you let them go now, who knows how much it could be? How much faster are they? How much further up the road could they get? So right now, it's damage limitation. It's a 10-second deficit that they would have to overturn in the next stint. We've got a couple of people then in the chat letting us know their favourite drivers are and stuff. We've got Andrea Caldarelli is Effect Phoenix's favourite driver, but he's not in this race. Who else have we got here as well? Alan Patterson, sorry, is here for the Sherritt show. And it has absolutely been the Sherritt show, although they've just changed drivers. Chris Harteveld now has got into the car, and he has been a sensation over the last sort of 12 months. Really has gone from being a really, really good esports sim racer on ACC to an exceptional top tier driver. It's been incredible to watch his journey. He's just really hit a different level. Who else is watching right now? Again, get involved in the chat, guys. Let us know where you're watching from and who your favourite indeed drivers are. So on board here with Marchi, still trying to battle for a position here of Kolosov. Valentin Barrier has been given a bit of breathing room in the Yaz Heat car. But again, Jesse, every time we change the camera, there's something happening.
Yeah, a lot of times in these races, our broadcast director is looking for something, hoping for something, and just not had a single minute to relax. Everywhere you look, there's a battle happening on the racetrack. There's a battle going on, and as soon as one ends, another one crops up. Marchi trying to get by Kolosov, who is, again, all trying to chase down Valentin Barrier, who is opening the gap, probably because Kolosov is driving slightly defensive or is mirror driving just a little bit. Valentin Barrier will not care one way or another, driving away. I don't think they're going to be close enough this time. Marchi's going to hold, or excuse me, Kolosov is going to hold off Marchi, at least for right now. Though, just as I say that, they do draw in. Is there a late move into the chase? No, there is not. You know, you were talking earlier on about some of the drivers that have sort of come up in the series, and it has been an absolute honor to be able to sit from this perspective and watch drivers graduate from silver class to pro class, watch them grow and end up in the top echelon of sim racing.
Yeah, 100%. Here we go. We've got an incident between cars 71 and 678 on lap 208. Warning to 678 for pit lane infringement. Another warning for that. And then we've got an incident between cars 72 and 123 on lap 219. And this is a time penalty to car 12 for unsafe rejoin. So 10-second time penalty for an unsafe rejoin. Again, awesome to see the penalties popping up on screen in a nice timely fashion. It helps us tell the story of why they've got red time penalties next to their name. Again, Marchi looking to try and make this move on Kolosov. Meanwhile, Barrier looking in his rearview mirror thinking, yep, you guys crack on. Let me just be able to drive away and have a bit of freedom. Nothing worse than driving with your eyes partially. It's hard enough getting around a circuit on your own, actually. Having your eyes partially on the rearview mirror is not ideal in the slightest. There's nearly a mistake there from Kolosov. That is as close as you want to get to that wall.
Yeah, it sure is. The car was wobbling, so to speak. That's not a technical term, by the way, but it was definitely wobbling as it left the corner. It means that it wasn't perfect adhesion to the racetrack, and he sort of tracked towards the wall a little extra bit than he would have liked to. Able to catch it, though. You can do that a lot with the throttle. A lot of these drivers play with the throttle to get exactly what they want out of it. If you're not quick enough through a corner, just add a little extra. If you think you might knock the wall down, take a little bit out, and just don't do anything too much or too little. Easy for me to say. No movement in the battle for what is effectively, what is this, P5 in the class. Barrier moves away and holds position of P4 in the silver class, but this still well and truly up for grabs. It would appear to me, at least, that Marchi has a little bit more pace, but unfortunately Kolosov has more pace where it really matters, on the straights.
Yeah, Ferrari seems to be a very, very good car in terms of being in front of another one, but it's also very capable of making an overtake. So yeah, it seems like when it's on its own it may struggle a touch. All of the top 7 teams, I think we've worked out here, and actually 8 of the top 10 have just changed drivers. So Malinowski's in now in P1. Harteveld then is in P2 as it stands. Sorry, my 7-year-old decided he wanted to try and get involved in the broadcast, and he come and say hello, and then realised, oh no, Daddy's working. Santoro has got into the car then for Lamborghini. We've got then Klinkmuller, who's got into the number 4 that are currently in P5. Bykov, sorry, is in the number 888, the SMP Racing Team in P4. Dominic Bly is now in the Williams 555 in 6th. Bastian Richter is in the UOL car in P7. Juk Novicius is still in the car in P8. He's the lead silver driver, of course, in the number 3. Eamon Murphy now is in the G2 car in the Aston Martin. Niels Nayox actually has just got into the BS car. So pretty much everybody's switching every hour, which is something. In other sims, you see people do more than an hour. I've always had this discussion with Lewis and Arjuna mainly. But when it comes to ACC, they tend to just do one stint and that's then done.
Yeah, I've never quite been able to figure out why exactly that may be. I mean, the general logic is if you're changing tires every pit stop, why wouldn't you change the driver out as well? A lot of times you'll see the same driver stay in if they don't change tires, and that makes complete sense strategy-wise. That's not incredibly popular in ACC. I don't know if it's the Pirelli tires or what, but they seem suited for an hour's running, and then you change them. Otherwise, you've definitely gone past their expiration date. Nobody wants to be put in that box, so they don't. Also, too, it's physically demanding. A lot of sims are, but ACC in general is incredibly demanding, especially here. If people were double stinting here, I can only imagine if you were so far out in front or so far off the back, those are really the only reasons why you do that. Or if it's the end of the race and you just need a splash and dash, or you're fighting somebody and not changing the driver would be the difference. Other than that, no reason to overextend.
Maciej Malinowski, this driver here for McLaren Veloce, he is unbelievable. This guy has so much pace, but he has a mistake. That's the kind of driver he is. He does have that mistake in him, but when he's on fire, this team are untouchable. He is that quick. Drives in VR as well, so he will be very much sweaty when it comes. Yeah, okay, that's copy. Yeah, so it's very, very warm weather for him in VR. But yeah, when this driver's on form, very difficult. He is an exceptionally talented driver, but again, he does have that mistake in him. But currently, they're in the lead. Now, once we've had all of the penalties taken via the Ferrari Esports team, the gap's 15 seconds. Malinowski running a little bit faster. He's running around a 202 flat mark. Track temperature, by the way, 47 degrees Celsius. It is tyre melt city out there now.
Well, those of you that know me know that I love statistics, and I have a mind like a leaky sieve. But beyond that, I do remember some things, and one thing I do remember, the last time I saw Maciej Malinowski here at the SRE Esports Series, I don't know if it was an endurance round or a regional round, doesn't matter. The last time he was here, smacked it hard into the wall. And to your point, Luke, he is an all-or-nothing driver. He's going to give you everything he possibly has, but on a day like today, that might be a bad call. I think he's the right driver in the car at this time in the race. I just hope he can vanquish the demons of the last trip here.
Oh, he's one of the best leaders or front runners I've ever seen. Like I think it's when he's chasing something, that's when things can go wrong for Malinowski. But he is, I have no doubt that being in a lead position, he doesn't let this go. I think he's going to be fine. He'll be patient here. We've actually got some insight. So this is why it's good to be in the YouTube chat or Twitch chat, ladies and gentlemen, because you actually have people in there who know what they're talking about. So you don't have to just take our word for it, because we have no idea. Jordan Sherrick, good to see you, mate. Hopefully all is well with you, bud. So the reason is, especially with the new update, the tyre drop off and the balance shifts a lot. So adjusting to new tyres after the end of the stint will mostly result in having a crash, basically. So yeah, that's why they change drivers each time, because the difference between an old tyre and a new tyre is so different.
Yeah, I suspected even before the update, there were only certain times where you could get away with double stinting if it was the middle of the night, if it was cold, if the track tempo was quite cool. You could typically get away with double stinting and you could gain a little bit of time. Realistically, though, most times you wouldn't. 1.9 is even more so. It's absolutely correct, and especially with the temperatures we are experiencing now. By the way, track temp, 46 degrees C out there on the track. I'm pretty sure you could fry up an English breakfast out there on the track right now.
So, yeah, I don't know if you've seen me in person. I'd certainly give it a good go. That's for sure. If the opportunity's there to have a fried breakfast, absolutely. But yeah, it's warm, ladies and gentlemen. So right now the tyre drop-off is significant, and I think that's what makes Caracas's performance in the previous stint so remarkable, because again he was around about 0.4 of a second from his fastest to his slowest lap time. Obviously there's some anomalies, but the range is around about 0.4 of a second. But then you look at Scherer, he was a lot faster. Ultimately the difference between his fastest and his sort of slowest lap was around about 0.9 of a second. So yeah, Caracas was very, very consistent, although Jordan was faster throughout the session. But that 5-second penalty and ultimately the damage they had from Capoccia was costing them the lead of this race. But it's close, so it's 15 seconds now between the front two teams. I think we are going to see an official battle over the next 4 or so hours. How far now are Lamborghini? They're 28 seconds behind the leaders. We've then got Bykov for SMP of 33 seconds. You know, it's a mistake, isn't it? 30 seconds, you know, being 30 seconds behind is just a mistake from someone, a spin on top of the mountain, and they can't rejoin properly because cars are coming through. So you still got to have your wits about you, right? There's no real safe lead around here.
No, there's really not. I mean, you know what the old saying about racing is, the only safe place on the racetrack's actually in the garage, but nobody wants to be there. All these cars, especially top 10, I would argue, top 11 cars, they all have a shot to win this race. All it takes is major mistakes, and you saw it earlier, cars coming from the back or cars that were sent to the back filtering out to the front. Just because we're 4 hours from the checkered flag tonight, that doesn't mean that that can't happen. That doesn't mean that it won't happen. It probably will. You're going to see some more mistakes from drivers. Who's to say, you know, knock on wood, but McLaren Veloce is out in front. That doesn't mean that they're impervious from mistakes like Scuderia Ferrari had in the 51. It could happen to them. The 51 could make another mistake. You just don't know. That's the brilliant part about motor racing in any variety and capacity. You just don't know. You got to run the laps.
Well, I'm again going to refer to a race I was in last week. We were P14 after having a crash in a 24-hour race. We finished P2. So anything can indeed happen in these races, and especially around somewhere like Bathurst, it normally does. Again, penalties playing a huge factor. You get involved in traffic at the wrong time, and ultimately you can get yourself in a bit of trouble. Victor Nicolai, I've seen Victor Nicolai. He's another driver, very similarly to Malinowski, by the way, where he's absolutely unbelievable, or it's in a wall somewhere. So yeah, like you can just see he's pushing the car just to beyond its limits ever so slightly. Got away with it there, did the Romanian driver. Ultimately, they're still in P2. They've got their Peachman, who isn't pushing too much, I wouldn't think. They know they're going to jump them once they get through the pit stop phase, so there's not too much pressure on them. But it's all about the stints beyond that. Can they keep that 10-second advantage, get in that track position? But ultimately, you know, it just seems like there's always been a battle for P2 in the silver class. Doesn't matter what mistakes happen, doesn't matter who ends up, you know, quitting the race. There's always a battle for P2.
Yeah, you got Tata Stewarding Vicious up there in the lead of the silver class, absolutely unabated by anybody in the race thus far. They've just got to keep it clean. The battle for P2, though, like you said, just feels like it's been going on for ages. Different cars, too. We're not talking about just the one in the 71. Just in general, the entire race, whoever's in second place has not been safe. Nicolai carrying the 10-second penalty. I'm going to argue Peachman has been so calm and collected about this whole thing, and so accommodating. Also, a little bit just hasn't been able to close in. And I wonder, because Peachman did catch Nicolai, is this on purpose from the driver of the 71 Rid Welton car? Are they not trying to overtake West competition here? Is this the strategy at this point?
Yeah, exactly that. Again, they're going to get that 10-second advantage regardless of whether they make the overtake or not. Maybe it could be potentially push P2 into making a mistake in terms of forcing the issue. Again, Flex Stream Championship, Victor Nicolai, for me, I gave him 3 driver of the days, and then in the other 2, there was issues. So it is one of those. You can maybe force a mistake here or there, but on his day, again, one of those drivers is very much untouchable. But he's under some severe pressure here. Peachman is doing a sensational job. BMW versus the Ferrari. I'm just being patient here. They're not going to have too long till they come into the pits. Again, the 10-second penalty is going to render Victor Nicolai down, or at least the team, there'll be a new driver coming into the car, render them down the order by that position. So yeah, you don't need to do anything too crazy. The people in front of them right now, Nils Naujoks, Eamon Murphy, neither of them are in the battle for their class, right? They're both in a different class. They're 45 seconds behind the leader. They're really needing a mistake from the leader of this class for them to go out there and win this race. So yeah, you just need to just have a little bit of patience about yourself.
Patience is key in motor racing, and out of all the skills a racing driver has in their toolbox, I've always found the hardest one to teach is patience. You either have it or you don't, and if you don't have it, you tend to learn the hard way. Close to the cutting right there.
Yeah, there was nearly a little bit of love made between the two cars. We were nearly expecting a BMW Ferrari hybrid in 9 months' time, but luckily there was no contact between the two of them. Heading over the mountain section, it's still the advantage then to Victor Nicolai. Peachman just he's not getting as far out to the walls though. It looks like he really is driving within himself, which would be the clever thing to do. Through Skyline, now down through the chicane, in towards Dipper. And a little bit of a mistake there actually from the BMW, getting very squirrely, sliding around, and this is exactly what Peachman needs to do. Just stay close enough to force a potential mistake, but you don't want to be close enough to also get involved in it. So you've got to play this pretty cleverly. He's doing a pretty good job right now.
I always heard you want to be as close as possible to make a move if they make a mistake, but just far enough away to avoid the crash is what I was always told. But yeah, I absolutely agree with you. I hadn't actually noticed that Peachman was not taking full length of the racetrack or the curbs, and that's absolutely right. I think you're correct. He's driving within himself and keeping up, if that tells you the pace of the Rinwelton car.
We've also got some stats here. Michael Hamlet's throwing stats our way. The 912 McLaren has caught up 1.8 seconds of pit stop time. The 63 Lamborghini is still 7 minutes 25 in the pits, which is 10 seconds, 0.7 less than anybody else on the grid. In terms of average lap times, it is just ridiculous. The top three cars, number 51, the number 888, and the 912, there is 7 thousandths of a second between the three of them over the course of their average lap time. We are 8 hours into a race. That is absolutely, it's like AI at driving. This is the AI race. That is unbelievable. But yeah, it's like AI at driving. So everybody's close, right? So right now there's the top 7, top 8 teams within 0.3 of a second. But those three teams specifically, 51, 888 and 912, tip my hat. That is absolutely outstanding. That's just something only AI can do. Wow. Yeah,
it's insane. That takes into account all racing laps. That is the average pace, 7 1/1000ths difference between the top three. And don't get me wrong, even behind them, it's only about a tenth or so, and they're very close. The 14, the 63, and the 555, all very close, within a tenth of each other, but 7 1/1000ths of a second. Third decimal place? I always wondered why we have stats in 3 decimal places rather. This is exactly why. That is incredible pace, and it's hard to beat somebody, and that's why you cannot be making mistakes out there and hope to win a race like this, because the pace is so similar, it's so hard to claw it back.
Yeah, so in ACC it does go to 4, but it just would look weird in terms of the graphics on screen. But in the server, well, we're about to see a move here then. So this is the move for second position. They've had enough, haven't they? Rinwelton have had enough. They are going to go around the outside. And Victor Nicolai, I wonder if they're bringing the car into the pits this lap, because that was very much, you can go through, no problem at all. No, Victor Nicolai doesn't. So yeah, I think they realise they're going to lose 10 seconds anyway. There's no need to really battle about it. They've also witnessed a couple of incidents through that chicane where people have got involved when they didn't need to. So it makes sense really for them to just get out of the way there. So how quick is Peachman? Peachman's been patient. I can barely speak there. Peachman's been patient. Oh God, that's try and say that 5 times really fast. But now, how fast were they? 5 laps, I guess. They stayed behind Nicolai. Didn't really try and force the issue. How much pace do they have in that car?
That's going to be the real question, and can they pull away from Nicolai now? Nicolai's not really fallen off the back in the short sector that they've ran since the pass has been made, and now we're going to get the answer to, was Peachman pacing Nicolai, or was Nicolai just as quick as Peachman was at that given time? Well, we're about to find out the answer to that. I can tell you, 1.5 to 2 sectors removed from the move being made, there's absolutely nothing between them.
Yeah, you got Marchi still behind Kolosov. Valentin Barrier's got a 2.4 second advantage now, by the way, since these have been battling for position. And well, if 2 wasn't enough, we've got a third joining for the party here. Statsenko in the Audi just in behind, the number 25, catching up to these. There's a three-way battle for effectively what is P14, and then they'll be looking to maybe get up ahead of Barriere. But Barriere has got a lap car between them all as well now, so that makes things a little bit easier for him. But Statsenko is very fast indeed, and with the Audi, I think there's an opportunity to make a move here if he's very, very wily. Statsenko is, in terms of experience, one of the more experienced drivers on the grid, so expect to see something magical happening here.
Well, yeah, the ITB Saint-Elak driver has the most precarious position, in my opinion, Mikhail Statsenko, because they're out of position. They are not racing these cars for spots that would pay points, but they have to make up these spots regardless. And how do you approach this? You're coming up on a group. It could be a buy one, get one free sort of scenario if you play it right. It also could end in tears. Doesn't end in tears there. That looked almost orchestrated.
No, that's clever. That's really clever here. Remember, they're not in the same class racing. Statsenko's a pro car, so this doesn't affect Marchi's race in terms of points, but he's let him go and he's not lost a lot of time. So now it's all about Kolosov. So if Kolosov doesn't just let him go and forces Statsenko to make an overtake, this is where Marchi could potentially pounce. I think this is a very clever move from him.
I couldn't agree more. I always like that. I respect a lot of things in racing that most people tend to ignore. Proper back markership, being blue flagged, proper use of the indicators as well in the race car, and good strategy and safe strategy as well whenever you realize you're in a no-win situation. And that's exactly, I think, what you saw. And of course, you see Statsenko going on this battle uninterrupted. The 25 gets a few positions up the field, gets a little closer to where they probably should be. And Marchi reignites that battle for, what is this, a fourth time on Kolosov. Yeah,
Kolosov, for me, made a mistake there through Hell Corner. I think if he doesn't make that mistake, he probably doesn't let Statsenko go, but he just ran a bit wide, grabbed a bit too much grass, and ultimately it just gave Statsenko a run. He did let him go in the end, but they both let him go. Neither of them really lost too much time. So now it's back to them battling for position. So what's this been going for now? 8 laps, 9 laps, maybe even 10. In behind them, that is the number 555, right? I think that's Blyer. I think Blyer is looking to come and lap these. So it's again another chance here for Marchi to be clever about it, potentially let Blyer go in a sensible place and try and do this part two, because Kolosov absolutely read it perfectly himself and actually didn't lose any time. So this is really clever driving from these two.
Not quite close enough is Dominic Blyer in that car to make the pass right now. Any sort of letting off the throttle, cracking the throttle, letting him go from Marchi would absolutely impact the battle with Kolosov. So they're going to have to redo this again. Maybe by the time they get to the mountain straight, they will be close enough to make that move happen again. But Kolosov holding strong here. Credit where credit's due. May have had some slip-ups, but Marchi's still behind him, and that's the main point.
Yeah, it's been really good for Barriere, though. The Valentin Barriere hasn't really had to deal with the pressure of these two because they've been battling with each other. But this has been a really nice battle between the two of them. No one's tried to do anything too silly. I think they've realised that we're 8 hours into a race here. If we're going to do something, let's make it nice and special and have a bit of fun. We don't need to be pushing too hard. Ultimately, they are both, they're both battling for a top 5 position. Barriere just being a little bit further at the road. There's a potential for a top 4, but there's no need. Even if he gets 6th at this stage of the championship, right at the early stages, it's not the end of the world. It's a good finish, right? It's a top 10. You move on to the next round. You've got points on the board, and then there's something to build from. But if you make a silly decision, drop down the order, and ultimately, undo all of the hard work you've done so far today, and it just leaves a bitter taste in your mouth moving on to the next round. So I like what I'm seeing from this. But right now, it is a case of the 555 Williams Esports car's got to try and get through here. Dominic Blyer looking to get through as quickly as he possibly can.
Yeah, rather unfortunately, Blyer took a little too long to catch up to the back of this group, and now sort of right behind them on the mountain section of the racetrack. No real overtaking opportunity. You don't even, as a faster driver, or as a faster driver, you don't even really expect to be let through. You don't want to be let through here. So much can go wrong, but it is frustrating. You get up the mountain straight and you realize, oh my goodness, I'm going to spend another half a lap behind these cars that are clearly slower than mine. And that's a bit frustrating, but again, there's not a whole lot you can do about that. You catch people when you catch people. Speaking of...
Yeah, Malinowski dealing with back market traffic here beautifully well. Actually now sits in behind Eamon Murphy. So he's lapped up to 10th position now. It's Nils Naujoksi's lapped, and now he's off to try and get ahead of Eamon Murphy then. So the whole field being lapped here by Veloce. Again, the only time producing qualifying under the 2-minute mark by Luke Whitehead. The start of the race wasn't perfect. Went down to 10th position after an incident into turn number 2. But the recovery, oh boy, has been special. They now lead this race. It is a direct battle between Ferrari Esports, although that gap's come down by a couple of seconds, but note that they have got traffic to deal with here, so that will have taken an effect as well. And only losing around about half a second a lap here is Malinowski, so very patient drive from him. Doesn't need to do anything more, really. He'll hand the car to Whitehead again, I'm sure, over the course of the next few hours, and that'll be the real pace stint. They'll be hoping for a bit of clear air in that. You're expecting the Ferrari, of course, to just continue to be as quick as they have been. And maybe with the pit stop strategy that the Lamborghini esports team have been doing, they've been in the pits a lot less. Can they gain another 10 seconds over the course of the next 4 hours? Might bring them into play as well. But Malinowski doing a really nice job here, not trying to do anything too sketchy, and making sure that he hands the car to the next driver in P1.
That's all you can really hope for in a situation like this. You're not necessarily trying to go out there and beat Chris Harteveld. You're not trying to really compete with him directly. You start doing that, you're going to get yourself in trouble. And Maciej Malinowski is clearly capable of driving at an incredibly high level, doing incredible lap times, lap after lap. But it's more important than that, than lap time right now. It's working traffic efficiently, keeping the car out of trouble. You know Scuderia Ferrari 51 has already had issues. You've had your issues. You've both recovered. You're in the position you're in because of your pace. Don't overdo it and try to go 101%. It's completely unnecessary when you're catching traffic and when you're heavy in traffic, and they likely will be throughout the end of the race. But I will say, after the pit stops and the dust was settled and the penalty for the 51, it was 16 seconds, remember, the difference between the top two. It is now under 13. It's 12.9. Harteveld very clearly on a better pace, like you said.
Yeah, what you find at this level in sim racing, and don't get me wrong, I can't go from experience on ATC specifically, but everybody in this race is used to being in the lead, right? They've all been in this position, even if they're a back marker right now. So they know what they would want from a back marker when they've been in that position. So that's why I don't think you see as many incidents, and that's why you'll see a bit more patience from a P1, because they know that effectively they will get out of the way safely. But like you said earlier on, you've got to make sure that you're easy to read. You can't be sporadic with your driving. Ultimately, the car that's the faster car that's trying to do the lapping has to overtake you. So you've got to make sure you're predictable and stay on that racing line. Right, incident between cars 11 and 45 on lap 228. A 5-second time penalty goes to car number 45, which is the Atotech Simsport Visceral Porsche. That's I think it was Vinny Oliveira who was in the car then. But yeah, that is a 5-second penalty. I got something right. I've just been told in my ear. I don't know who that was. A higher power just went in my ear. It was. So again, every broadcast gets I get one thing right. So there it is. That's the one thing.
Oh, you and me both, man. You and me both. But yes, indeed, Oliveira with the penalty for the 45 car. Not the biggest one we've seen today, admittedly. Ooh, a little bit of curb hopping here as we come through Sunset. Not exactly how you want to do it, but you go through there 2x2. Things like that will definitely happen. Marchi losing the back of Kolosov just a little bit through that section as some of the faster traffic comes through. Kolosov given a momentary respite from the onslaught of pressure that they've experienced for, goodness, it feels like the last hour.
Yeah, it's perfect there for Kolosov because ultimately he's not, Blya's lost time because of that. So he's not close enough to make the move now, which gives Kolosov a chance to maybe make a bit of a gap here to Marchi, and ultimately then let the Williams driver through very easily, losing minimal time and then gaining maybe a second and a half here. So this has worked out really nice for the Ferrari, not so much for the Lamborghini, for the Clash team. But we're actually coming up towards a pit stop phase again. So it ebbs and flows, it changes. Battles all over the circuit right now. Veloce still lead. We've also got then Juknevicius currently in that number 3 car who leads for the Silvers.
Tadas, can I just say, talk about drivers that we've watched grow up before our eyes and turn into pros. We talked about Chris Harteveld earlier on, seeing him come through the ranks. Tadas Juknevicius is another one of those drivers that I've had the pleasure of watching just drive at a very high level and not so much get faster. They were always fast, but they've tidied up their racing quite a bit. And on a day like today, where that is likely going to be, and you can mark my words, in 3 hours and some change, that's going to decide this race. This race isn't over. Whoever had the cleanest race is probably going to win it, at least among the top few. And the same thing's true in the silver class. Tadas has done that today. That's why they have a very nice gap that they have to the next nearest silver car. And it's just incredible. They might end up winning this race. But again, 3 hours, 47 minutes, you get a lead that large, you start looking up at the clock, and it feels like it starts slowing down.
Yeah, you're completely spot on. I'll mention again, Darren McCormack is another one. 2 years ago was quick. Luke Whitehead's another one that always had the pace, but then sorts out the inconsistencies, and now elite level. Like when you think about the top 5 on ACC, you're mentioning Darren McCormack, you're mentioning Luke Whitehead, right? And it used to be, oh, they are really quick over one lap, raw pace, really quick. Now you're mentioning the full package. Like Malinowski's another one who maybe was a little bit rough around the edges, given 18 months ago, maybe 2 years ago. Now is almost a complete package. Still has that mistake in him, but ultimately as a front runner, I don't think there's any better out there. I think Malinowski is unbelievable when he's out in front. That is the competitive nature of sim racing, right? It's not, maybe 5 years ago you could get away with just being fast, being raw pace, quick. That's how quick you are. Inconsistencies didn't really matter because you were that quick, you could get that much of a gap. You can't do that now. The gaps are thousands of a second. Like the full grid here, they are all pro drivers. You even look at the silver class here, and they are all pro drivers, really, if we're going to be completely honest. Maybe the money's not quite there in sim racing where they're all making a living, but in terms of how competitive it is, there's not a lot between the fastest and slowest driver on this grid.
No, you're absolutely right. There's no doubt in my mind. Any team here in this race today would be a pro grid in any other series, regardless. It does not matter. That's how quick they are. But talk about Malinowski. We'll go back to Malinowski. They were incredibly rough when they started sim racing, but almost nobody works as hard as Maciej Malinowski. They will race any day of the week, any time of the day, in anything, just to get repetition, just to get in the rig, just to get that experience. And I think that has helped them massively. Also, racing these days in the last year and a half with big teams, sort of molding that driver into a world-class athlete. That's what's happened to Maciej Malinowski. No surprise. I mean, I don't think none of us would be surprised. Any of these drivers in this race, not really surprised. They are top talent for sure.
Oh, 100%. Again, I'll bring it back to what I said in the first hour. I think that to be the top sim racing driver on any sim or on any specific car is harder than to be the top driver in a series in the real world. Don't get me wrong, they're both very, very difficult, but I just think there's more people that are closer to you in sim racing just because people can do more repetitions. It is more competitive without a shadow of a doubt. It is ridiculous how close it is at the top, and it is thousands of a second. There is nothing between the top drivers. It is all about making sure that you are consistent, making sure that you are able to maintain that pace. It's the growth of sim racing over the last specifically 4 years is unbelievable. Ridiculous talent.
Keep in mind too, far less politics in sim racing as well. So
yeah, well, I don't know actually. Hold on.
Okay.
Maybe they used to be, but now it's just as bad. I think
I do apologize. Back in my day, I didn't qualify my statement very well. But no,
when it's competitive, mate, it doesn't matter whether it be gaming or sports. Anything that's competitive, there'll be politics involved. Don't you worry about that.
That is a fair adjudication in my mind. But, there's one thing you cannot cheat, and that's that leaderboard. And that's what they're all chasing, and that's how they all got here.
Yeah, Harteveld just bringing that gap down about 0.4 of a second on the previous lap. The gap now down to under 12 seconds, 11.5 as it stands. Santoro for Lamborghini. They are quite literally the same distance behind P1 as they were when they came out the pits. It's 28.7 seconds. That was what it was last time. Bykov in an 888, they've closed the gap. So they've gained 2 seconds on the leaders. Of course, that's going to ebb and flow for the simple fact that there's lap traffic to deal with when you've got 44 cars out there on circuit. I've just noticed Darren King's in the race. There's Darren King down at P23. Shout out to Dow King, absolute legend. He's another one we got to protect with our lives because he remembers when I used to be fast. He was around. So there's like 3 people in the world that remember. So we just got to protect them all, okay? Protect them all.
Well, Darren King, a talent as well. And if you don't know Darren King, I mean, my goodness, a driver that's as accomplished as any other, has quite a long tenure. And you see drivers that show up and they're hot for a few years and they sort of disappear. Darren King's not that guy. Darren King's a slow burner. He has been involved in sim racing since, I can't put a year on it, but it's been a very long time. And he's just always been there. He's ethereal in my mind.
Yeah, 100%. We can go for many of them, right? It's it's just such a competitive market now. I remember when I first got involved, and I mention this quite often to be fair, I'm sure people are bored of this statement being said, but when I first got into sim racing many years ago, there was sort of 10 to 15 drivers, and it was kind of invite only really, or time trial based.
Oh yeah.
And every single sim, it was the same drivers. It was just the same group. Now I would say there are, in terms of across all of sim racing, 1,000 top drivers, something like that you could say would be competitive across the different sims that are out there. It's actually quite ridiculous. I would say ACC has the sort of the most in terms of top tier talent to their player base. But yeah, it's a nice space to be in. It's growing nicely. The ability's getting faster and faster and faster, which makes these broadcasts even more interesting. A couple of years ago, I think the race, we may have a couple of battles on circuit, but I wouldn't say we'd have a battle every time we change camera. Like, this has been absolutely ridiculous, and it's again testament to the preparation the teams and the drivers put in.
I can put it like this. 2 years ago, starting this very series, I mentioned, I was like, well, I wonder who's going to be the top teams this year. Last year, starting off this series, I said, well, the field has gotten so much closer over the year. I'm curious who's going to be able to dig out that extra, 10th or 100th of a second to get out there. This year, I'm afraid I have to say, I wonder who's going to dig out the extra 1,000th of a second. Every single year on year, the field's got more competitive. The competition has got way more fierce. There's more drivers that you can rely on, and there's not one guy at the top that you can stand there and point and go, that person is going to win every race, or probably going to win every race, because it's not like that. Every team has a superstar these days. Some superstars are a little bit better than others, admittedly, but you cannot show up to one of these Mobileye races and know who's going to win. That's how competitive it is. And that's a great place for the sport to be.
It certainly is. Again, I'm just an advocate for this to grow. I want to see as many sim racers being paid a living in this as possible.
Oh, absolutely.
Really simple as that. I just want to see it continue to grow. And, having the best drivers in the world not have to worry about going to do a day job. They are being paid enough money for them to be able to go, right, I can do 8 hours a day, and that is my living. That only helps this space improve. It only helps the drivers that are trying to join up, because they can directly see what they're aiming to be. Like, it's so much easier for the space to grow when you've got people you look up to and go, oh my God, they are doing what I want to do. And it's becoming more and more prevalent as we go through the years. Tobias Pfeffer, this is a battle for position overall in the race, but ultimately this is still, he's P7 regardless of whether he makes this overtake or not. And if you're West competition, you absolutely let him go through. It's Tobias Pfeffer after all. You don't really want to be Pfeffing about. I'm here all day. With him, and just let him crack on. You're still P1 in your class. You've still got that 45-second gap, plus a 10-second penalty that indeed will be taken by Nikolai, who's in P3.
Sorry, I'm still laughing over here. I quite enjoyed that joke. Yeah, I found that interesting, the way that he let him go, Pfeffer, that is. But the fact is, he made a very obvious move down to the inside. He gave him what is essentially, Jude Vicious anyway, gave Pfeffer what was essentially the line you want to be on if you're going to take the final corner, and sort of backed off, just let him have it. But that's exactly what we were talking about earlier. That's what you got to do when you're going to lead a race, and you're going to have a fairly large gap, admittedly. You have to make those calls. You don't want to do that. Everything about your training and about your driver coaching is not making mistakes, and that is exactly what you have to do.
I tell you what, I'm going to give credit where credit's due here. Valentin Barriere is one of those where it is, again, all or nothing. Ultimately, he was under a lot of pressure for the first half of his stint, but once he broke the toe with those two cars behind him, he let them battle. He's got a nice little gap here for Yas Heat. And well, when we first got here, where were they? They were overall, what, P22?
Yeah.
Honzik being in the car. I'm trying to think who else was driving for Yazhi. Now there is another driver, right? Valentin Barriere has been in the car. 296. Yeah, we've got.
It was Willem
Sean
van Omen, wasn't it, as well? Oh, wait, that's a different.
No,
that's a different car,
Omen's for FFS. Actually, we've not had Edgars or Sean Arnold in the car since we've been here. It's been Honzik and Barriere the whole time. So I guess they're going to bring in one of the other two drivers now. We know Arnold's been in the car because he spun out at sunset over Skyline. That's Sebring sunset. Yeah. So that's a really good stint. I think Barriere and Honzik have done a really, really nice job, and now they're pushing up towards that top 10. So yeah, great stuff. They're in the top 5 for their class, obviously silver class. A top 10 overall, I don't think's out of the offering here. I think they're doing a really, really nice job.
Yeah, some days a top 10 is better than anything else. It's just knowing that maybe you didn't unload with the best stuff. Maybe you made some decisions that weren't exactly great. Maybe you got caught up in an accident as well. And top 10, some days those are better than wins in certain cases. But no matter what you do, you can't stop battling. And they certainly will not do that there at the Yas Heat. And that is interesting. That's true. We have not seen Malovix or Arnold in the car. And I think you're correct in that assessment that they're going to probably do the end of the race. And if they're not, then I have no idea what their strategy is.
I'll tell you what, I'm thankful that we're off in about 50 minutes because we've been right so many times over the course of the last few hours. I feel like something's going to explode. So, yeah, very interesting. And we just had Mike in our ear just trying to tell us that we're wrong. Yeah, okay, mate. No, Sean Arnold was in the car.
I mean, we typically are, so I just believe him personally.
Yeah, maybe he's fair. So it's it's a case of we are right again. It is what it is. So Fefa, right now, this is kind of a litmus test right now. Malinowski, if you follow ACC Sim Racing, you know that Tobias Fefa, Unicorns of Love, are unbelievable. One of the very best teams around. Probably have been the best team with Williams for the last 18 months. I'd say you got maybe throwing Veloce in there as well. But they're about to be lapped by Veloce. That is an unbelievable accolade to throw in there. So by the next, I don't know, 5 or 6 laps, I think Malinowski may catch up here, and ultimately it'll be lapped up to P7.
Relentless pace, I think, is what it is. Relentless pace by the leaders, and despite little foibles along the way, not making the big mistake or just having outright pace in some cases, if we're being honest with ourselves, that is incredible. Lapping inside the top 10. By the way, just some housekeeping. Being told that Sean Arnold was in the Yazhi Esports 296 earlier on in the day before Luke Crane and myself were in the box. So that's why we don't recall that.
No, that's what I said. But to be fair, he spun on Skyline.
Oh.
So yeah,
yeah.
I know he was in the car before we were here. I'm saying it's only been Honzik and Barriere whilst we've been in the commentary box.
Well, then in that case, I'm just wrong, which is par for the course, so we can carry on.
It's bad for us, really, if no one can understand us. We're the commentators. People are supposed to understand what we're saying.
Well, that is true. That what we mean to say, in the past 3 hours or so, we have not seen any driver other than Jardier and Barriere. So that is sort of odd that they have taken duties amongst themselves. It's not entirely odd. If you have a driver that starts the race or runs the race early, they might, in a 12-hour race anyway, they might take a little bit of a break, maybe a nap if you're that type. Certainly have known a couple of esports drivers who can fall asleep seemingly in the middle of a hurricane. So drivers are peculiar like that sometimes, and other drivers, like you were talking about earlier, Luke, you don't want to be removed at all from the action. You've got the adrenaline pumping, and it's just impossible. Takes all sorts, I suppose, but it is possible that they are resting up and they will take the final couple of stints. We'll see.
It's probably leg day, to be fair. Sean will never skip leg day. That guy, if you've seen him, he is a big guy. He loves the gym. So maybe you just have to go to the gym.
I once heard you should never skip leg day, and I never do either, so makes sense.
He definitely hasn't skipped leg day, that's for sure, or arm day. He's a big old
He's got a routine, he's got a schedule, he's putting in the reps on the racetrack and in the gym.
Yeah, he's got his fish and rice cakes in the Poppy Ping. He's having a good time.
You love to see it. Tobias Pfeffer, P7 for the Mercedes-AMG Esports team. Unicorns of Love. A couple of those cars in the race. And just to show you, we talked about the overlap between the leaders and the top 10. But this car, one of the cars that hasn't moved they've virtually been here the entire time that Luke and I have been in the box. They've been stuck in 7th place overall, just behind the number 4 car. And at some point, you get tired of looking at the back of somebody's car if it is the same one. But again, nothing wrong with their pace. Their pace is completely fine. Everybody going along well. We read you earlier the average lap times for all the top 10. Quite frankly, it's useless. They're all so close, it is impossible to differentiate.
Yeah, it's like robots going around a circuit is that close in terms of their average lap time. So yeah, massive kudos to the drivers. And there's just no drop-off. It doesn't matter who's in the car, there's no drop-off, especially with the top 10. And that's why the positions are staying the same. You normally see a fluctuation of positions between pit stops, but that's just not the case now as it stands. But if we're going to go through the leaders, then Malinowski leading for Veloce, McLaren Veloce. They've got Hartevelt for Ferrari Esports in 2nd spot, Santoro for Lamborghini Esports in 3rd. Blyer, 4th position for Williams. We got in the booth, they were 7th. We've got Abelarde, who in 5th position. He's had a penalty to contend with and an incident earlier on. They were in P3 actually quite comfortably for the SMP Racing. So that's the top 5 then for what would be the pro class. And then we go to P8, and the first silver car is Duke Novicius. We've then got Victor Nicolai, who's got a 10-second penalty to contend with in a minute in 2nd spot. We've then got Marshy, who's in 3rd, he's currently in 13th overall. And then we've got Fleischer, who's just got in the car actually in the 144, currently in 4th position. So we'll go up to 3rd, I think, eventually. We've then got Lucasen in 4th, and then we've got Valentin Barriere in 5th, or actually 6th position overall. So that is the state of play here. It's 2 classes of car, pros and indeed silvers. And I'm telling you now, it has been an exceptional race so far. We've got 3 hours, 30 minutes to go. There's been battles all over track for the entirety of it. There's really been no time to breathe during this. We are 3 hours, 15 minutes into commentary, and it feels like it's been maybe half an hour.
Yeah, that's the thing too. From our position that maybe folks at home don't quite understand, we're race fans. We're all race fans here, and even when we're in the box, we just love talking about racing. And you can tell, Luke, I'm sure you've had your fair share, you can tell a good race from a boring one, and the good ones absolutely fly by. This one has felt like I've been here for maybe 20, 25 minutes. There's been so much action going on. We're not done with that. Of course, the 2nd place car, Nikolai, in the BMW in the silver class, has that penalty, and guess what that's going to do? Reignite the battle for P2 in silver.
It certainly is. It absolutely is. Yeah, it's going to be very, very close indeed. By the way, Hartevelt has now gained 4 more seconds on the lead. So Malinowski, I guess that must be to do with traffic. I'm sure that there's not been any misdemeanors here, but on the last lap, it was 202.9. So the traffic really is playing. You've got to be fortunate with traffic, basically, at this stage of the race, and hopefully it doesn't really get in your way. But yeah, now the gap's down to 8 seconds. Ferrari versus McLaren Veloce. I'm excited for this. I don't think we're going to see it. I don't think we're going to quite see this battle. But Lewis and Ewan are going to have a classic, I think, for the last couple of hours.
Do you know what's interesting about this battle, about Malinowski giving up time to Hartevelt? I think Hartevelt's just quicker. I think we've documented that from Scuderia Ferrari's point all day long. But I don't think that's what's happening here. I think Malinowski has demons around this racetrack. I mentioned earlier the last time he was here in SRO competition that I was commentating on, he was into the wall. And it's been a big deal. I've seen him do it in other series as well. I think he's driving a little bit more timid, knowing that if he goes over the line, he might put it back into the wall. He doesn't want to do that to his team here today, and he might be driving at 98%. And yeah, he's given up time, but he's holding on the lead. The only thing that's important is he returns that car to the pit lane without scratches on it, and that's what he's doing. That might be his strategy here.
Yeah, I'm wondering, Luke Whitehead was in the chat earlier on, so he might be able to shed some light as to whether there's been a mistake or something somewhere. But actually, no, the gap's gone. Well, no, the gap has gone up to 10 seconds, but that's because Hartevelt has come into the pits. So Ferrari have blinked first here. We've got 3 hours, 28 minutes to go. So for my money, they're going to have to do an extra splash and dash at some point, and I would imagine McLaren Veloce will have to do the same. Actually, they're not going to stretch it out for another 28 minutes, or they'd have to maybe 18 minutes. They'll have to stretch it out to now. Yeah, Hartevelt does bring it into the pits, and he will bring it back out. So does Malinowski bring it in straight away? They're on pretty similar strategies, aren't they? They're not too far off each other.
Yeah, that's what I was sitting here trying to figure out. I got my I got my pad and my paper, and I'm trying to figure out if they'll come in this time. And since Ferrari blinked first, do they come in, or do they try to stretch it, knowing that we're in the back third of the race now, or we'll shortly be in the back third of the race? If not, what do they do? Do they go as absolutely long as possible? I'm completely unsure at this stage what they're going to do, simply because if this was a normal race and they were spread out, you really wouldn't care what everybody else is doing. But because you're in a direct battle with somebody, and you have been most of all day, you are constantly tweaking your strategy. You're tweaking what you're doing on pit lane. When you come in, you're doing all of that based on other teams as well. It's a bit like Formula racing in that respect here today.
Yeah, I guess the longer they stay out, though, the shorter the extra stop will be at the end.
It's true.
That kind of plays into their favour, so that makes more sense. Yeah, it's nicely poised, isn't it? It's nicely poised between the front two teams. Malinowski goes past the pit entry and will stay out. We've got Eye Lightning in the chat. Yeah, he watched the first 2 hours, then had a little snooze. Now he's back awake. He's in Canada. So welcome back, mate. You've joined at the perfect time. 3.5 hours to go in this race. Action aplenty. Anyone else watching from around the world, get yourselves involved in the chat. Don't be shy. Always good to hear from people. Let us know where you're watching from around the world. Maybe you've got a favourite driver or favourite team. And yeah, say hello, whether you're on YouTube or Twitch. Yeah, come and say hello. We're talking about battles. This is indeed for a bit of lappage action. And unfortunately, Lucasen has caught the Porsche at a very precarious position.
Yeah, he's not going to be able to get by Fleischer at this point. They're going to have to wait, but two cars pacing each other. Surely the Porsche is going to have some nice pace over the top of the mountain, but it doesn't look like the Ferrari closes right back up to the back of them. Has to back off a little bit earlier than where you would normally brake for sunset, right on the back. And that's exactly what Lucasen's trying to do, trying to drive right up to the rear bumper of that Porsche, just so when they get to the Conrad straight, they have a little overlapping ability. And I think he's done that pretty well. He's pretty close. If he stays in the tow, he might have a shot down near the chase.
I love the fact he's flashed his lights as if the Porsche has no idea there's a big Ferrari behind him with tiger stripes, mackerel stripes behind him. So I think he knows you're there, mate. Don't worry. But Lucasen is P2, we think, overall in the class. He doesn't really need to fight this because the Porsche's off strategy, so the Porsche will have to come in at some point. But yeah, how early do you make this move? We've heard from Jordan Sherritt earlier.
Oh, man.
The difference in tyres at this stage of the stint is massive compared to new tyres. And well, the Porsche is coming in. So good patience there from Lucasen. Didn't force the issue, didn't lose too much time. And ultimately now has clear track. No incidents involving Fleischer. Just up ahead and gains position. So P4 now. But again, will jump Nikolai and March. It won't sort itself out now. It will sort itself out once they cross the line next time round. But yeah, Lucasen in P2, looking really nice. Again, probably needs a mistake from Essa, currently in P8. For anything to really happen in terms of winning in the next 3.5 hours, but they're in a position, if there is some misdemeanors, to take advantage.
If you're wondering what I was reacting to, Linus Lucasen lost traction coming through the chase a little bit up behind that other car and had to seesaw on the wheel just a little bit. It wasn't big, and I will say if this was last year that would have been big, but 1.9 has just been a breath of fresh air in my opinion. And I think the tire construction a little bit better. This Pirelli P0's absolutely gripping, but on the limit though, you could tell Lucasen didn't know that car was coming in, and they were trying to get as close as they could into the final turn to maybe make a dive down the inside or just keep it close in general. But a little bit of a wiggle there, and I thought for a second they were going around, but no, well held.
Yeah, Jordan Sherritt now in the car, and actually this is fourth position, although it has the... Oh, no.
Oh, no.
No, what have you done, Jordan? So that is a fourth position, but it's the end of the stint for Williams. It's the start of the stint for Ferrari. Right now, Malinowski and Veloce, who are in the pits, they are going to have smiles on their faces like Cheshire Cats, because that is a stone wall penalty for the Ferrari team. I can almost guarantee it, and that'll be 3 stints in a row where they have had a penalty. And look at the difference in position right now. This is Luke Whitehead in the car once again, who is effectively, I think, around about 7 to 8 seconds ahead. Jordan Sherritt might be in a little bit of trouble this time.
I absolutely agree. I don't think we're going too far out on that limb to say that that's probably going to be a penalty, and that might be the contest for the win probably over with that one. I know it's still 3 hours and some to go, but I just don't know if you can come back from that again. It's going to take a heroic effort here in the final 3 hours, but I'm with you, partner. That's going to be a penalty of some variety. It might be quite severe based on the nature of it.
Yeah, I don't think it's necessarily over. Well, look at it, given the position back. So is that a case of, look, we've given the position back, you know, give us a warning for that. We haven't had any contact with anybody else during this race. Of course, they've had a penalty for the pit lane excursion. They extended over the line. They had a warning, then they got given a penalty. But is this a case of, do you know what, we're just going to give them back the position? Maybe the stewards will give us a warning because of that. I'm in favour for that. I feel like if you make a mistake and you let them go, obviously if it's an intentional one, or are they still waiting for them? Actually, I don't think they've gone by, have they? Has Blyer gone by? It might be in a different Mercedes.
They definitely haven't. There it is.
There we go.
Yeah, he's intentionally. Dominic Blyer is going to be either let by or they're going to re-engage in this race, and hasn't quite let him by, but they are side by side. Here it is. Jordan Sherritt letting Dominic Blyer by after 1 lap ago. Huge contact coming down through the chase. Now, I will say, Luke, I don't think the stewards are going to forget and forgive based on it being returned. But what I will say, that might lessen the severity of the penalty by doing that.
Yeah, but also you've got to think about it here. Will they take into account the loss of time? They lost over 10 seconds there. So normally you're looking at a 10-second penalty for something of that. From what we've seen historically here, are they going to look at that and go, do you know what? They've given up the 10 seconds that they would have lost in the pits. So they have been penalised, but they also gave back the position, which is good for sportsmanship. I would like to err on the side of, do you know what? They gave back the position, but they also lost the time we would give them as a penalty. And I think if that was any other team, they'd be pretty happy with that. Like, if they received that themselves, of course, Veloce McLaren, they're going to be like, oh no, they need to receive a penalty. Of course, that's just that, the nature of it.
Of course, they think.
Yeah, of course. But I feel like they've done enough there for me, and I feel like every team should be given that opportunity. If they make one mistake in a race, they should be able to go, do you know what? There's no penalty. There's just going to be a warning as long as you give back the position. Obviously, if someone does it intentionally in the last 10 minutes of a race to then affect someone else's race for someone to win, that you've got to look at it and have common sense of the situation. But for me, just give them a warning. It's done. They've done enough there. They gave back the time. Let's have a race.
Well, you're a heck of a salesman, and I will say this. I'm on board. I'm on team Luke Crane now. I think that's an excellent point. My question now becomes, do the stewards take that sales pitch? Are they okay with that? I would be on board with that. Based on the time lost, I agree that the penalty was served by slowing down 10 plus seconds, letting the car go by. And as you said, quite cheekily, McLaren Veloce are like, no, you gotta give them the penalty for that, right? Yeah, of course you do.
If I was driving for them, I'd be the same. Like,
absolutely. Scuderia Ferrari sitting here like, look, we gave up way more time than the penalty would have been. We gave the spot back. We made it a point to do that. Can you just, forgive and forget on that occasion? And I would not want to be race control right now, but I do eagerly await their adjudication for that particular one.
A lot of chef's kiss emojis being sent to the stewards from Ferrari Esports right now, saying it's fine, let it be, it's fine. But again, if you do give them a really harsh penalty, that sets a precedent then to punt people and just carry on. Like,
sure.
That's what the only argument I'd say. If they do get a harsh penalty now, it just makes no sense for any kind of. I don't
think they can give them a harsh penalty based on the fact that they intentionally waited. They were not an obstruction, and they did succeed in giving the spot back. But hey, we're commentators, we're not stewards. But I agree with that. I don't think you could give them a very harsh penalty based on the reaction to what happened.
And we're also very biased because we want to see a race. But that's just.
I forgot about that part, but he's 110% correct. I want to see a race.
And, well, as if by magic, you want to see some racing? Well, there's another battle on track here as Mazur, the race eSport team, is behind FFS Killian, Ryan Meenan, then in the number 1, 2, 3 Aston, who every time we go on board seems to get involved in something, which is not ideal. They've been exceptionally fast, but unfortunately, a couple of issues have really rendered their race not great. I think that FFS definitely have the pace to be in the top 10 today, but the incidents have kind of cost them that.
Yeah, 100%. That is sort of their pace is top 10, always trying to fight and win for the silver class. Not on today. Take number 3, trying to get and stay inside the top 20. Killian Ryan Meenan leads the 114 for the time being, 23rd and 24th respectively. Mazur trying to keep pace with the Aston Martin, but unable to do so coming off of the mountain that time. Killian 5.3 behind the 54, which is the next target in the silver class. And we'll see. We'll keep an eye on that gap, see if it continues to come down.
Yeah, I think Killian has actually made an overtake here. We just didn't see it because we were looking at the front right. So I think Killian has got ahead now and might be able to stretch his legs and move a little bit further forward in this race. So currently in 23rd, looking to try and get back into that top 20 battle where they were earlier on. They were up as high as 17th, I believe, with us in the box, but unfortunately it's not just gone as well here. So Michael Mazur just in behind, and actually you can just see the gap is not really going up, is it? So this is a genuine pace battle. You've got Jordan Sherritt just up at the head of the road. Obviously they've been lapped twice now, I believe, a couple of laps down. But yeah, nice to see that it doesn't matter where they go on circuit, there's some nice close action.
Certainly is. It's been that kind of day from the drop of the green flag till now. We've had racing throughout the entire thing. Nobody has been able to get away from battling. It seems like we've seen almost every single car here today involved in a battle at some point. Some have been in the same battle for the entirety of our stint in the box.
Yeah, that's absolutely correct, and that just goes to show how close this grid is. And you know, all it takes is a mistake for some of the quickest cars to be a little bit further down the order. But ultimately, you tend to find the same pace all across the grid. So yeah, it doesn't matter where you are. You're going to be battling. It's not going to be. There's no such thing as a freebie. As I tell you what, Killian Ryan Meenan nearly got that all wrong there. He's ultimately managed to carry a bit more speed through Skyline, but that was not a comfortable carry of speed, I can assure you.
Well, he definitely won't come through there with that ferocity next time by, I can tell you that. Knows he got away with one right there.
Yeah, he certainly did. Jordan Sherritt, by the way, let's have a look at this. So he's now 14.6 seconds behind Luke Whitehead. So actually did not lose what I would say would be 10 seconds. Maybe lost 6.5 seconds. Watch out for Lamborghini here, ladies and gentlemen. They've chopped the gap in the last 90 minutes by 8 seconds. So they are now 25.2 seconds behind. Imagine Ferrari catch up to McLaren Veloce. They're obviously going to battle and lose time. That could then open the door up for Lamborghini. This could potentially be a 3-car, I say that 3-car race, 4-car race, because Abdelade is right behind. I think there's actually a genuine battle right now for what would be P3. So yeah, watch this space, guys. There is a battle for P3 overall in the Pro class. We've got a battle here for P22 as well. So there's a couple of nice battles here, but don't be surprised if there's still a twist in the tail here today.
I'm going to add fuel to the fire here. Last year and this year is consistent in only one way, and that's the Automobili Lamborghini being the quickest on and off pit lane for the duration. They were absolutely stalkingly quick on pit lane last year, and they've started off this season the very same way. So for more than one reason, don't take your eye off that 63.
Yeah, it's not enough to be quick on the track. You've got to be fast through the pits as well. Again, as I mentioned earlier, spending the least amount of time in the pits across this race is going to put you in a very, very good position. And right now, David Tanitsa is absolutely flying, although on the previous lap, Jordan Sherritt was the fastest. So let's just look at the top three in terms of lap times. Luke Whitehead, 2:02.0. 2:01.8 for Jordan Sherritt, and Tanitsa with a 2:02.1. So lost a little bit of time to the front two there, but Tanitsa is flying. All top three are flying. Mazur in behind Killian Ryan Meenan, exiting the mountain through the forest elbow. They will indeed come. Now down the Conrod straight. Is he close enough? Again, I don't think he is. Will drag as much tow from that Aston Martin in front as he possibly can. The race Esports team driver in another 114 goes over the crest down towards the chase. We'll use the little bit of extra tarmac there to the left-hand side of them, right-hand side for us to gain a bit of momentum down towards the final chicane braking zone. I'll tell you what, Killian runs a little bit wide again, carrying a bit more speed. The Audi, though, keeping him very honest. Looks like the Audi's driving within himself, and Killian is on the absolute limit. And well, that's a good thing for the Audi to have, because ultimately there will be a mistake in the end if it just continues to be like that. But as it stands, they're both equally measured in this battle for P22.
I'd be forced to agree. Killian Ryan Meenan, I don't know if that's just how the car's set up. Maybe they can hit the curbs just a little bit harder. Maybe they can use a little bit extra racetrack. I don't know, but you're absolutely correct. If you continue to drive and try to maximize as absolutely much as you can every millimeter of the racetrack, eventually you're going to go over that line, as so many have done today. And in fact, this car has seen that happen to them earlier on. I don't know if they're trying extra hard to stay in front, but yeah, Mazur is like you said, driving within themselves. They're not hitting the curbs nearly as hard. They're not rising over the curbs. They're staying away from the walls. They're not necessarily maximizing all the sectors and turns of the racetrack. But the problem is, for Killian Ryan Meenan and company, Mazur doesn't have to. They don't have to. They're still just as quick as they are.
Yeah, well, you couldn't afford to lose half a second over the mountain and gain that back on the up the hill and down the hill, right? With the, with the slipstream, with the toe. So I tell you, that's a mistake though from Mazur and behind. Lost a bit of time through there. Just didn't hit the apex going in towards Skyline, down in towards Dipper. Drop down now. Ugh. God, I can feel that. I'm not even in the car. But catches back up quickly, so he does take a few more chances to try and get back into the toe. But yeah, you can lose half a second over the mountain, and then you get to this section of the circuit. Although he's sliding to
you got a little close to the wall there.
That was a case of roles reversal there, wasn't it? Mazur ultimately was sliding the car, and Killian seemed very, very cool, calm, and collected over the mountain. So they're kind of trading lap times at this point. So yeah, good stuff from both of them as it stands. Killian Ryan Meenan though, is kind of starting to maybe break that toe.
Yeah, you got a little bit of a gap there. You pointed out the mistake Mazur made over the top of the race circuit, and I think overcompensated into the elbow. And what that did was just make that gap a little bit longer, because while Mazur was sliding out, Killian Ryan Meenan was making power down the straight. And obviously the longer the straight, the more that is magnified. And that's the gap you have right now.
Yeah, it certainly is. It is definitely coming down. So Killian, you could just see the little exhale there. Again, remembering to breathe. It is very much a thing. I'm sure there's many of you watching at home right now going, oh yeah, that happens to me all the time. When you're on a lap and you get around a corner and you're on a big straight, you're like, oh god, I need to breathe. I need to remember how to breathe, because you take your pattern completely out of whack because of the amount of pressure you're on. Yeah, it happens to all of us. It's a crazy phenomenon, I must admit. But Killian doing a good job as it stands. Back to the gaps at the front end. Whitehead did a 202.3, a 201.8 for Sherritt, so another half second taken out. We've then got Tanitsa, who is 25 seconds back, and then 1.2 seconds further back is Abalade. So yeah, right now there's only 1 second between third and fourth, but Tanitsa seems to be just about pulling away.
Yep, pulling away just a little bit as some of the battles fizzling out, but as we've seen all day, all that does is make new battles in their place. Killian gaining a little bit of ground and has continued to do so. Don't know if Killian's found the rhythm or maybe Mazur's fallen out of it just a little bit, but one thing's for sure, the FFS racing car driven by Killian Ryan Meenan not really catching Augustat in front. It's 5.5. It was as low as 5.2 earlier on. Not gaining this lap or the last lap, not losing either, just holding station there in the silver class.
Yeah, certainly did. Again, I think he just found his rhythm. As soon as we mentioned that he seemed to be on the limit, he's just nailed 2 laps in a row and just pulled that little bit of a gap there to Mazur in the Audi. Here's Tanitsa, who's currently in 3rd position. Bit of pressure from behind with Abalade, or there was momentarily, but the gap seems to have gone out once again. The gap's now 3.1 seconds actually, so he's lost a lot of time this lap. I guess the lap traffic definitely playing into the hands of Tanitsa. So Tanitsa's got through. Tanitsa with, it looks like he's in a dungeon, which is not ideal. I guess it's probably better to focus on the screen if you've not got lights all around you. That's what happens to me. I'll be streaming during the afternoon, and then it'll go to nighttime, and all of a sudden I look at my camera on OBS and it'll be like that, and I'm like, oh my god, it doesn't look great. But yeah, Tanitsa's not going to be too worried about that. He's just worried about going fast.
Well, this is a message from Race Control, not the one we thought we were going to get, but Cars 11 and Cars 45, an incident on lap 228, 5-second time penalty for car 45.
Naughty, aggressive driving. Don't be aggressive, you'll get a penalty.
Yeah, speaking of aggressive, 27 teams have secured BWP today.
Jordan Sherritt, if you look next to his name, we haven't had it come up on our screen. Looks like he's still going to get the 10-second penalty. And again, I don't want to be a race director. I don't want to be a steward in any of this. I feel like the penalty shouldn't be the same if you give back the position and give up time. It basically just sets a precedent now that if you do hit someone, you just drive off, basically. Don't worry about giving them back the position. Don't show any sportsmanship. So, yeah, they've not only given the position back and lost time, they've also got a penalty. McLaren Veloce, by the way, they're probably going to have a party about that. The party poppers are out. The horns are out. They're like, yes, another 10-second penalty. This does make it very difficult now for Ferrari. And actually, that brings Tunizia into play, doesn't it? The next pit stop, Tunizia's going to be right behind them. Ferrari versus Lamborghini. It's like the sequel, isn't it?
It sure is. 11 seconds the gap. You make that movie, let me know. 11.7 seconds the difference, Tunizia and Sherritt. And I don't think Tunizia's going to close in on Sherritt, but I've been wrong before, of course. And if Tunizia was able to do that for Automobile Lamborghini Esports, they would again jump them in the pit lane foreseeably. But you never know. The quick pit stops of the 63 team all last season and starting out this championship campaign with the same lightning fast. Nobody really in the same ballpark as them for their quickness on and off of pit lane. They by far spent the least amount of time there of any team here. Could that be enough to make that close as well? Losing a little time to Sherritt. Sherritt must know the importance of gapping that Lamborghini.
Yeah, 100%. And with their pit stop strategy, they've been the fastest. They've gained like 12 seconds on the rest of the field, right? By just being quicker to pit. So the time they lose in terms of their actual pace, they're going to gain back, right? You would imagine if it continues like that.
Yeah.
So, yeah. It's, they're in a good spot. I think Lamborghini are in a very good spot. But right now, if McLaren Veloce, is a new name for me, by the way. They've had loads of different names in the past. But McLaren Veloce, if they just keep it on the straight and narrow from here on in, very difficult to beat.
Yeah, I'm not the strategist for McLaren Veloce, but I could be one right now. And the strategy is do not crash the car. I think it's as simple as that, to be fair. Yeah,
100%. Just make sure that you keep yourself in a decent position now. Don't try and do anything too crazy. Don't end up making a mistake like Poggio did for Ferrari. Remember that Ferrari have put this into Veloce's hands by making that mistake over the top of the mountain. Now, compounding that with a couple of 10-second penalties. I think they've had 25 seconds of penalties in total now as well. So, that hasn't helped. But McLaren Veloce have put themselves in a position after having a pretty poor start to the race, ending up down in P10, even though they had the best qualifying time starting on pole. They have done an incredible job to take full advantage of other people's mistakes and get themselves into that spot. As we now see David Tunizia, he is having to deal with, he's had to deal with a Lamborghini. He's now going to have to deal with Kylian Raikkonen. So these are battling for what would be P22. This is only going to help Kylian Raikkonen extend that gap.
Certainly is. Kylian finding the pace, maybe gaining just a little bit on those around him, not gaining on Augustad in front. 5.7 the gap, it was 5.5 last we checked, but definitely gaining on Mazur, or leaving Mazur behind. 1.6 seconds the largest that gap has been thus far. Robbie Stapleford for G2 Esports in the 62. Talk about a team who has fought for it all day long, on the cusp of the top 10, now inside the top 10 and looking for more. Mikhail Statsenko in the 25 right in front of him. This battle definitely for position. I feel like we've said that a lot today.
Yeah, it's very strange to see G2 in an Aston Martin. It just feels so weird. But they just lost the position to Statsenko. So Statsenko has made up a spot. He's up into P9. Alaric Enslin pointed out that we missed a mega fight for P9. I can't say gig with them over the age of 30. And that's because everywhere there's a battle. There's a storyline everywhere. It's been one of the most ridiculous endurance races. I've commentated on some bad races, mainly with Lewis McGlade, and having a bad race and having to listen to him at the same time. And I'm sure he says the same about me. That is a bad experience. But this has been nice.
Oh my goodness!
I'm only saying that because he's joined the chat.
I was going to say, Lewis. I was going to say for the benefit of people at home, Lewis is here. He's just not listening to Luke Crane, is what's going on there. But
it's like many other people around the world.
Oh, well, oh my goodness. I did mention something before it kicked off a little bit ago. I mentioned something called BWP, Behavioral Warning Points. Ooh. It's basically naughty points. If you do something bad on track, you start accruing those. You get penalties, etc. 27 of the 40-plus drivers today have gotten some WP. A lot of fenders being rubbed out there today.
Yeah, I just wanted to also clarify that there's no, in terms of the stewarding rules, there's kind of like a set penalty for set incidents, so there's no grey areas. Again, I was just spitballing in terms of what I feel, what I think. Yeah, I'm not trying to have a go at stewards or anything.
Yeah, we were reinventing. Yeah, we were reinventing the wheel. We were spitballing. We were talking. We want a good race, or we want a close race for the win at the end. I still think it might happen, by the way. But yeah, of course, there's no regulation that stipulates that. Everything is sort of ironclad with the stewarding rules. You get what you get based on what you did, and anything beyond that is just us. Talking to ourselves, essentially.
Yeah, for sure. 100%. Again, that's a job I don't want to do. So, yeah, well, you guys are the greatest. I'm not getting involved in that. That's not my forte whatsoever. I will say this, though. Sherritt, once again, is closing in on Whitehead. So every single stint, the Ferrari Esports team are closing in. Over 3 hours, 25 seconds might be a bit too much. They're only closing in sort of 4 or 5, up to sort of 6 seconds a stint. So yeah, it becomes very, very difficult for them to catch up, that whole time, because they're obviously going to lose that 10-second penalty as well. So it makes it out to about 22 seconds. So I think they could maybe get within that 5 seconds. Obviously, if there's a mistake from McLaren Veloce, then maybe not. But my mathematics is absolutely terrible. So who knows where they will end up. Might be close, might be not.
No, I think your math's pretty much right. But again, you never know what's going to happen with the McLaren Veloce team. They're in charge of their car, and they've had a pretty nice run of it, but it doesn't mean that it's going to be clean for the final 3 hours of the race. Anything could possibly happen. There could be some bad back markership, try to say that at all, not even 5 times fast. Could be that. You don't want any of that. They could get penalties of their own. You just don't know. You have to keep fighting. Scuderia Ferrari Esports will keep fighting and until they fly that checkered flag. But it is not over until it is over. Everybody knows that, and I would probably make an argument that the top 4, realistically, still in it at this point.
Yeah, 100%. All it takes is a clatter into the wall, or 25. One hit into the wall, it's 25 seconds lost in the pits, or even an even bigger one. Penalties, of course, get involved with lap traffic. We've seen that happen today as well. So yeah, it is absolutely possible for some real bad things to go down, and it is also Bathurst. Like I said earlier, I think in terms of priority list, you're racing against the track, then you're racing against time, and then you're racing against other cars. So normally you're racing against other cars first. So yeah, crazy.
Yeah, that I couldn't agree more with that. You always, as a driver, you're taught as well to race the racetrack. Don't worry about distractions. Race the racetrack. Then you worry about how quickly you're going or how efficiently you're making lap time, and then, and only then, do you worry about racing other cars. I think that's absolutely what everybody should be doing, and drivers of this caliber, very much disciplined in that way. They will likely be doing that. Pit stops going on for some of the cars. The Kessel Glitch number 11, Samuel Villa behind the wheel, coming out of the pit lane. Nobody there, and we've seen so many people clip that solid line on the exit of pit lane, or coming in as well, more predominantly getting penalties. We haven't seen that in quite some time. I wonder if they've got the message that clipping the lines will not be tolerated.
If you give someone a penalty for crossing a line where it really doesn't gain them anything, people will soon learn. So there's no point in risking it, basically. I think it's more entry, isn't it? The entry is the...
Yeah, it is more entry, sure.
Because it's like, you can gain time through there if you're really, really fast, obviously, but it's high risk, high reward, and we've seen some penalties given out. And I don't need Steve Proudly to be in my ear giving them stick, going, oh, they shouldn't be doing this. Oh, I can't believe it's the easiest thing in the world to go through the pits. So yeah, they need to not only be wary of a 5-second penalty, but being bent over Steve Proudly's knee.
That was not the Steve Proudly impression I thought I was going to get today, but there you have it. Samuel Villa, though, racing on his own. And this is an interesting highlight, because this might be the only car that has found space on the racetrack today.
Yeah, right. That's crazy. Like, we've seen no one. It's like, oh, no, we just about saw a car in the distance there. But this is the first time where it looks like it's a lone qualifying session.
Robbie Stapleford inside the top 10, trying to maintain their position. Alberto Garcia, the John Lacey Esports team, the 27 car in the slap bang middle of this field, but has Mazur in front of him. We rode along with Mazur a little bit earlier on, back in 23rd place, but Alberto Garcia's caught him.
Yeah, he has caught him. This is going to be a nice little race here between the two of them. Killian Ryan Meenan, of course, off into the distance, having to deal with that traffic as well. Doesn't really want to lose too much time. Wants to try and keep that gap, but the Lamborghini does seem quick. When it gets the right driver behind the wheel, it seems like it can really hang with the Ferrari pace and the McLaren pace. Although the McLaren, realistically, well, we've only got one car in the field, right? Currently leading. Is there any other McLarens in the field? There's two. There's one in P31 actually currently. But yeah, in terms of BAP, like you think that McLaren wouldn't be quick because it's not being chosen. That's crazy. That is quite some stat. The Ferrari seems to be the go-to, and the Lamborghini just seems really quick with the right driver. Here we go. Is there a potential move for this position? This again for P23, and Alberto Garcia says nope, not this time. And I think that Garcia's just come out of the pits, right? So we'll have really good tyres. This actually will be like taking candy from a baby, I would imagine. It's not going to be the most difficult thing in the world because, again, Jordan Sherritt let us know that the difference between tyres at the start of the stint and the end is ridiculous.
Oh, no, he's absolutely right about that. And in my limited reps that I've gotten since the update, I can absolutely agree with that. The tire deg is so much more prevalent now than it's ever been. It's prevalent even on a cool racetrack. And again, the hotter you make the track, sometimes the worse it is. If also different tracks have different deg and all that stuff. But yeah, it is very much different. And I will say in shorter races where you're not required to take tires in it, but you are required to take fuel, I've seen a lot of mixed strategy, and I think that's great for the sport. It's great for strategy. You get to make up your own sort of strategy in that way, and you don't have to do one single thing. Here today, though, they'll all be taking tires every single time. You ask a driver what they want 4 new tires every time, right?
Yeah, 100%. You're absolutely spot on. But it's weird. Sometimes around a certain circuit, first 10 laps on a fresh set of tyres loses you so much time because you're bedding them in that it's a good idea to double stint, but it's been many updates since you could do that on this game. On ATC it is just a case of you get those tyres off and you put a new set on, especially in these temperatures. The tyres are just going to melt off the cars. There's nearly a mistake there from the Audi, the high torque of the Audi engine nearly making a bit of a mistake. Lamborghini getting as close as they did. You can just see in the braking zone how much later the Lambo could brake very close there to having a bit of a calamity between the Audi and the Lamborghini, and ultimately that mistake there from the Audis cost time to the Lambo. As we head down the Conrad Straight, I don't think the Jean Lacey car is going to be close enough to make the move.
Well, that just frustrates you. Alberto Garcia is going to want to get by Mazur, and probably has done. Probably would have thought they'd already be by, but been thwarted on every single time, every single attempt they've gotten close enough to make that move. Slid out a little bit, but now a little bit of reprieve, a little bit of relief as Mazur down the pit lane. Garcia's going to take that spot, suspecting Garcia's already done their pit stop, but that will release Alberto Garcia for Jean Lacey Esports Academy up in to P23.
Yeah, I think Garcia might have been given the heads up in his ear there that Team Mazur are going to come in relatively soon. So he didn't push for it. He didn't try and make something happen and lose a load of time. So that's actually very, very clever from him. He's up to P23. Obviously, once the pit stops have sorted themselves out, he's going to be a little bit further up the order because he came into the pits, I believe, around maybe P17 mark, maybe a little bit higher than that. So yeah, I believe they're going to be up a little bit further.
Released from the pack for the time being, and if that is what happened with Garcia, I think that's brilliant. Good team work. Not every team here today is going to have 5 people in support. Some teams will do. And a lot of times with the silver teams, it's just drivers helping out drivers and stuff like that. Not everybody has a strategist, but again, just somebody there to look at the data and go, well, I believe this car is going to be in the next couple of laps. Weighing that in your head as a driver, it's like, well, it's not really worth it. Speaking of not really worth it, that was almost devastating going over that curb. We've seen that go wrong a few times today.
Yep, that will certainly pucker him up for sure. That is not ideal in the slightest. A lot of curb they use at Sunset. We've seen that go so wrong for 4 or 5 cars in the last 4 hours, I guess. Luckily, Alberto Garcia has managed to go through there nicely, because ultimately, if he crashes there, he's only 3 laps into a stint, so you've got to come into the pits really early. So it's not only damage, it's an extra pit stop, and yeah, not ideal. We're on board then with Lars Kisser, who's currently in P5, and he's got Tobias Pfeffer still just in behind, a couple of cars between them though, in terms of lap traffic.
Well, the difference is they were fighting over 7th place, these two cars, about an hour ago. They're now fighting over P5. Lars Kisser has a spot. Tobias Pfeffer in 6th place, 2.9 seconds adrift. And just behind them, I say just behind them, 20 seconds behind them, you've got the 555 in tow as well. After their eventful day, they have reappeared inside the top 10 in 7th. Currently, they've been sort of hovering around 7th for quite some time, sometimes being as high as the podium positions. Warning to car 996 for ignoring blue flags on lap 253.
That is naughty, naughty. Oh, it's a bit of a calamity in the background there. Almost some contact. It's Statsenko, isn't it? Who's in the car for Statsenko? It's Pavlovsky, Kamil Pavlovsky now in the car, and that was nearly not ideal. That was nearly a crash, actually. Luckily, everyone gets through there nicely, and we move on.
You know, we look, Luke, at the incidents that happen on the racetrack, and we obviously have a record of different things that happen. I often have wondered how many little incidents like that don't happen that we miss every single race, because they don't actually manifest into an accident, but they happen. We catch them sometimes like you just did there, but how many times do those little foibles happen that never get noticed?
Well, I can tell you from my experience, I did a 24-hour race last weekend, and I think every incident in the server happened to me, so it happens a lot.
You're a popular guy.
Oh, it was zero fun. Yeah, but no, yeah, there's so many near misses in these races, because obviously 2 people, sometimes 3, are making split-second decisions, and it only takes one of you to make a wrong decision, and ultimately it's like a house of cards, right? You pull one card out, the rest of them are going to fall down. So that's indeed what will happen. I'm very surprised how clean the start of this race was, to be completely honest. Normally at Bathurst, it is, you know, as soon as one person goes round over the mountain with cold tyres or something, anyone that's behind them, they're kind of stuck. I had a race a couple of years ago where P11 spun around in a 55-car race, and everybody lost at least 30 seconds because they refused to tow back to the pits. They refused to, they tried to turn around, and it was just cars just nudging each other. So yeah, it's quite remarkable how clean this has been. I'm actually quite proud of all these drivers. It's been a very, very good race.
Yeah, I think there's been a lot of contact, a lot of fender contact, but a lot of it inconsequential to the plot of the race, and that's the best thing, because when that happens, in my opinion, it keeps the race closer together. You have more battles, and also too, there was a healthy smattering of cars that got sent out of position, which is unfortunate for them, but as a broadcaster, it's very exciting for us because we get to see them drive through the field, and that's a rare treat indeed. We've got treated to both of those today.
Yeah, 100% again. Whitehead, who ended up down in P10, the McLaren Veloce team have managed to get themselves into the lead of the race from that spot. They've done exceptionally well. They've had to be consistent, but they've had to be quick. They haven't had the chance to really rest on their laurels at all. And now, by the time the pit stop phase happens, I think they're going to have around about a 22-second advantage over Ferrari Esports with just under 3 hours to go. So they've done an exceptional job, but they've also got that Lamborghini. Be aware of P3 right now. David Tunitsa is at the wheel as it stands. They are quick. They seem to be gaining time every single pit stop phase as well. And well, only a few tenths of a second back is Abelardze. So the top 4 are very, very close. They're within 30 seconds of each other. So as much as it looks like it's going to be a McLaren Veloce day, expect anything to happen over the next few hours.
Also, am I going senile in my old age, or has Tunisia gained 4.5 seconds on Sherritt in the past 5 or so laps? I don't know if that's actually happened, or maybe I'm, it's a little warm up here, right, in the booth, but I could have sworn that was a 20-second gap, and it's down to 15.5 right now. Either way, Mobileye Lamborghini Esports team with David Tunisia behind the wheel looks like they're flying, and again, still a threat to win this race here in the final act.
Yeah, they have put up that time, but it was because of the contact with Dominic Blyer, and then they gave back the position. So the time was gained a lot earlier in this race. So what's happening here then? Hold on, Lars Kisser? Are they
one car nearly off the track.
Must be coming into the pits. 100%, yeah. So that was a case of they didn't want anyone to be right behind them as they come into the pits and potentially have some sort of incident, or have a car on their left-hand side making an overtake, because then they can't come into the pits because they're blocked. So that was pretty clever from Kisser. He then used the indicator, it was a bit too late. But ultimately, they're in the pits nice and safe, maybe lost about a second and a half and 2 seconds.
A little closer than that team would have liked that to be, but all's well that ends well, I should probably say. Isa out in front of the silver field in the number 3 Ferrari. No problems there. Has a decent sized gap, but I will say for the end of this race, do not look past Lucasen in the 71. Potential battle in the late stages of this race. Probably not, though. 40 seconds, I've just noticed the gap there. All is going well for Isa, as I was saying, with no competition whatsoever.
Certainly is. Well, we're heading now to the last minute of our stint here for me and Jesse Lee. And as it stands, then, it is indeed about the replay. Here's some highlights here. So, of course, we had Luke Whitehead, who did take pole position. It was a 59, the only driver under that 2-minute mark. But it wasn't all rainbows and roses, was it? Up towards turn number 2 they came, and there was a mistake up here. I don't know whether it's contact at all. It was very difficult to see. But as we come up towards turn number 2, you'll see that they end up down into P10. So they're battling with Unicorns of Love. And yeah, just got doored there into the wall. But they made a nice comeback. As we know, they are currently in P1. So it was brilliant in the qualifying. And then for McLaren Veloce, it was not so brilliant very, very quickly indeed. The battles were happening in the early hours of the morning here, as we see the BS competition car getting involved there with an Audi, as we now then see Luke Whitehead gaining a couple of spots because of that, taking full advantage. And now we head over the mountain, and you can see here, this is the first incident with the Williams Esports car. They just couldn't avoid it. Then they lost so much more time. They were battling for the lead of the race, then they lost it. Then we see here down the back straight, potential move being made, but ultimately it was nearly configured. And as then we come through here, the G2 Esports car just overextends, just about gets the job done, and ultimately one of the best moves we've seen throughout the day. Another opportunity to see some door action up towards turn number 2. As we see the number 55 heading into the wall then. We see the TX3 car in terms of the Lamborghini just holding the middle of the road, defending, leaving then the outside open through the chase in towards that final chicane. And yeah, the TX3 car loses a position, but if I'm defending anywhere around here along the Conrad Straight, it's bang in the middle. So that's exactly how I do it. Rocket car coming through at rocket ship speed, side-by-side action through the chicane, and then there was that, which was, yes, not the most ideal of contacts you're ever likely to see. And then we see some nice 3-wide action here as Igor Rodriguez was trying to basically unlap himself and get ahead of a couple of cars. Then made a mistake. It was Jack Alexander that got it all wrong in the Ferrari, and ultimately 3 cars coming together was not ideal. More action here as we see the Aston Martin there. It looked like it was a brake check, but it wasn't. It was more to do with the connection, and ultimately everybody was okay up until this move being made by the Yaz Heat car. It was a brilliant bit of driving, ever so opportunistic there from Jaroslav Honzik. And then we go on board with the leader. At the time, it was Andrea Capoccia at the wheel for the Ferrari Esports car. They were in absolute control of the race, but that would give them 25 seconds of damage. This is now the battle between the West competition cars for the lead of the silver class. And well, the Ferrari gets ahead then of the BMW. And well, we thought they weren't going to fight with each other, but they absolutely did. And then we see more upon more cars make a mistake, as the temperature did indeed increase here at Bathurst. Up to 47 degrees was the biggest. Mike Noble making a mistake there, hopping like a kangaroo, very appropriate here in Bathurst on the exit of Hell Corner. You can see the suspension going, and then yet another car succumbing to Skyline. It was the West competition car who were currently in P2 at that point. And ultimately, that would end their charge realistically towards the front. Now a 45-second gap at the lead of this race. More action down in towards the final corner. See Porsche versus Ferrari, an age-old battle. Well, a little bit of contact there, running onto the grass. For me, not the biggest fan of that, but then this was the biggest moment for the silver class. It's West competition, and we have Patile at the wheel of the Aston Martin, just gets doored into the wall, but it just goes from bad to worse. So he's trying to get himself back to the pits over the top of the mountain, and ultimately took a couple of cars with him. And then there's this battle as well. We've got Ren Velton involved. It's just absolute carnage between the Aston Martins. You've got FFS behind them as well. This time it worked out well. The next time they go through that, not so well. But ultimately, they all come through unscathed this time around. You've got Ferrari in the background who just didn't get involved, was waiting for an opportunity, but ultimately just kind of stuck behind until it came undone the next lap down. FFS have been involved in lots of good things today and a couple of bad things. Almost a bit of contact then as they come through turn number 1. And then we come up the hill, but then this is where it really did come undone. Mike Noble just overextends ever so slightly on the exit of the chicane. You think it's going to be brilliant. Comes back on track, not really in control of the car, and the slightest of touches to the Ren Velton number 72. And ultimately, they're both facing in the wrong direction. Another Ren Velton car then, this time a Ferrari chasing down the West competition, the West Side Coast competition car as they run down into that final chicane. And it's this time around the outside, but it works out perfectly. But ultimately, the number 1 car had a bit of damage, so it wasn't realistically worthwhile holding on. And then we see this contact with the number 555. That was between what would be now the second position car, Jordan Scherer, tried to basically get ahead of the Williams, knowing they had to pit and having contact, which then gave them a 10-second penalty. It is worth noting the Ferrari Esports team did give the position back and lost about 6 seconds, but ultimately it's going to now put them 22 seconds in the deficit to the leaders, which will be McLaren Veloce. Right, there's the replay, there's the highlights. Jesse Lee, it's been an absolute pleasure working with you, my friend. Hopefully you've enjoyed that. And well, we're going to hand over now to Lewis McGlade and Ewan O'Leary.
Cheers, Luke. And yes, indeed, 2 hours, 40 minutes left to go. We've got a thrilling run into the checkered flag, I have no doubt. It has been a long day for a lot of the drivers so far. Just 2.5 more hours of racing left to go up and over the mountain. There was one point I want to bring up, Ewan. I did note that Jesse Lee did point out towards the latter moments of that stint, it's about the gap, some of the gaps towards the top. I do think some of them are kind of coming down. I do think the Whitehead-Sherritt gap might be coming down. I know Sherritt was being closed in a little bit by Tunitsa as well, but I do think the gap for the race lead to come down as well. Yes, I know it doesn't matter too much, but there being a 10-second time penalty for Jordan Sherritt, courtesy of that final replay that we saw in those highlights, contact between themselves and the 555. But basically, there are still some things left to fight for in this race, especially considering it is the mountain after all. Mistakes are just over the horizon.
They are indeed. Good afternoon, everyone, by the way. Yeah, I do agree with you that, well, everyone, that this gap between the top 2 has been coming down in this stint especially. I did notice it a little bit actually in the previous stint to this one as well, when Chris Hartwell was at the wheel of that Ferrari. I thought he was bringing the gap down, just chipping away a little bit, but I do think that with such tight margins and so little to choose between these cars, and now so little time remaining actually, that 10-second penalty might well kill them in terms of trying to win this race. That's going to make their life a whole lot more difficult.
Are some close battles as well on the grid, because I can see that the 888 and the 63 for 3rd position is pretty tight. Now, do remember as well that realistically, after Jordan Sherritt takes that penalty, which will be in around about 15 to 20 minutes time, that's when they're due to be into the pit lane, is the number 51. When they do come in, they're only going to be 6 or so seconds clear of Tunitsa, and so they could well be a 3-way fight for that runner-up position at the moment. We'll have to wait and see if the 888 or the 63 who's going to come out on top in that little fight, as well as fights for 8th position. Bastian Richter, Lena Tocchi. I don't suspect that one will be particularly too hard, bearing in mind they are teammates, of course, within the Mercedes-AMG Unicorns of Love and Haupt Racing team sort of contingent, so I don't suspect too much fighting between them. I think it's the number 4 that is the Haupt Racing variant of the pair of those. So a little bit of a tight tussle between the pair of them, as well as the fight that we've got on our screen at the moment. Valentin Barrier closing in on Kamil Pawlowski. A switch here, though, Ewan, doesn't necessarily matter too much for Pawlowski, for Barrier either. Barrier wants to get through because Issa's not too far down the road realistically, and that is for the silver win. That's a big deal.
That is a big deal. Yeah, the gap at the moment, well, you say that, I've got it close to a minute as far as my timing screen goes, so
it could well be. I might have misread the timing, to be fair. I'm an idiot.
I could have misread it as well. So let's see. But it is important, nevertheless, for these two to sort of not get in each other's way almost. I mean, I don't expect to see Pavlovsky diving out the way at any point soon here. But if Barrier puts up a little bit of pressure, there certainly won't be much resistance from that Audi up in front, and that's the way it should be really between these two, given they're in different classes. But I've got to say, I've really enjoyed the silver class race so far today. It's been very entertaining. Not that the pro class hasn't been, but it's been a close fight as well, which you don't always get from a subcategory.
No, certainly not. To give you also a little bit of context on some of this, so Abeladze is coming into the pit lane. Tunitsa will be in the pit lane in around about the 15-20 minute mark, same as with Sherritt and Whitehead, all slightly on different laps, but Abeladze is on course to fight David Tunitsa. You say Valentin Barrier versus Issa, obviously there is that big gap. Valentin Barrier, I do believe... Oh no, they haven't pitted. Never mind. I was going to say I do believe they have pitted. That is incorrect. They have not. Issa does just have that kind of lead, courtesy of some of the dramas that we've seen earlier on, some of the penalties as well that has been dished out. There is David Tunitsa again, the Automobili. Oh, nice. Well, the Automobili Lamborghini Esports team were the victors here 12 months ago. They didn't go on to win the championship, but they started out with strong form. We've spoken a lot about the recovery drive of Luke Whitehead, or rather the McLaren Veloce. Give a shout out to the recovery drive from this car. Bearing in mind it qualified in 21st position, and then rather than working its way forwards in the early stages, actually dropped backwards in the early stages to around about 25th, and has worked its way up to being a prominent piece towards the top end and fighting for the podium. They've had great pace today.
Yeah, they really have. We've got a lot of we've sent a lot of data about pace and so on in the over the course of the race, and it is a little bit on pace in terms of that 63 Lamborghini and how they've been doing over the course of the race, but also how efficient they've been in the pit lane. Of those top pro cars, they've been comfortably the quickest in pit lane. I guess is the right phrase to use. 10 seconds quicker than the next quickest car, and some of those around it, like the 25 Audi we were just looking at there of Pavlovsky down in 10th place, they spent a minute and a half longer down on pit lane, and you know the gaps aren't that big between them on the road right now. So you know these are significant moments that are happening down on pit lane. They've been very efficient. I'm not sure how they've managed that. I couldn't go that deep into it, but certainly that has got to be a factor in their climb through the field.
Yeah, certainly so. Well, Valentin Barrier has come into the pit lane. You did miss it on the screen, but we did just see the pop-up there from the number 28 that's received a penalty. I think 2 penalties, actually, even. One of them being a post-race penalty for exceeding BWP?
Yes.
Whatever that means.
I've forgotten the exact acronym.
Behavioural warning points.
It was something to do with behaviour.
I think they've been naughty consistently through the race. That's what that tells me.
There's a lot of that actually. There's been a lot of discussion about that behind the scenes as well, about all of that kind of thing. Yeah, it's time spent on the naughty step, really, isn't it? I guess, and there's been quite a lot of it so far for some teams, especially some more than others. I think more than 50% of the field have actually picked up those points so far, which is unusual, to be honest, and a little bit disappointing as well.
Yeah, again taking a look behind the scenes, by the way, about the BWP and basically how the points work and stuff. I'm assuming you get like various amounts of various instances and stuff you've been a part of. When you pass 10 behavioural warning points, obviously you get a slightly different one dependent on severity of incident. If you pass 10 and above, you get a 30-second post-race time penalty, which number 28 does have. That one's already been set. Not a great way to start the season, of course. If you pass 15, that's a DQ. So essentially, when you get the 30 seconds post-race time penalty, that is as near as makes no difference like the very serious final warning. You know, basically it's not one more penalty, but you know, a couple more little slaps on the wrist and you're out for the day. You walk away with nothing. Which, if there is a race that you want to walk away with nothing, this probably isn't quite high on the list. You spent obviously you spent weeks and weeks practicing for it, but 12 hours, you've effectively spent most of the day racing in it. You know, you've missed various sporting events in the world. You know, you missed the open wheel racing, you've missed the qualifying for the Indy 500, you've missed the golf, you've missed Arsenal and Nottingham Forest. Obviously, you didn't miss that. That's fine. Yeah, you've missed all this stuff throughout the day, and then if you get DQ'd from it, it's like, well, we've done all that work for literally nothing. Brilliant.
Exactly, yeah, and yeah, I guess the same goes for any kind of race, doesn't it? But this one especially, it is a significant investment of time, isn't it? 12 hours, and you want to get something out of it when you've come this far. We always speak about this when we get towards the end of 24-hour races, that there becomes a point where you do want to get to the end, no matter where you finish, but especially in real life events. But even 12 hours, yeah, it's a significant amount of time to invest into one of these races, and so it would be a big disappointment to get disqualified. However, you could argue on the other hand that it's you get plenty of warning with those 15.
Absolutely,
it seems like significant amount of warning to me. That really drivers of this caliber shouldn't be reaching that amount of points. But
yeah. Well, I remember doing a touring car championship, obviously quite a few years ago now. you know how frequently I drive these days. But I remember doing a touring car championship not too long ago, like 2019, I think was the last season of it. And in that last season, it was an 8-round championship. I want to say there was 8 rounds that season with 3 races around, and the license points you get effectively in the style of this championship, you would get 1 license point per instant, dependent on severity. If it's something really, really serious, you might get 2. But if you have a license for the season, which for this you had 10 license points throughout the season, which I said was too many, because if you're accruing a penalty every single round we're going racing, you're being in the bad books too often. And a lot of drivers came back to me saying, like, no, that's unfair. That's unreal. Are you joking? If you're getting an instance that often, this is probably not the right hobby.
yeah, that is every round, every week. If it's
every week you're getting a penalty. You're clearly not learning at that point.
No, right, no, exactly. And I think the point is as well that it kind of almost desensitizes you to finding yourself on the stewards report. It should be quite a not a shocking thing, because it's not out of this world, but it should make you at least look at it and think, all right, I need to think about this, or have a look into this, or whatever it is. But no, one a week is wild, really. And it's probably too many. I would agree with you, but there we are. This is of course a very different proposition with 5 rounds quite spread out across, and of course there is plenty more time within each round here than in a touring car championship.
If it makes you feel better, over the 7 years I did that championship, I think I only accrued like 2 penalties. That's not true, it was about 7. But still, I was mostly a good boy. But that's why I wasn't quick. Battles on the grid there, of course, we've got this one. This is the one between Bastianini, Elaine and Toki. I don't suspect much will happen here. Again, these are sister teams at the end of the day. It is quite a striking pink on that Helps Racing team car, isn't it? But there is also another fight. I think Niels Nyox isn't particularly long out of the pit lane, and he's not a million miles behind Isaac Price, who he himself is actually fresh out of the pit lane. So that battle for 10th on the road and 9th in class is actually a genuine full-on battle for position between G2 Esports and BMW M Team at BS Competition, who of course do remember Niels Nyox. I know we're approaching the point where it might be year and a bit ago. What was the last team he raced for in sim racing before BMW M Team BS Competition? It was G2 Esports. Might be a little bit personal there for Nyox to try and make a move.
It's I think, as Luke Crane said earlier on, by the way, that it's especially odd to see G2 Esports not in a BMW, by the way. There's their Aston Martin, Nyox chasing down his old team, which you don't see often in sim racing, or not so commonly, I would say, but there we are. They are both fresh out the pit. I think this is actually Isaac Price's outlap he's just completing now, or his first flying lap. It's certainly one of the two for him, so very fresh into the car, fresh tyres you'd imagine, full tank of fuel, and hopefully we'll be able to enjoy this battle for quite some time, but we don't know how it's quite going to pan out yet. Nyox was quite a long way behind over the top of the mountain, but you'd imagine with a little bit warmer tyres he's up to speed a little bit more. He's closed in a little bit as well, and so we'll hound Price all the way up and over the mountain this time as well.
Yeah, and also do remember, again, as we've said before time and time again when it comes to these kind of races, these two are fresh in the car, They've not been in the car for a while. Obviously, they have done their fair few stints earlier on in the day, but it was Arthur Camera in on the previous stint, and then before that was Niels Nyox in the BMW NTBS competition car in G2. The last driver was Robbie Stapleford, then Eamon Murphy, and then Stapleford again, and then Murphy again, and then Isaac Price. So Isaac Price hasn't actually been in the car for around about 4 hours. Let's take a look at this Wacko's flip table in a very precarious and awkward position.
Oh dear, this is horrible to be a driver in this situation, isn't it? Oh dearie me. Trying to edge backwards onto the racing line here and still can't quite get going.
I mean, I will say, I respect to them for not just slapping it into reverse, sitting it right out in the middle of the road. They were literally just reversing and going forward, reversing and going forward in just that tiny little gap they had. So respect to them for that one as we head back to this fight.
Yeah, Price really under pressure here. Nyox clearly up to speed a little bit more and maybe a little bit warmer in the car. Got very close to clipping the grass and going sailing off at the chase there, but got down the inside. Had no speed on the exit there, absolutely none. And Isaac Price was able to go right round the outside and hold on.
Yeah, I mean, I think like I say, it's kind of one of those things in endurance racing where you start dipping your toe in the water. You're saying like, right, how are we going to do this fight? So you try a couple of ones like that. If they work, great. If they don't, you're learning. And so you're kind of like learning how hard do I actually need to fight. Because you don't want to go out and put 110% risk onto the table straight away to try and get past Isaac Price. There's no point. There's no benefit in doing so. And you might well take a little trip down towards the steward's room if you push it a little too far. Niels Nyox into the slipstream, heading on mountain straight up towards Griffin's Bend, looking backwards on the right-hand side of your screen towards that BMW MTBS competition car that still remains in 11th position. Isaac Price just able to hang on. This is kind of one of those scenarios, you know, Bathurst-wise, once you've got to Griffin's Bend, effectively you kind of ignore it. Ignore a car behind you. It's completely pointless to focus on it. You just tunnel vision, get yourself over the mountain as fast as you can, and then when you're on the Conrod straight, that's when you look in your mirror and think, right, where is that car?
I know these guys are professionals, and so they probably will be doing that, but it's easier said than done, certainly. We're dumbing it down into very simple terms there, but I can guarantee if I was driving that car with Niels Nyox right behind me, I would be looking. Even if you know you can't be passed, or in theory you can't, you've still got that worry, the BMW just looming in your mirrors, and it's a little bit off-putting. As I said, I'm sure that Isaac Price is professional enough to just ignore that, and he looks like he has done over the top of the mountain here, but he will once again have to start looking in his mirrors as they make their way down Conrod straight towards the chase. I think Nyox is significantly further back this time though.
Sorry, we might well see a Ewan O'Leary in an esports race of some description coming in a race near you. We'll have to wait and see. We'll take a look at a replay though. As Nyox fills the mirrors once again of Isaac Price. No move happening just yet. Let's check out this replay. What happened to the Wacko's flip table car? Just losing the rear end over the bumps. It's so easy to do. We've seen a lot of mistakes. Oh, that was John Lacey Esports Academy making their way through Pulse as well right at the moment, and they bashed the barrier. Oh dear. So it wasn't so pretty at the start. This was about where we joined it. Them just trying to stay out of the way. I think it might have been the 555 Williams Esports car as well making its way through in the middle of that pack. But yeah, that was. I feel bad for Wacko's flip table in there, because it's kind of like, once you start spinning, you're trying to do the most predictable thing, but you're also trying to get out of the way, and sometimes you panic.
It's the kind of thing that makes you want to flip a table, isn't it? I guess.
It's a great team name.
It's fantastic. I really like it, and the livery's not bad as well. But it's just a shame they've had not a race to match, let's say, because it's been difficult for them. But yeah, as you said at the time, fair play to them for staying out the way at a point where they really could have gotten in everyone's way, actually, and caused an absolute roadblock for everybody. So fair play to them for that one. But Isaac Price is going to feel like he's got a roadblock in front of him right now. That lap traffic going to start to just irritate him a little bit, I feel. And even though it's not slowing him down any much, it's certainly in his mind now.
Yeah, certainly so. I mean, especially when you get a little bit of traffic up ahead of you, this is where you can't help but take your eyes off the mirrors coming down the mountain, because you can really feel that pressure. I mean, look at how close Niels Niox is to the rear end. You think you'd be watching some touring car racing with how tight these two are. This could be the best opportunity for the German to make his way past as Jordan Sherritt comes into the pit lane, not only to serve his penalty, but also to serve a pit stop, get some more fuel and tyres, and potentially switch drivers as well for the number 51. They're going to navigate their way past the back marker. That is the second McLaren in this race. Of course, we do have two, one in the form of our race leaders in the 912, the other one being in the Drive to Boys Racing team car, which is one of those runners in the silver category. Niels Niox still not able to work his way through. The Aston Martin seems plenty potent enough in a straight line to keep that BMW at bay for now.
Yeah, it was, well, I agreed with you actually. I thought it was a good opportunity for Niox there, but clearly not quite anyway. So Price will stay in front for another lap, and this could be the story of their stint. They might well trail one another for quite some time here. We'll wait and see whether that is the case, but for now it has been just following one another as Jordan Sherritt makes his way out the pit lane, or at least that Ferrari does. Having made their pit stop, they should be 10 seconds closer to the battle for second, and Veloce will have 10 seconds more breathing space at the front of the race.
Yes, also, again, we've got to focus on some of those that did make pit stops. Again, the 888, remember, it made a pit stop earlier than Jordan Sherritt. Kind of keep an eye on, like say, how close the battle between Sherritt, how close, Hartveld now, between Sherritt Pennon, and of course when David Tinitza comes into the pit lane, all those kind of things, like how close are these gaps going to be. The only person I think that's particularly safe in this top lot is our race leader Luke Whitehead. Tinitza will be in on this time. I think Whitehead might be as well, but he might actually go one lap longer if he's feeling like he wants to risk it for a chocolate biscuit. But I would suspect they're both going to be in pretty soon. Tinitza definitely this lap. But I mean, yeah, the McLaren Veloce, I mean, they're the champions after all. Yes, I know there's a bit of driver changing within who's representing Veloce in this season, but they're continuing as they ended last year. Yeah, I believe so. And I believe, by the way, that it was the Lamborghini team, wasn't it? Lamborghini Esports who won this race? Who won this race? The Automobili Lamborghini.
Yes, I thought so. I was about to get them mixed up because I was going to say the opposite. Niels Niox down the inside then on Isaac Price, and it looks all right in the end, although he's been in this position before. Price is very strong on the outside line, isn't he, in that Aston Martin? Normally, that is a surefire way to lose the place, but he's really strong around there. Niels Niox just can't get the exit he needs.
How brave do you have to be, though, to basically almost give the car you're racing effectively the inside line for that part in the chase? You have to be so brave. You have to have so much confidence, so much knowledge that you are absolutely going to hold on to that position. And I mean, clearly, like I say, we've seen it a couple of times. We've seen basically a copy and paste on the second attempt. That Isaac Price around the outside just has the grip, has the speed, has the knowledge, has the control to keep that car ahead of the BMW M Team BS competition that's been hounding them for a while. Are they closing in? No. I was going to wonder if they were closing in on the number 3 car that's directly ahead, the race leader, of course, in the silver category. The answer to that question is actually no. It's still kind of hovering about, if not going out further. The last lap, yes, of course, because they were battling a little bit, but it did actually go out by a second in the battle between 9th and 10th in the overall.
Nearly 7 seconds now, or at least it was at the line. Obviously, it doesn't matter too much for overall places, but for class places, but does for overall. The 25 Audi not too far in front of that either. And I've got to say that Niels Niox's body language down at Mountain Straight there was quite interesting actually towards turn 2 there. Seemed to be gesturing as to say, why are we actually doing this right now? Why are we fighting with more than 2 hours to go? I don't know if that's exactly what he was saying, but that's what his body language looked like. I'm not an expert, but I don't know. I don't feel like he's very pleased with the whole situation at the moment.
No, I think it's because, to be honest, it might be because the G2 Esports car is actually faster in a straight line compared to the G2, compared to the BMW M10 BS competition car. So Isaac Price has that kind of like speed in the straight to keep Niels Niox at bay. And Niels will be thinking over the top of the mountain, we are losing so much time because I can't make the most of my car, right? He's feeling confident at the moment to absolutely lob it over the top of the mountain. But when the car ahead of you, is 3 tenths off a lap, you just lose all that time. Just it's gone out the window, and you won't see it again. By the way, battle for third, I think, is actually very close. When I did check it out just a second ago, Hartwell versus Sheriff Pennon. I think that is going to be an extremely tight battle at the moment between the 63 and the 888. Obviously, all fairly recently out of the pit lane. The 888 earlier than others.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Luca Losio has gone now in the Lamborghini, so David Tonizza, is out of that car. Losio in, and I think you're correct. Sheriff Pennon was very close, and if not alongside at some point, in terms of trying to get up into third place. But that means the second, third and fourth cars at the moment covered by around 5 to 8 seconds, somewhere in that region at the moment, which is encouraging at this end of the race, and encouraging for Veloce once again, I'll repeat, because if they start battling for second place, then they can push home that near half-minute advantage even further.
Well, into the mountain this grouping will go. Letal versus Offerman in the battle for 22nd overall. Once again, Losio is still able to keep Sheriff Pennon at bay. I think the gap might have gone out of touch. It's very hard to tell on the live. And once again, it is pretty close up there for third. Out wide goes the Audi. And this battle not switching over just yet. Xenon Racing trying to work their way past the Audi R8 that sits ahead of them, incredibly tight, heading up towards McPhillamy Park as they go through Solomon Park and down towards McPhillamy, down towards Skyline, out wide a corner that's bitten quite a few cars today. You've got one of the Pulse cars as well closing in. Jan Willem van Omen behind us. It's not Pulse, it's of course FFS Racing. One of the drivers and teams did very well last year, if I remember correctly. Didn't they win the championship last year?
Don't ask me. I can't remember.
I will. They did. The FFS Racing car did indeed win the championship last year. There we go. Yeah. The more you know.
They are a strong team, though. It's not a surprise for the silver category. Maybe a little bit surprising to see them so far down this in this race, actually. But there we are. It's been fairly dominant so far from the number 3 team of West Competition Racing. They did have their teammates in a 1-2 formation actually for quite some time, but that's fallen away and just melted away briefly, or for the moment anyway. Sebastian Apostel now at the wheel there in 5th place, what I can make out, in the silver category. But battle for 3rd place very much on here between Losio and Sheriff Pennon.
You can indeed count them, but I'm really proud of you. Of all of the things that you've learnt over this time is counting. Is indeed running in 5th place in category. Hold on. Anyway, before I tell you a new one, sorry mate. Oh dear, yeah, we'll keep our eyes focused on this battle for 3rd. Of course, they will have closed down 10 seconds on Chris Hartwell, and you can see that their gap is certainly closer than it has been before. We've seen it in the sort of like 10-15 second region. It's now 4.7 as they head up the mountain this time. But I got a bit of traffic ahead of Luca Losio as well. A couple of bits between Losio and Hartwell, which is going to slow them down to no end. But this will be applying the pressure for 3rd. You've got the 888 not too far off the rear end, and we do know there's quite a few fans for them in the chat. This is going to be a very sketchy moment for Losio with a lot of traffic ahead as they head down the mountain. Could this be where the position is switched? They've fought so hard on the recovery drive to return up towards the podium positions after starting this race from 21st with 2 hours and 15 minutes left to go. I know this is not make or break, but this could be a big swing for the Mobileye Lamborghini Esports team.
Could be very important indeed, and maybe the Bentley that hindered it over the course of the mountain is going to help it on Conrod Straight here, just with that little bit of, oh dear, slipstream and straight line speed. I'm not sure that driver of the lap car realised there were 2 cars in tow there, because Sheriff Pennon very nearly got the door slammed in his face there, but fortunately didn't. The 2 of them will get through as one, and Losio will continue in 3rd place for the moment. Some seconds now behind Hartwell as things stand, but at least they've held on to this podium place over the course of another lap. The Ferrari nowhere near as quick as the Lamborghini towards the chase that time.
I wonder if there's like a little extra like fire for the likes of Luca Losio, for the likes of David Tonizza, who of course both have represented Ferrari, be it in SRO or elsewhere in sim racing. There is a lot of there is that need when you've got like a team that you've been a part of or been close with at least, there is that extra need to dig deep to try and beat them. And so for these two, or at least for Lozio, there will be even more hunger. For Sheriff Pennant, obviously you want to be the lead type of your car as well. You want to be the lead of the mark. That way you can be like, well, we made the most of the brand that we had, of the badge that we've got, of the car that we're driving, especially with it being the new Ferrari. I think it looks quite good, by the way. Obviously, let's not talk about the Sheriff Pennant because it's just, well, it's black, isn't it? I still think the best livery in that Ferrari at the moment is the Jean Lacey Esports one. I think that just looks really nice on that Ferrari.
There's certainly a lot of them in this series, there's no doubt about that part, and no surprise to see S&P Racing driving it either. I agree though that the Ferrari does look particularly nice, the new version that's only began racing this year and is in ACC just as quickly as well, which is fantastic to see. But that does mean, as with happens quite a lot with new cars, a lot of teams have picked it, as it turns out. I know S&P Racing Esports may be obliged to pick it anyway, and Ferrari Esports certainly are. But,
maybe.
In silver, it's been taken up by quite a lot of people, which is unsurprising, really, given it's a new car.
Yeah, it's kind of one of those things with new cars when they are brand new to the platform. People tend to drive them a lot more in practice, right? Because they're kind of, oh, it's a new car, let's drive that for a little bit. So they get used to it more, and so they get faster in it, and so it is the car they want to use. Whether it is the fastest or not, it's more that they get used to it. And I am wisely informed the Ferraris is actually pretty decent when it comes to its race pace, at least. I mean, it is holding all 3 positions on the podium in the silver category, and it's not a million miles away from holding 2 of the 3 podium positions in the pro category. Not that means that it is the best car on the grid. Obviously, percentage-wise, it is the highest subscribed vehicle on the grid, so kind of, Ferrari wins Ferrari Cup in a certain way, but yeah, it is showing quite nicely at the start of the season. I will say though, this is not me trying to be too harsh, but it's just saying that sometimes this is just how it goes. But do remember back to last season, the Automobili Lamborghini Esports car, which started out the season looking real strong on the mountain, they really struggled pretty much every round after that, except Kyalami. Where they had a decent, I think they might have finished second at Kyalami, but sure, that's all well and good, but for the other rounds, that car was not ideal. Which not ideal on a grid this strong. It was really not ideal.
Well, not ideal means no result, really.
Exactly,
and certainly not winning. Certainly not on the podium. Probably not inside the top 5 or 10 either. It's very, very tricky indeed. And you do have to think about that when you're selecting a car for the season. I think it is often easy, especially in a season with so few races and such big races as these. You either kind of gravitate towards the first race at the Bathurst 12 hour. You think, oh, we need a good start, so we need a car that's good around Bathurst. Or you kind of gravitate towards Spa maybe. Think we need to be good over the 24-hour race because. If you've got a bad car over 24 hours, you're going to lose more than you would over an 8-hour, for example, or whatever the thinking is behind that. So I think, it's easy to kind of gravitate towards a car because of those 2 reasons. However, you've got to think about this as a whole season job. And I'm not saying the Lamborghini team haven't done that, because I wouldn't imagine they have much say in changing their car anyway. But it's something that the other teams certainly have to think about over the course of the season, and putting as much work in for the other rounds as you do for round 1, which doesn't always happen.
Yeah, absolutely. A couple of looks there in the background from I think it might have been Bastian Offerman in that Xenon racing car, trying to get past the 114, trying to get past Darren King, of course, Jean Lacey Esports team. This is their Lamborghini. They do have a couple on this grid, including a Ferrari, which is in the silver category. That is not trying to paint them in a bad light. I mean, they kind of don't themselves. They're the ones that have that 30 seconds post-race time penalty, courtesy of breaching those nice boy points. They've breached those, and so they're going to get a whopping penalty post-race. But we at least get to focus on one that's in a decent-ish position. I know Darren King will want to be a bit higher up than this, but alas, it is the position they find themselves in, just ticking off laps consistently. I mean, realistically, in class, they are 12th in class, which, is not great. It's not awful. I mean,
Points.
it's points, exactly.
So, to be honest, in a first round like this, especially if you've not had things go all your own way, I don't think you can complain about any level of points, really, as Neil Nikes almost puts on a replay for us of what he's done previously with Isaac Price here. I think Price has been very clever, though, and it's easy to say that Nikes is struggling to get through, but I think it wouldn't be inaccurate to say, that Price has done well in defending here, because what he does through the chase, and as you mentioned earlier, it is brave of him to continue to go on the outside. He just pinches Nikes in just enough and allows the BMW one car width, but almost nothing else than that, and so Nikes can't actually fade out any more than he already is until Price does, by which point Price is already on the gas, he's already opened out the steering a bit, he's already got the good exit, and then Nikes has to react to that and then do the same on the exit, and Price is going to win that battle every time when he's in control of the situation like that. So it's been really good defensive driving so far. It's just a shame for him he's got about half an hour left of this.
Yeah, well, I mean, it depends what his teammates can do when they're behind the wheel. It depends on how long this battle between the BMW and Team BS competition goes on, because, I mean, it might be 2 hours and 8 minutes at this race. Looking at the fight for second in the silver category, 12th overall, we've got Bet, who's just hanging on from Jaroslav Honzik at the moment. Of course, the trio of Ferraris that lead the way in the silver category. The next car that's closing up on them is obviously not position. That will be the Unicorns of Love Mercedes. That is... Is it actually the one behind him? Yeah, it is the one behind him, isn't it?
Yeah, that looks like Bastian Richter to me.
Yeah, so obviously a full lap ahead, despite actually not being too many positions down there. That was why it caught me out just a touch. But then when you think there's 40 seconds between Bent and the rear end of Niels Nijaks' car, Jaroslav Honzik will be pretty feisty. I think he'll want to get past the Rembelt on the Esports car. Not sure he'll want to do it over the top of the mountain, though. I mean, especially not through McPhillamy, because this is a corner which has bitten a lot of drivers today. McPhillamy and Skyline, both of them have had their fair share.
And it's not exactly a surprise to see that. Oh dear, either, as Isaac Price has gone, Nijaks has gone off along with Hartveld in the 51, I'm pretty sure that is.
Yeah, it is.
Speaking of lots of laps between cars, that's another example of it. 2nd to 10th is on your screen right now, but there's a lap between them at the moment. Chris Hartveld, I think, has gone down the inside of Nijaks, who maybe wasn't expecting it, and they've both ended up off at the chase. We'll find out shortly.
Yeah, definitely need to see a replay of that bad boy. I don't know what like I say. I mean, it's easy to do. I will say, this is not me trying to toot my own horn or anything, but I was battling for a championship around Bathurst once, and I nearly lost it all by misjudging going through back markers, by just wanting to get through them, and I committed a little too hard, shall we say, and I might have bashed off of a barrier going into the final corner. But hey, it is what it is. Sometimes you got to do it for the banter. But no, for real, you've kind of just got to be a little careful in that, and especially when you're in a decent position in the race. 2nd place, if you're looking to go for the championship, starting off the season somewhere inside the top 5 is critical. You have to be consistent. Confirmation of a penalty for the number 54 car. That'll be a 5-second time penalty, I believe. Obviously, Bastian Offman, who we're looking at here, is the recipient. Yeah,
so this is going to maybe affect the battle just a little bit. By the way, championship finale at Bathurst sounds horrendous.
It was V8 Supercar stuff.
Well, I know, but it doesn't make it any less stressful or tense, does it?
It's all right, don't worry about it, mate. Thanks.
Well, it's all right after the fact, yeah, but but being in it, goodness me.
No, I love myself Bathurst for a champ. I've done a few championship finales at Bathurst, like not actually competing in many of them, but no, I did win. I did win on this one occasion, mostly because I came in with an enormous point margin, and all I had to do was finish 3rd. But
all you had to do was finish 3rd. That sounds quite difficult to me, unless there's 4 drivers.
No, I beat Yuri Kasdorp that day. Wow. Smashed him as well. I was about 2nd lap faster than him. Yeah, this is before he was good.
Yeah, well, and he might be good if he hit supercars these days, to be fair.
Oh yeah, he would be. It's Yuri Kasdorp. He's quick at anything.
Yeah, pretty much. So yeah, it must have been a long time ago. But anyway, yeah.
It was 2016, 2017. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. So there we are. But yeah, it's a free car battle here in silver. Offerman maybe affected slightly by that penalty in terms of his thinking, in terms of how much he wants to get himself involved with this now. But we'll see. He doesn't seem to be letting off the gas too much, and neither do these two. By the way, in terms of liveries and the Ferraris, I would probably go for one of these two instead of John Lacey.
No, well, we've not seen the 28 yet. We've not seen the 28 yet. So
that's good. But I love the Remvelton liveries anyway.
Really?
Yeah, I like it. Well, yeah, maybe.
There you go. Look at that bad boy. Woo.
It's nice, but yeah, it's no, I'm not saying it's bad, but
it's for me, it's that type of blue, and it's just the material they've used for it. I think looks absolutely excellent. It's very tangible.
Yeah, I know what you mean. The colour's quite nice as well. If that's what you mean.
Well, yeah, the colour is, but also it's kind of like it's one of those liveries that when you're looking at it, I can picture it on a real car, right? I can see that being a real race car going around a real racetrack, right? Whereas there are some liveries on the grid where I'm looking at it being that's an objectively nice livery, but I couldn't see it on a real racetrack. The Remvelton car is actually kind of in that category. I just couldn't actually see it in. It's very much a sim racer livery.
Yeah, but is that what it's for? Just to have,
no, of course.
Yeah, so you know, I quite like it. So there we are. But
I remember this Bentley that was in British GT a couple of years ago, and I think I've told the story a few times. But I was looking at this Bentley thinking, that's a crazy looking Bentley. I can't remember what one it was, but I can tell you the livery. I can't remember the team. But it was black. It had orange on it. It had red. It had blue. I'm looking at it being like, I really like this livery, but it looks like a sim racing livery. Turns out the livery was done by Nico Barkley, who is a sim racing livery designer. And I was like, now it does make sense.
Oh yeah, exactly. He has made a fair share of liveries in this time. But yeah, to me it doesn't take much away from it, in my opinion, just having a sim race delivery, because that's what we're here for. That's what it's there for. Or partly.
Livery would.
You don't sound like you agree.
No, I'm not convinced at all. No, I mean it's kind of it's one of those things that's completely subjective. I'm just very curious as to what a Ewan O'Leary livery would look like.
Me designing it.
Yeah.
Yeah, a mess is what it is. Probably just paint it one colour to save myself the hassle.
No. I'm not saying that you would actually like make the livery on the car, but like you're the one that's contributing the ideas. You're the
Yeah, God knows. I do not know at all.
What colour would it be?
Oh, I don't know. Lime green or something.
Is that just because you've got that? Was that an anti-Porsche that's just as your picture on Discord constantly?
Oh yeah, that is. Yeah, it just gets a little bit more ugly every time I see it. To be fair. I'm going off it a little bit because it has been around for about 5 or 6 years. But
oh dear,
it's pretty nice, and it was very nice at the time. I really liked it.
It's a classic livery. No, I think it looks great.
Okay. It certainly looks better than the predominantly yellow with green. Oh dear! Oh no!
Oh no!
Leader in silver just snagging the wall.
Yeah, that was just a little silly for the West Competition racing car. The race leader in silver out wide, just brushed off. I don't think that will be bad at all. I think it's very much a wake-up call. Very
Won't be
much.
up.
Yeah, I bet. No, it's just, I mean, it's kind of one of those things. When a car goes off ahead of you, it's very easy to just kind of like follow that car off. You know, it's target fixation at the end of the day, and that's exactly what happened there. Oh, yeah. Into the pit lane is Letao.
So this battle in silver is going to be just interrupted a little bit as Jan-Willem van Oomen has gotten through on Offerman, who will end up in exactly the same position he was pretty recently. But yeah, that will certainly be a wake-up call for the number 3, and maybe a bit of an incentive to these guys as well. I'm not sure they will have even known that Metropolis would have had that incident actually, but either way, if they did, it's certainly a bit of motivation as we get a really nice full view of Jaroslav Honzik's setup as he tries to set up the move for second place.
Yeah, of course. I've said before, I really like this because obviously he's streaming at the moment, so he'll have his normal webcam on, which is looking basically 45 degrees towards him. We get the rear view, we get the sneaky little view. So, you know, if you're a Yaroslav Honzik fan, you know, let some others know. Be like, oh, if you want to see the other side of it, then there you go, you can. Obviously, you know, shout out to Tio. I don't know how old he is. I can't remember how old he turned yesterday, but certainly was his birthday. Now he's trying to use some of that age and experience to make his way past Leon Baird and try and work his way up to second in class. A very, very solid drive at the moment.
It almost feels like we've snuck into Yaroslav Honzik's room, doesn't it, really? And we're just watching as if he doesn't know we're here. So that's a little bit weird, but yeah, it's a nice view of what he's dealing with at the moment. And he did get quite close to Bernd actually on the mountain straight there towards turn 2. Couldn't really offer any threat in the end. Bernd was quite smart to just leave his Ferrari in the middle of the road, leaving Honzik the unenviable position of squeezing yourself either down left or right, neither of which is particularly appetising, so decides to stay behind instead. And they'll wait for a better opportunity, but given they're in the same machinery, the slipstream should be pretty effective. The opportunities should be fairly regular if he wants them, and he will look now down the inside now into the chase. He'll get that done very nicely indeed, with a lot more success than the likes of Nayax have done in the last half an hour.
Was literally about to say, right, if someone who is a BMW M Team BS competition fan, someone make a clip of that and send it to Niels Nayax right now. Show him how it was done, because Yaroslav Honzik does work his way up into second position in class. Of course, no threat of going after the race leader. Yes, they've made a mistake, but still, Metropolis is able to hang on to 9th position for now. The only silver car inside the top 10. I remember this being like a feature last year. I think we did have a couple where it ended up going the way of a silver car, but silver cars inside the top 10, we almost always saw a fairly decent contingent of silver cars inside the top 10 for sort of like the first half of a race, like the first 4, 5, 6 hours, and then, as you would kind of expect, as the race would go on, the pro drivers would eventually start, the pro teams would start like rearing their heads and start working their way forward. Any that had issues, they'd be playing the long game. And by the end of the race, I think on pretty much every occasion, the top 10 was all pro cars. Now, I know obviously you would expect that, but let's be honest, some of these silver teams, they are quality teams. The fact they can even hang into the top 10 in a grid like this for 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 hours, 10 hours at this point is very, very impressive as Kamil Pawlowski comes into the pit lane.
It is really impressive, and it says a lot about those teams, of course, but to be honest, in terms of the spread of the entire field, I do think that if given enough time, all of these drivers could set the best, roughly the same time to about the same tenth of a second. Of course, some drivers would probably need less time than others, but say if you set the pole driver from this race, for example, out for one lap to do one lap, I reckon everybody could do that lap. But it's just a case of sustaining that, isn't it, over the course of 12 hours, and that's the part that's difficult to do. We've all had laps we've all had qualifying sessions where we're like, I've actually just had an out-of-body experience because I don't know what just happened there, and I don't think I'll ever be able to do that again. Or certainly drivers who are not as good, like me. You know, you have that wonder lap that what happens once and never again. You know, it can happen to anyone, but it's if you tried to keep up with these guys for 12 hours, you just wouldn't be able to. And that's the kind of effect that we see in these longer races with the silver cars.
Yeah, no, I remember we had a conversation with Tobin Lee about this towards the start of the race, that typically when it comes to me qualifying, as I've told you time and time again, I like to have as little data on screen, as little kind of... I don't like having... Huh?
I agree, by the way. I don't like it either.
No, I like it just to be me, the car, the lap, nothing else. And to be fair, to some degree, especially this race, because it's an endurance race, absolutely fine to have a bit more data on the screen because you kind of want that data. But if it's sprint racing and stuff, and like touring car race, which is mostly my pedigree and stuff, again, it is the same thing. If I want as little information on screen as possible, because I just want to focus on what I'm doing, I want to hit my targets. And to be fair to your point, I kind of agree. I think I wouldn't say they'd all do the same lap time, but I would say around here, as Niels Nayax once again closes up to the back of Isaac Price, as Tushkovic takes over from Kamil Pavlovsky in that number 25 into the breach car. I reckon most of the grid would be able to get within a second of the pole time. And you kind of think, maybe that's not that impressive. Just a reminder, on the grid today, there are 47 cars with an average of 3 drivers a car, right? That is 150 drivers around one of the hardest tracks that you can throw at, with completely different cars up and down the field. And I still reckon most of the grid, a solid like 90% of the grid, would be within a second.
Yeah, I think that's not a stretch at all to say. As I said, I would even go a bit further than that, but yeah, fair enough. We can meet in the middle there.
How close would you get to that time?
Oh, I DNF, I think.
How close would you be satisfied?
Oh dear,
from a very serious point of view.
It's been so long since I drove. I actually don't know what a reference point is anymore. Like, you know, it's been such a long time. So yeah, I mean, around here you do kind of extend those margins, because around a regular 2-minute circuit, which a lot of Grand Prix circuits would take for a GT3, you know, you want to be a little bit closer than you'd accept being around here, wouldn't you? Because this does have that added level of challenge, maybe, than what you see around some other Grand Prix circuits, or some of the more traditional Grand Prix circuits, let's say. So yeah, it would be. You certainly allow yourself a little bit more time to fall back, given the challenge.
Have you become a politician? That was a complete sidestep of the question. Oh dear. I'll say I would be satisfied at this point in my, let's be honest, the twilight years of my sim racing career. As here comes the Niels Nyax once again for a move. He's got around the outside of the kink. He's down the inside of Isaac Price. He's held on every single time that BMW M-Team BS competition has gone down the inside. And once again, still continues to hang on. Niels Nyax goes out wide and is still unable to make his way past Isaac Price. Remains his way in 10th position. I would be satisfied, Ewan O'Leary, with 3 seconds.
Okay.
If I put some work in, I'd be fairly satisfied with 3 seconds. And by some work in, really these days that's like 50-60 laps, because
that's more than I thought. I've got to be honest. But
yeah, it's because I'm washed, mate. I'm also not very good at ACC.
I've never driven ACC, not once, not one lap. So there we are. But yeah, I mean, it's difficult to reference for me these days, to be honest. But there's no doubting how strong they'll be at the front in terms of lap time. Just want to say, by the way, I don't know if you would agree with this, but Niels Nyax looks a little bit almost frustrated when he tried to make that move there on Isaac Price. I think there was no way he was going to get round the outside for that second part of the chase there, but he kind of went for it anyway and almost threw his car into the grass, almost as if it was the last lap. There, I don't know whether he is, because we're speculating wildly, and I was earlier about him being frustrated as well, but he just seems a little bit irritated with the fact he can't get through.
Like I say, I think he's just thinking about how much time he's losing right now. Yes, I know the little mistake there from Isaac Price. And the problem is that that's a mistake that Niels Nyax cannot capitalise on, because this is so narrow over the mountain. Yes, once again, he's going to be extremely close as they race their way down the down Conrad straight down towards the chase. Once again, he'll be extremely close going into the chase. He might well be able to go for a move going into the chase once again. But it's getting to the point where he's getting closer and closer and closer. He needs to just do like the ultra send of just like this move on the exit of the corner, mate. Sorry, you're either going off, or we're not a part of it. Once again, we'll get down the inside. He's going to send it in a little harder this time, just a little bit. He's still giving plenty of room, but finally the BMW M-Team BS competition car of Niels Nyax has made its way past Isaac Price, who now dropped back to 10th position.
Yeah, that was a little bit more conviction and a little bit later on the brakes as well from Niels Nyax, which has earned him the place in the end. And we'll see now how much that has been costing him, if it has indeed, because he said earlier on Aston Martin maybe a little bit quicker in the straight line, whereas Nyax was not able to use the advantage that he has over the mountain. We'll see if that bears truth here in a couple of moments. We'll see whether Price can get through first of all into second, whether he can repass again. Doesn't look like it. Yeah, it looks like he'll stay behind for now. So now Nyax has got the opportunity then to go over the mountain and see if we can get away, or if these two are actually just pretty well matched to each other.
warning for the 62, which is Isaac Price, for ignoring blue flags, as well as a warning for the 54 for the same feat. The 54 is the Xenon Racing, that Mercedes that we've seen a few times. The pair of those, though, getting warnings for ignoring blue flags. Interesting.
I wonder whether that was due to...
That was when the Ferrari was behind them, wasn't it?
Yeah, maybe, because I can see that. Is that not the Lamborghini Esports of Locio?
No.
Right, no? It's different.
No. I can't remember. There are two. I think that will be the 17th position, the number 60, I do believe. It is really hard to tell them apart, but it could be Locio, don't get me wrong. Kind of trying to see the car number, so I think it might actually be Locio. Yeah, you're right. There are two green Lamborghinis, they look exactly the same. I'm
basing it off the fact that Hartwell didn't get through that long ago, and so Locio must be quite close, and in this case he is. So yeah, maybe it was the incident with Hartwell that caused that warning.
Yeah, it certainly is actually, because you can see them getting out of the way. Isaac Price pulling over to one side. Locio then is making his way through as he's closing up towards the back of Chris Hartwell. We'll take a look though at a replay to see some of these incidents a bit further down. I believe it's the Pulse SimSport car into the rear end of the 555. Oh, and an extra bit of contact as well. Who is behind the wheel of that Pulse car at the moment?
We'll have a look down the order. Neither of us are going to be able to find it very quickly now that we can.
No, that's always the case. That is always the case. Yes. Unfortunately, we're not good at this.
But it was certainly the 555 of Williams Esports who got tipped around quite unceremoniously in the end, really, because they've been up and down a little bit today. But Dominic Blyer inside the top 10 at the moment, in that 5th place as things stand. And may even be suffering with a hint of damage after that. I don't know whether that will be enough for any damage, because I'm thinking more about the second hit in particular, because of the angle that the two cars were at, but it probably won't do anything race changing, you wouldn't imagine, but pretty annoying for Blyer certainly to have to deal with.
Yeah, no, I was only saying because it's Jonathan Seville, by the way, who's behind the wheel of the Pulse SimSport car that's made that contact. Because I do know that there's a couple of drivers like Felix stuff that's in the Pulse car that do get along quite well with a few drivers inside that 555, and you kind of get the feeling that sometimes tensions are high, right? And there are even mates on a grid when there is contact like that. It can be a little bit frustrating. And Dominic Blyer being sent around, it's not been a great day for the 555. They have had decent pace. I mean, they do hold the fastest lap of the race. Darren McCormack in the early stage was keeping up. They've received a couple of penalties here and there, though. Of course, they were spun around after contact with themselves in the 51, spun around now contact with the 52, coincidentally enough. Whilst they're running a special livery, because it is a special time for the Williams Esports team, it's not a special start to the season for them. Although I did joke with Darren McCormack. I said, it's the 555, it's 5 years, you've got a lot of fives in the cars. You're going to finish in 5th, right? They're presently running in 5th. So
they might well do.
You never know.
5 race season.
It is a quite, yeah.
Any more
fives to throw out there?
Any more tenuous references to the number 5 we can muster up in the next hour and 3/4? Not entirely sure. Have they got 5 penalties? Well,
no. They will get 5 penalties throughout the season. I think that's the wow. No, well, no, that's maybe a bit low. We'll see. At the moment, they are running in that 5th position, and as much as we're joking and laughing about it in the commentary booth, they're not joking and laughing about it in the Williams Esports camp. They are a team that's come along to win, and this is not a day that they'll want to live long and merry. But there's still an hour and 46 minutes left of it. There's still time for them to work their way up the order if they can do so, although I think some of those gaps might be a little bit too large.
Got to think as well about the Williams Esports camp as a whole, I think, in this equation, because, as you say, they're not winning, but I think they would have accepted 5th place here in the 555 if they hadn't have had such a difficult race in the 66 Audi, I would say, because earlier on, Tinker van der Velde had quite a big off in that car that cost them quite a lot of time for Williams Esports, and you can only just see Igor Rodriguez now poking his head in towards the bottom end of the leaderboard on our left-hand side now in 23rd place overall, and a little bit higher up in the pro standings, of course. He's about 12th, 13th in the pro standing. So once again, it's points, but it's not the points they were hoping for. So overall, I think they will be a little bit disappointed. But in isolation, I don't think that top 5 is a bad result, because they are, after all, the best Mercedes, beating both Unicorns of Love cars, which is in isolation quite impressive.
Yes, obviously that one isn't at the moment. Those 2 Unicorns of Love cars, they're running slightly different on the strategy. They're actually their stints at the moment for the Unicorns of Love, both the 14 and the 4, for the Help Racing one and the standard Unicorns of Love. Their stints have been 28 laps long, lasting roughly 57 minutes, versus everyone else who's basically taking it up towards the 31 lap mark, and stints that are lasting around an hour 3. So they're going quite significantly shorter. Again, there is not too long left to go in this race. At the moment, by my calculations, Dominic Blyer in the Williams Esports car, they will have to be into the pit lane twice before the checkered flag. Meanwhile, the 14 and the 4 only have to be into the pit lane once until the checkered flag. They've already done their penultimate pit stop in this race.
There, of course, will be long. Well, that pit stop for Unicorns of Love will be a little bit longer, but yeah, it's still not great news for Williams Esports as things stand at the moment. I've got to say that with all the complaining we do about the 65-minute rule, it does make that part of the equation quite a lot easier.
Yeah, no, I mean, you said that there is the unsurprising 10-second time penalty going the way of the 52. Race Control actually had a fairly calm run for the last little while, but they do get to dish out a 10-second time penalty to that Pole Simsport car after contact between Jonathan Seville and of course Dominic Blyer going down into the final corner. And yes, if there is, it's kind of one of those things of like, you know, choose your battles, and you know, if it's something that you're passionate for, it's the hill you die on type thing. 100% the 65-minute rule should be slapped straight into the bin. Is almost certainly a hill I would die on. I cannot stand it. It's just terrible.
I agree with you. But I can't actually think of anything I'd like to change more about GT3 racing. But anyway, we'll not go on about it for too long. It's coming up to 65 minutes for these two, and Niels Nyx will be in the pit lane.
Yeah, there we go. Gone straight in. Of course, he didn't manage to pull away from Isaac Price too much. So for all of the anger it seemed that Niels Nyx had, he wasn't actually able to put out any gap once he passed Isaac Price. Maybe Isaac Price had stepped up at the speed a little bit more, maybe without the pressure on his shoulders all the time. But either way, a frustrating stint for Niels Nyx. Despite making that move, he returns his way into the pit lane for his penultimate stop, as we are approaching lap 300 in the race. Grantas Caracas leading the way in that 9:12, 20 seconds clear of Chris Harteveld, and that gap has been coming down, I will just say. The last few laps, I do believe Harteveld is running pretty close to being on average around about 5/10 lap faster, at least each time I check over. The last lap time was actually close to 7/10, but has been closing that gap down. It's down to 21.5 seconds, which, yes, you might think that's a huge margin, Lewis. What are you talking about? Well, there's still 100 minutes left to go in this race. That is roughly 50 laps of racing left to do over the mountain. There is plenty of time, and in that 50 laps, if it comes down half a second a lap, unlikely it would do every single lap, but still, if it does come down half a second a lap, with there being only 20 seconds between Harteveld and Caracas, there would be a fight between the Ferrari Esports car and the McLaren Veloce. I'm not 100% sure that is going to be the case, but it's a nice thing for us to ponder in the commentary booth as we approach the final stages of the race.
Yeah, it certainly is. I mean, we have seen. It's not a total surprise though to see Harteveld at the front end of the pace. It's just been sent after another hour. I mean, it's just a little bit of time ago now, but after another hour, the average lap time from all of the race from the top cars, and the Ferrari is still at the top of the standings there, the only team to be below the 202s in average lap time throughout the entire race. And they're about on average, about half a tenth a lap quicker than the McLaren, which doesn't sound like a lot, but then you consider that they've been racing for 300 laps, and then you start to consider that's around a quarter of a minute as far as I can work out. But it's just a shame that they've spent a minute longer in pit lane and the 912 McLaren. It's not been a case of for the McLaren leading that, you know, they've either had loads of pace compared to everyone else, or they've had really short pit stops compared to everyone else. They've just had consistently good amounts of both of those, whereas the Lamborghini, for example, has had good pit stops but not a good starting position and not good pace early on. The Ferrari has had loads of time in pit lane but the best pace, and it kind of cancels each other out. But when you've got those kind of two good elements rather than one great one and one bad one, you end up with a current race leading package with 100 minutes remaining.
Yeah, I will just say, by the way, Grant's Praxis' previous lap time of 2:02.1 was actually 2 tenths faster than Harteveld, so that throws that theory into the bin. Obviously, bits of lap traffic here and there can slow you down, and bits of slipstream here can speed you up. Yellow flag has come out. Again, not 100% sure as to who that would belong to, but you can suspect, bearing in mind how much it's been today, that there'll be something up and over the top of the mountain. I am being told that it will be the number 26 Bentley, belongs to Wild Things Racing. It did start, if memory serves, from the rear row of the grid, certainly down in the bottom 4 or 5 in the grid for the Wild Things Racing car, but they have had an issue somewhere around the circuit. Bearing in mind where we've seen quite a lot of the issues, I would suspect potentially that sort of McPhillamy to Skyline section, which has bitten quite a few. Jaroslav Honzik has come into the pit lane for the Yaz Heat car. There is a look at Soy the Cat, who's behind the wheel of that 26 Wild Things Racing car that has had the recent issue. Just going to take a look at what the pits are looking like for our race leaders in those in that silver category, because again, whilst we do take a look at the pros, sometimes it is important to know what is happening in the silvers. Obviously with Jaroslav Honzik into the pit lane now, that is after only a 55-minute stint, I will add. Metropolis looking to be pitting at some point in the next 10 minutes. Maybe even can extend it out to 15, but I would suspect our race leader in the silver category will be into the pit lane not too far down the road. But obviously, again, anyone making pit stops now, it is penultimate pit stop territory, not final.
It is very much penultimate pit stop territory, and kind of gives you a bit of an equation for what you're going to do in the final 35 minutes as well, in terms of working out fuel and tyres and so on. So that'll be something to think about in around an hour's time. We did get an answer in YouTube chat, by the way, as to how old Jaroslav Honzik is. Apparently he's 35 yesterday.
Was he 35?
Okay. 35, yes. Born in 88, so there we are. Sorry to Jaroslav Honzik to bring that up.
I'm sure he had a lovely day. He doesn't look a day over 21. There we go.
I thought you were going to say doesn't look a day over like 34 or whatever.
Well, I was making jokes about Robbie Stapleton, whose birthday again. I said this earlier on the broadcast. His birthday was yesterday as well, but he's definitely 10. So yeah, that's fine. I think he's 18 now. I think it was his 18th birthday yesterday. Which, could you imagine spending your 18th birthday? 17. Sorry, 17. God, he is young, isn't he? God, makes me sick. But no, imagine spending your 17th birthday practicing constantly. It's like, right, yeah, cool, nice cake, there's that. Anyway, back to Bathurst. Oh, God.
Yes. Well, at least it's Bathurst. It could be like Sebring or something.
Could be Paul Ricard.
It could be Paul
Don't
Ricard,
start disrespecting Sebring now.
If we're staying on topic with this championship, it could be Indianapolis. So
I know.
It could be even. Don't let Arjuna hear me say that. But it could be Indianapolis.
I think even Arjuna would have to agree that the Indianapolis road course is terrible. It is, like, I'm not going to mince my words. It's an awful track, generally for awful people as well. But but no, it is truly awful. I see if Igor Rodriguez, by the way, could get past the Xenon car as Rodriguez makes his way past Offerman. Obviously, was never really going to fight that one too hard. 5-second time penalty over the number 54 Xenon Racing car as well. And also, it's a silver versus a pro, so there's actually nothing to gain in that one. And the flash of the lights, I think, from Offerman towards Rodriguez is more of a, don't worry, mate, don't defend, carry on with it, get on with your life. See you in a bit. Put me along if you want. But no, Indianapolis is terrible. I would much rather go, so Luke Crane would probably not agree with this, I would rather go to Kota. Much rather go to Kota. He hates Kota though.
Wow, really? I didn't know that.
Yeah. I think it's an average track. I don't hate it, don't love it.
Yeah, I actually pretty enjoy COTA, but I think you've got to have a bit more downforce than maybe GT3s provide to enjoy COTA.
Laguna Seca?
Laguna Seca, yeah, that would be good in GT3s, but not particularly good to race on because you can't really overtake very well. So that has its problems as well. So there we are. It's difficult to choose, but we don't have to worry about Indianapolis for a very long time just yet. It's our season finale for the final 8-hour race of the season in middle of September, I think it is, late September kind of areas. So it's a long time before we have to worry about that. But we are getting a good track ticked off the list very early in this championship.
To be fair, again, of the circuits we do go to this season, there are quite a few that I do actually quite like. Of course, Bathurst, as you know, I do think is genuinely the #1 race circuit on the planet. Absolutely love the place. Spa, everyone loves. It unfortunately comes in the middle of Spa season, as no one's going to be shocked. So we're going to see a lot of Spa around that time of the year, whether it is on ACC or elsewhere in sim racing, which is always too much for me, but fair enough. Always got to love a little bit of Spa. We do go to Indianapolis, which is a bit of a Bathurst where we are now, and Kyalami and Suzuka. Suzuka, I've found more recently, the more I've spoken to some sim racers, is actually very much a Marmite circuit, which I would not have expected. I love Suzuka.
Well, it's just difficult.
Yeah,
So,
I think they're all wimps.
That's somewhat of a problem. That I found. I don't tend to love it because it is so hard, but it's not bad, and I do enjoy the 10-hour race always around there, especially in its early days. Got a great entry in real life and so on, and so yeah, it will be a good race to go to as well. But I understand that some people maybe don't enjoy it so much, and I think it will be certainly a little bit more difficult to pass around there than it is around here.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just disappointed in people's weak source. Kyalami as well, though. Got to give a shout out to Kyalami. I think it's a really underrated track. It's one we don't see enough.
And it's only a matter of years, surely, until it ends up on the F1 calendar, in my opinion. Because it's a world championship, and you've got to have all the continents in a world championship, in my opinion. So
even Antarctica.
Maybe Antarctica is a bit tricky. I can see some logistical problems there, but
potentially.
But I don't see. Well, obviously there may be some complications with Kyalami at the moment, but it's got to be a matter of years, not decades. It's soon coming.
I just think that Kyalami might be a little tight these days for modern F1 cars. It's kind of one of those things like when F1 goes to some of the circuits that we've been to, obviously over the last few years, Mugello, for example, Portimao, obviously Imola, where we were supposed to be racing this weekend, etc. I get the feeling that some of these circuits are a little, these days, for modern F1, for the modern, whether you think it's a circuit problem or a car problem, either way, I mean, the modern F1 car is huge, and they spit out a lot of downforce and whatever, and it is quite hard to kind of follow, as we've seen time and time again. I kind of think that Kyalami might have a problem where the racing will be so dull that the racing will absolutely put them to sleep. But what a track it is, when you go through like the barbecue section, up towards the top, coming down towards Crocodile into the final corner, the race down towards the first corner, the second realistically, you've got a couple of decent overtaking opportunities there for if you were racing it in that kind of level of motorsport, but I'm not too sure. I'd really like to see WEC go there.
Yes, that's a good call, because that is a world championship also.
Exactly.
So they need to get going there and start going back to Interlagos or something. But I know they didn't particularly enjoy that going there. But whatever. No. For various reasons. But yeah, I know what you mean. But they keep insisting on sending them to stupid street circuits anyway.
Oh yeah, that is. Don't get me started on street circuits.
Two American street circuits in the last three years added, or whatever it is. And rumour of one in Madrid coming up soon as well. It's so stupid.
Tell us how you really feel, Ewan.
Well, that would be broadcastable, I'm afraid. But yeah, it's if that is not too tight, then Kyalami is absolutely fine.
Yeah, no, there is that. I mean, you'll have to tell me your real feelings when after over a game of chess. which we'll all lose at. But no, it's like you say, it's an interesting world of motorsport. But thankfully, like I say, all of these circuits live on in simulators and stuff, and we still get to go back and we still get to enjoy them ourselves. Obviously, for example, I will probably never ever get the chance to race around Bathurst, and if it changes dramatically for whatever reason, safety issue or whatever, in the next 5 or 10 years, we will always have beautiful laser scan versions of Bathurst across the world of sim racing, including this one here, that mean you could just race on all of these circuits. And also, if there are circuits that you hate, generally, you can uninstall them from your computer, like me and Paul Ricard. Hate the place.
Yeah, you can do, certainly.
Oh,
I mean, it's especially relevant at the moment, is it, with Laguna Seca, you can still enjoy in its previous form on ACC, as far as I'm aware.
Without that horrible run-off they've put on there.
That's a talking point. A bit of an argument there going on social media last weekend, or whenever it was. I think it was last weekend. But yeah, you're right, and that is something we are going to see in motorsport. I think, especially moving forward for sim racing, is with the kind of phasing out of if it. Well, I don't want to say phasing out of internal combustion engines, because that's quite a way off yet. But at some point that will be a thing, and sim racing will be the only place where you can actually hear that and use that in real life anymore. So it's I think it's only going to become more important in that historical sense as time goes on.
Well, this is where the internal combustion. I did see a couple of videos in various places about that. That's a lot of these fuels and stuff that's being made for petrol cars and stuff. But I know Porsche's been working on theirs down in Chile and whatnot, about basically creating an actual combustible, a petrol basically, from air and water, which sounds crazy, but honestly, if you go and look it up, there is it's madness. It sounds like a hoax, it sounds crazy, it sounds completely far-fetched and wrong, but the science is there, and it's very, it's very interesting. It's very, very interesting. So that's maybe the route for some form of keeping the internal combustion engine for a little while longer. But like you say, electric racing, it's probably going to become the mainstay in the end.
Possibly.
We'll see.
The problem with water is, I guess, where you're going to get it from. Is the problem I can see.
Probably the ocean, to be honest.
So, well, I suppose you don't.
What they're getting from just to clarify, by the way, as to how this works, very roughly, is that the way fuel is it's hydrogen, and I think it's hydrogen and carbon, and a mix of that, and they're getting the hydrogen from the water, they're getting the carbon from the air, basically.
Right. Okay. Thanks for.
So they're not actually using water to really clarify that. They're not just pouring a can of water into an engine and going, I hope this works, because water's not. But hydrogen's obviously extremely flammable.
Yes, and that is a problem for many reasons, of course. I was just. It's going to sound weird, but I was forgetting about the ocean when I thought about, because I forgot you could just use it. But
I can't get over that. Oh my goodness! I
live on an island as well, but
goodness me! I mean, to be fair, aren't human beings something like 90% water? So use a human. No, don't do that. To be fair, with the. Oh no, I can't. I was literally about to throw you completely under the bus, but I can't do it to you. Sorry, mate. We'll focus our attention back onto the race, because there is 90 minutes left to go. Final pit stop, or penultimate pit stops coming in from a few teams. Final pit stops just on the horizon for quite a few. Of course, they can start making their final pit stops in around about 25 minutes. I really feel bad for our audience here watching this. They are literally sat there thinking, what are these two clowns talking about?
Clowns may be nice, actually, the word, but there we are. No, it reflects the race situation, I guess, when everyone's kind of limbering up for their final stints here, final pit stops coming up in 25 minutes time or so. Penultimate stops maybe being made by a few. We saw that battle between Barrier and Pashman as well in the 4th place in silver at the moment. So there's these kind of early battles going on, but at the moment it's calm because we are waiting for those final pit stops. And unfortunately, Chris Hartveld's gaining of Grantis Caracas' lead has slightly ebbed a little bit in the last 20 minutes.
Do you remember what I said earlier in the broadcast about like silver teams inside the top 10, and as the race goes on, that those silver drivers generally drop down, all the pro drivers say, well, yeah, that's exactly what's happened. Obviously for now we don't know exactly where these final pit stops are going to throw out some of these teams, and how many more pit stops some teams have to make, but at the moment the top 10 is exclusively dominated by those pro teams, as to be honest it should be. There are a few of the silver teams where you're looking at sort of like, shouldn't you be like a pro team? A bit like Yassi. But yeah, that's not always the case, and it just shows how strong the silver category is.
Yeah, it is a very, very strong category indeed, and we are seeing now a close race develop as well, because in the number 3, Tadeusz Juknavicius has gotten out of the pit lane right in front of Mattia Marchi in the 55 Lamborghini here. Very nice colour to this Lamborghini, by the way, as well. Just applying the pressure in the light blue. I don't mind it. Just applying the pressure to Juknavicius. Although I do fear this car does have 2 stops remaining, whereas Juknavicius only has 1.
I will just double check this. The 55. Yeah, it is going to be 2 stops. One of them will be a splash, but it does have to. It will have to come into the pit lane at least twice. Of course, I know some people will sit there and be like, "Oh, well, if you do a drive-through, that will reset the stint time." It's absolutely right, it will. But obviously, you do have to save a little bit of fuel in doing so. But also, you still have to come into the pit lane 2 times. You would have to drive through the pit lane to reset that stint timer. They're all looking forward to 2 stops left to go. But like I say, the number 3 will be into the pit lane just once more, which will be, once again, a bit of a splash late on in the race. A few other cars that are only looking for 1 stop. The 888 will only come into the pit lane 1 more time. The 14 and the 4, as I've alluded to earlier. The 25, the 89, in that top grouping, they will all come into the pit lane, and also the 62, just throwing that out there as well. They will all come into the pit lane just once more in the running of the 12 Hours of Bathurst. So quite a lot of it. We're about a 50-50 split of those that have done their penalty stop already and those that are awaiting it.
Yeah, pretty much so. But then again, it sounds like that's kind of race-changing stuff. But then again, the positions you're seeing right now is as a result of those who only have to make 1 more stop probably have made a stop extra compared to those as of right now. So it kind of it all evens out in the end, and it all makes sense at the end of the race. But that's why you've got to stay tuned in for the entire 12 hours in these kind of things, because you kind of see it develop over the course of time, and then towards the end of the race, the kind of winning moment that comes forward. I do fear that the winning moment may have been and gone for Veloce. I don't want to hand them the race with more than an hour to go by any means, but they're certainly in control of this one. And without those penalties, well, Ferrari are going to be ruining those penalties, aren't they? Because without them, they surely would have been leading this race by quite some distance.
Yeah, no, I agree. I've got to say the McLaren Veloce car, it's not been a perfect run for them, but this is like the perfect example of why, like, in endurance racing, even at the highest level, you don't need to be perfect to win. You just need to be consistent. You need to be good. And you need to be a bit lucky. And teams don't really like you saying that, but it is absolutely the case. It's that whole thing of like, I'd rather be lucky than good. I mean, they have been somewhat fortunate. Obviously, the issues that the 51 had going through the exit of McPhillamy, having been to the barrier, the issues for the 555 today, some of the issues that the 63's faced, having started from 21st position and worked their way forward. That 912's been off on the very first lap of the race up at turn 2 after contact with themselves and Kamil Pawlowski, and they've still worked their way up the order. Yes, they've got a bit fortunate, but they've played their cards right.
I mean, absolutely. It certainly does come into it. And as I say, you've only got to look back to lap 1, in my opinion, to see that in full view there for the 912, because I would argue that 9 times out of 10 that kind of incident results in something more serious.
I agree.
For Veloce. Yeah. 9 times out of 10 I think they have something more serious as a result of that kind of contact with other cars in the wall at lap 1. It doesn't have to be sort of race-ending damage I'm not talking about here, but whether it be a spin in front of the field or more heavily into the wall on the outside or whatever it is, even just dropping a few more places back, 9 times out of 10 I really do think that it turns into something more serious for them. So they will have gotten away with that one a little bit, and I was hoping it would teach them maybe to be a little bit more conservative on lap 1, but since they've done it right anyway, they may not be at the next round.
I mean, to be fair, I'm not 100% sure. I wouldn't blame. I mean, Cam Pavlovsky was the one that was a little aggressive down the inside. Obviously, they were trying to hang around the outside of Griffin's Bend. I do completely agree, especially in that corner. If the rear end of that McLaren was sitting out a little more and it would have clipped the barrier a little harder, that car would most likely have been spun around, right?
Absolutely.
And at that point, yeah, you're not winning this race. That's it's not day done, but you've got a long day ahead. So yes, they are fortuitous there. They're fortuitous through some of the car incidents. But then, obviously, we're only speaking about the race leader there. The 63's been fortuitous for very similar reasons, with where some other teams have made mistakes. I'm sure a lot of other cars would. Luck, it goes around, it comes around, right? Everyone gets their own share of luck. Some people will say, "Oh, the only luck I see is bad luck," but then they will gain some positions through luck anyway, but they just only see the negative, and because obviously that's that's where things are these days. A lot of people do only just see the negative side of it when you are racing, because it's the easier side to focus on, and remaining positive is so intensely difficult. That's why you need to channel your inner Yaroslav Honzik, ladies and gentlemen. Really, just channel that infectious positivity.
That is exceptionally hard to do, though.
I know.
As I'm sure
I prefer being miserable.
Wow, that's one of the most miserable things you've ever said. But no, it just depends a little bit on how you look at things, and we do say sometimes about some teams that if they only had if they didn't have bad luck, they wouldn't have any luck at all. So you do get that sometimes, but as you say, it goes around and comes around, and also you sort of make your own luck in some ways as well, because if McLaren Velocity hadn't, for example, qualified so well up towards the front, maybe things would have gone even worse for them back in the pack. If that kind of start would have happened, maybe that's true. Maybe also they wouldn't be up there if they weren't, on average each lap second or third fastest. If we even out all the lap times over the course of the near 11 hours so far, they've made their own look in that sense as well. So we can't go on and look too much as it's the most important factor in this one, although it has helped them on slightly at certain moments.
I think you're absolutely right. Some people, it's kind of like some people don't like being told it. You do make your own luck. Like there are. For example, just going to throw one out there, going back just to the lap 1 thing, just once more with the 912. And this is not me trying to blame them at all for it, but there is the kind of thing of if they feel that they got unlucky with where Kamil Pavlovsky drove into them a little bit, was it the wisest call to try and go around or try and hold around the outside of Griffin's Bend on lap 1? Of course, you're always going to give it a little bit of a go, fair enough. But it's kind of like those kind of things that some teams they make things 2 or 3 wide. And then someone makes a mistake, and then they're binned off in the barrier, and they just think, "Oh, we got so unlucky." It's like, yeah, but was 3 wide the wisest call at this point in the race? Yeah. Just throwing that one out there.
And I would argue no, but by this point, it doesn't really matter, does it? You don't really care by this point, so it's I'm not sure they'll look back on any of this race with too much regret at this point, with the way that it's currently going. Grantis Caracas is currently down on pit lane. Speaking of young drivers doing well, by the way, I do believe Grantis Caracas is only about 16 years old, as far as I'm aware.
Is he?
I think so.
Oh, that makes me just so sick. Just disgusted.
As far as I researched earlier on, yeah.
You're still very young compared to compared to me and what I'm. So yeah, that is not okay. Anytime someone's sorry, it's more like thinking about the year you would have to be born for that to be the case. You think, it's like the mid 2000s. I was like, nah.
I can remember some of 2007. Yeah, it's not particularly.
Some of 2007. I remember getting an Xbox 360 and playing Gears of War in 2007.
you were a bit more consciously aware of quite what was happening, I think, at that year in the world than I was. But yes, it is a little bit scary, and it's not exactly like he's a new kid on the scene, is it, Grant Scott?
No,
he's been around for quite some time.
Yeah, no, and he's been quick for quite a lot of it, to be fair, up and down the order. But I think he really found himself a little bit last year. But either way, the Lithuanian is becoming a bit of a superstar in the world. Obviously, like I say, into the pit lane after an hour and 3 minute stint. Grant Caracas, over the stint, he was about a second slower, and that is over the entire stint. It was about a second slower than Whitehead earlier. It was also about a second slower than Harteveld as well. Whopping second. That is a second over an entire hour. So it's nothing. But it is always, do love looking at some of these stats of how close they've been over their respective stints. But yeah, with Grant Caracas coming in, penultimate pit stops for quite a lot of these. That does tell me that most of the drivers that are taking over now, because of course it'll only be a splash and dash when they come in again, these are the drivers that are going to the end of the race, so keep an eye on those. Anyone thinking that maybe like things will close up for the race lead, Jordan Sherritt, David Tinitza, Vishisab Avaladze will all have to do the exact same stop basically as to what Grant Caracas does, with the exception of a little bit of fuel here and there.
I mean, if anything, Veloce got the shortest stop because they came in latest of the top four as far as I could make out. So I think if we're going, and it really is marginal, I think Jordan Sherritt will be in first, and that will give him, a few tenths extra in terms of fuel, maybe a lap extra, a couple of laps extra than some of those around him. But other than that, it's really not too much to worry about. In terms of, I want to just go a little bit into tyres in terms of this final stint as well, because I sometimes get conflicting information from watching ACC races and conflicting ideas about what's the cut-off point for taking tyres during a final stint. I know that it's obviously not very sensible to change drivers. Luke Whitehead will be coming in with about 10 minutes remaining or 12 minutes remaining or whatever. That's not very sensible. But in terms of tyres, I'm never quite sure when the cut-off is for it being worth taking another set into the final stint when you're not doing the full 65 minutes.
Yeah, so obviously with everything that's come out, the 1.9 patch stuff, where we are currently sitting with AC, I am told that and Jesse actually confirmed this a little bit earlier on the broadcast, as far as I'm aware, that the tyre wear in ACC now, particularly start stint to end stint, is actually a lot more than it has been previously. So you will get a little bit more wear throughout the stint. They're not going to go off the cliff. They're not going to be like completely dead by the end of the stint, but you do lose a fair amount of time. I wouldn't know what the actual cut-off is. I would say probably like 20 minutes, half hour. If you're going for longer than a half hour stint, you've got to remember that by that point, if you were to do a full stint of an hour and 5 minutes and then do an extra half an hour on that set of tyres, you're asking a lot from a set of tyres. That's 90 minutes, which is a lot under this kind of pressure. You might see some teams that will stop, not change tyres anyway, but realistically speaking, with how like fuel and tyres are done at the same time, there is very few scenarios where it is worth stopping and not taking tyres. You might as well just take the tyres.
I often get conflicting information about it, because we always talk about splash and dashes as exactly that, and to my mind, I never associate almost anything else being done in that equation. But sometimes that's not always the case. So I thought I'd check in anyway, just to see what's going on in that respect. Also being handed the note that the track temperature is pretty high at 45 degrees, which is not unusual it's not unusual for Australia though, is it? I suppose. But,
probably at this time of year it might be a little toasty.
Yeah, it is late May, I suppose, and the seasons are the opposite way around to us, but up in the northern hemisphere. But even so, it doesn't matter where you are in the world. I suppose 45 degrees or what time of year it is, 45 degrees track temperature is going to be fairly strenuous. So yeah, I agree. But I think Whitehead in the end is going to be coming in with about 12 minutes remaining or something along those lines, 10 minutes maybe. So it really is a 5 or 6 lap fuel, amount of fuel to put in.
Yeah, I mean, they've got the time, they've got the gap. They might stick an extra little bit of fuel. I don't suspect with that kind of stop they'll be interested in taking tyres because it will be a little too short of a stop. Obviously, you're not actually taking that much fuel. Your stationary time will not be high. I don't remember what the litres per second is in a GT3 for this. How quick they fill up the tank. I think based on how quick they do fill up the tank, we're talking about 3. Maybe, but I can't remember off the top of my head anyway, so I won't, that's just pure speculation. I mean, for a lot of these teams, if they're coming in with like 10, 15, 20 minutes, you're talking just fuel. If it is longer than that, up towards like the half hour, 40 minutes, it's fuel and tyres. Because you might be stationary for a little longer, but it's not going to be that much. It's not. Yes, when you say a few seconds is everything. Yeah, but you'll probably gain that time back from being on a light car and brand new, lovely, fresh tyres as these two continue to fight teammates.
Teammates back together all over again. Just behind them as well is the Williams car, and then you've got the 25 Audi, which has spread its tyres out quite nicely, as it turns out, over the course of the race, which could help them. Eamon Murphy just got smacked there, and he'll go straight into the wall.
Was that the 888?
It could have been, yes, it could have been. It was certainly a black Ferrari, and that fits the description, doesn't it? Abeladze there might well have a case to answer for, because Eamon Murphy got, I don't quite know the right word, shoveled, I guess.
He's got squeezed and pushed off straight off the road there. I mean, that is a shame. Obviously, Murphy was trying to get his way past. I'm pretty sure that was the 888 Ferrari that was behind. I don't know how strong that contact would have been, but for Eamon Murphy, that is very frustrating. It has cost him a position as well, as Yuka Vicious has made its way past up into 10th place. Obviously, still leading in the silver category, so don't mind about that too much, as here comes a move.
It wasn't that Ferrari either, and we can roll right off this one as well, because that's a pass for the 678 on Marco Yonkers there into what is 5th place in the silver category, edging ever closer towards those final crucial 65 minutes of this race. But yeah, that was strong contact on Eamon Murphy there, harsh contact as well from what I believe was Abeladze, and I would imagine the 888 will be receiving a penalty for that, because it was just a pretty big disregard, I would say, for the Aston Martin in front.
Just because they are a lap down doesn't mean anything. If you've made, like, don't get me wrong, obviously they kind of need to get out of the way. So you've got the 3 corners, all that kind of stuff. But realistically speaking, they're still on the circuit. They are still a part of the race. They still have the respect and still demand it. Let's take a look at a replay. And once again, look at that black Ferrari quite close to the rear end of Eamon Murphy. There's 1 bump, there's 2 bumps, completely sends him off the road. That is a slam dunk penalty for the 888 in my book.
Yeah, and because it was a slam dunk shove, I would say, from Abeladze. And yeah, I would say absolute penalty. To be fair to him, I don't think it was intentional by any means.
No, absolutely not.
Because of the angle that we cut to it there, and the angle that we saw, it actually looked even like intentional, as if he was just annoyed that they were in the way. And he was like, get out of my way kind of thing. It wasn't that in the end. It wasn't that at all. But it certainly was penalty worthy, I would argue. So yeah, at least not intentional, which would have been even worse. But still pretty bad.
Based on what we've seen today, you're probably looking at something around the 5 to 10 second mark. If a penalty is adjudicated to be on their shoulders again, we are not in race control again. As I always say, they can see it from a lot more angles than us, and are they're definitely more qualified to judge race. Not that that's particularly difficult to be more qualified than to lazy commentators. Let's go with that. I did just see in the background, by the way, the number 66 that was previously piloted by Igor Rodriguez has just been out of the pit lane. Again, it will be their penultimate stop. 1 hour and 6 minutes left to go in this race, so we are approaching the time they can come in for that final stop. These two again, bit of a slippy slide there from Tobias Grunewald. These two will be into the pit lane once more in this race, just once more. So things are actually looking really good for Unicorns of Love, be it their number 14 car, which leads us battle for 5th place, or the number 4 Helped Racing Team backed car. It's looking really good for them to finish 5th and 6th in this race as things stand.
Well, as of 30 seconds from now, it's everybody one more stop from now when we get to that point. However, you've got to be careful when you get close to that 65-minute mark, haven't you? Because the race may run over that time. And then you've got to wait for the leader to cross over the line, and then you've got to get to the line. And the stint timer does still count, as far as I'm aware. So you have to be very careful with that. And around a circuit as long as this, you can only be fully sure if you pit with 61 minutes to go or less.
Yeah. I've always said when it comes to these races, I would want 2 laps in hand for the stint timer. Right, I would want to make sure that I've got plenty of room. There's going to be a switch here between the teammates, certainly is. Nick Halban down the inside of Tobias Gronewold. Obviously directly behind them is the 296 of Valentin Barriere, who's in 12th position in the race, second in the silver category. Who will not want to be held up too much by these 2 battling Unicorns of Love Mercs that hold 5th and 6th position. Let's see if Valentin Barriere is going to work his way past. I think there's fresher tyres on the Yas Heat Ferrari. And they do have to be worried because the number 71's not a million miles off the rear end of Yaroslav Honza. You can kind of see it there for a Melton car that's just poking its nose out of the FFS racing car behind.
I do agree, but I just found a barrier at the moment, by the way. But yes.
What did I say?
Yaroslav Honzig.
Did I?
It doesn't sound like you meant to, does it? But,
no, I mean, I think I said Valentin Barriere once in that, and then yeah, must have moved on to that. Sorry, I'm just a big Jardier fan, obviously.
Maybe that's what I heard. Maybe you didn't say that. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I'm the problem. Anyway, whoever it is. Over the course of our stint here, though, Lewis, they've certainly pulled that margin out over Remvelton. I don't think that margin has been pulled out in pit stops, really. I think just over the course of the hour and a half or so we've been here, they've just been about 2.3 seconds quicker, really. And so I don't think they'll be looking over their shoulders with too much fear at the moment.
Shocking. A 10-second time penalty to Avaladze. We couldn't have seen that one coming. No, it's pretty much exactly what we said was going to happen there. Obviously, that was contact between the 888 that currently runs up in 4th position and the number 62. Obviously, the 62 was going a lap down. That instant we've seen on the replay. It will be a 10-second time penalty in the pit stop for Avaladze. That will not cost him a position now, but it probably won't cost them a position at all. I think their pit stop might have been a bit longer, but I was trying to work out if their pit stop was going to be longer than the 4 and the 14. But looking at it, I was really committed to, like, maybe there might be no.
It's just resigned them to being off the podium, hasn't it?
Completely off the podium.
In 4th place, they've got about 3/4 of a minute to Nicholas Huben in the 5th place. Just haven't gotten past his teammate Tobias Gronewold there. Yeah, unfortunately, that has just confirmed SMP Racing's 4th place in this race, I would imagine. And so, you might think, well, it doesn't matter, but they will have picked up another behavioural warning point. Have I got that right?
Yeah.
And they'll accumulate. Yeah, basically more time on the naughty step, and they'll unfortunately have that accrued over the course of the season.
Yes, indeed. Well, we've seen there have been, I think there's been like 40 penalties or something throughout. There's probably even more than that now. Well, it certainly is. Yeah, there's been quite a lot of penalties dished out. 29 different teams have accumulated BWPs over the see. Even now, I've completely forgotten what I mean. I really just want to say bad boy points, but they've accumulated quite a few. Of a 47 car grid at this level, for over half the grid to have accumulated some of those points, that's poor from a grid of this quality.
It's quite a lot, but I mean, I think there are several possible, I don't want to say excuses, because they certainly won't be used as them, but certainly maybe contributing factors have got to be the fact that we are running an opening round of a season, which always is heightened anyway. It does happen. Bathurst heightened anyway as well. We combine in those two factors, but then also the responsibility does lie with the drivers and the teams as well, and that's got to be a factor considered as well. So hopefully the penalties have been sort of severe enough to kind of deter this kind of thing again. from being so prominent throughout the course of the race, and we'll find out, of course, at Kyle Army next time out.
Yeah, exactly. Well, see how bad they're going to be. I mean, to be fair, it is one of those circuits where you do feel a little desperate to try and make some ill-advised moves. Sometimes it can be a little bit too much, as Yonkers trying to close up back to Nazarov at the moment, and the Armamentario car is able to hang on as they navigate their way around some traffic. We'll just remind you briefly, as we are approaching 1 hour left to go in the opening round of the Intercontinental GT Esports Series, of course powered by Mobileye. We'll just talk a little bit about the top 5 of each category just very briefly. At the moment, the race is being led by the number 912, of course, our race leaders for quite some time now in that McLaren Veloce car. Second position behind them is the number 51, which of course belongs to Jordan Cherrett and Chris Harteveld. And I think Andrea Capoccia is the third driver behind that wheel, the Scuderia Ferrari esports car, and all of that. The 63 Automobili Lamborghini esports car, the AAA SMP, which presently holds on to 4th position, and then that tight battle between the two Mercs of the Unicorns of Love. At the moment, it's the Unicorns of Love Haupt Racing Team. Kari Hoban recently got past his teammate in Tobias Gronewold. For the leaders, though, in the silver category, Junker Vicious, obviously, who's currently running in 10th position on the road in that number 3 car, who's been leading for some time in this race. They are ahead of the 296, being driven by Valentin Barriere, of course, the Yaz Heat car, which presently runs second in class. Third in class being driven by Tim Peichmann. Then we've got Andrea Miato. And then, of course, this battle that we were looking at a little bit earlier, Dmitry Nazarov, who's just ahead of Marco Yonkers in what is the battle for 5th position. The top 10 switch back around. Eamon Murphy has made his way past Junker Vicious. I don't think that was a particularly hard-fought move on the West Competition Racing car that is presently leading the way in that silver category. But those are the top 5 in each of those categories. At the moment, I don't see either of the victories switching any way round.
No, I don't either. It's half a minute for Junker Vicious. I think this gap is more secure than the one for the overall lead, but I still think that the pro victory is fairly secure right now. There will be, of course, battles up and down to watch throughout the remainder of the race. I'm especially looking forward to seeing which of Jordan Sherritt or David Tanitsa is going to take out second place, because I do think Tanitsa may have a little bit of speed to maybe close in over the course of this stint, and maybe has a shorter pit stop as well by a lap or two to maybe gain ever so slightly. But we'll wait and see on that. The gap's still 6 seconds. It will be further down a little bit where there'll be a lot of battles like this one and the one between Nazarov and Yonkers. We were also watching not too long ago the other West Competition Racing car hooked in behind another one of the Ferraris in this ongoing fight for 5th place.
Yeah, it is quite tight. Of course, that 678 is the Armamentario car. You can kind of tell it's that distinctive sort of red on one side, blue on the other. The car closing in behind. Oh, as the Armamentario car brushes the barrier. The car that's closing in behind is the number, I believe it's number 28, one of the John Lacey esports cars. Their silver car, again, a better liveries than the grid, so. But they are closing in, obviously not for position, so it's just the fight between these two. The next car back is the number 60 of Porco, which is way too far off to really get involved in this fight, and as a pro car anyway, so it's just a fight between these two to see who's going to be inside that top 5 once the checker flag comes out in 56 and a bit minutes time. There's still plenty of time left on it, although when you think 56 minutes, you're only thinking of around 27 laps around the circuit as long as this, so it's not actually that long.
It isn't that long when you put it like that. But it might start to feel a little bit long to some of those who are preserving positions rather than going out to gain more, a little bit like Nazarov is in at the moment, although he may be looking up towards 4th place as well in this category and thinking maybe he could get there. Oh, Yonkers, my word, that was a slide through the chase. Just was really pushing the Ferrari as best as he could, but lost the rear end a little bit, unfortunately, and had to catch it, and he'll have to redo a lot of that work now.
Certainly. So seeing, like I say, pressure being down. How do you feel about this livery? About Yonkers' livery? Just as we see the 5-second time penalty being dished out for the number 54, which is the Xenon Racing car, that Mercedes, the black, blue and white Mercedes we've seen a few times. Yeah, how do you feel about the West Competition Racing car?
You just said that when there was about 7 cars on screen, so I didn't know which one you were on about.
Yeah, it's true.
I don't mind this one. It doesn't feel very West Competition Racing to me.
I know that because the pattern is the colours aren't.
Yeah, the colours are throwing me off a little bit, but not particularly in a bad way. It's just something to adjust to a little bit. It's not bad. I know we complain when teams have identical liveries between one another, but West Competition Racing feel a bit too different, if you see what I mean. They don't look like they belong to the same team.
No.
Partly because they're not in the same car, which is unusual, but is allowed. But they haven't even got similar liveries, just entirely different.
It is literally. It was the first thing I was going to say. I was going to be like, right, so we're seeing this one. Let's go and see our race leader. They're not the same.
To be fair, the drivers and teams must be thinking, what do these commentators want? Because they complain when we're identical, they complain when we're too different. What do they want?
Yeah, but it's too different.
I don't know. To be honest, I don't even mind an identical livery in a team personally. I don't find it so hard to identify between them, but I do understand some race situations where there's millions of one team dominating everywhere. You're not quite sure who to.
I like similar liveries when they're similar. They're very similar. So, like if they're even the same colours or whatever, and all you're doing is you're changing like the wing mirrors and like rear wing end plates, so that it's very easy from a distance to be like that's that one and that's the other one. I like that because then I can tell they're all part of the same team. It doesn't need to be over the top. They don't need to be completely different. They don't need to be completely different colours. Just the wing mirrors is generally enough to please me. I had a conversation with Martin Haven when we were doing Le Mans Virtual this year, actually, and he was saying yes. Jota at Le Mans the year before, they had identical liveries, but when they gave a book to Haven about like how to pick apart the cars, and in there was a page saying that the wheel nut colours were different on one car than the other, and it's like, well, that is completely useless at, the best part of 200 miles an hour.
In the dark.
Absolutely terrible, yeah.
You're tired at 5 a.m. Oh.
That really made me chuckle. But no, like I say, I like teams to look the same. These two, the two West Competition Racing cars don't. Do you know what, here's my bugbear for this, because there is more than one team that fall foul of this at the moment. Have you got the entry list open?
Yes, I do, and it's been frustrating me all day.
Exactly. Where's the number 3 on the entry list? Oh, it's not there, is it?
And by the way,
where's number 14 on the entry list?
Yeah,
it's not there.
Exactly. Working out who's driving which Unicorns of Love car and which one's associated with HRT.
Yeah, because the number 4 that we have on our entry list is the standard Unicorns of Love one, whereas this is the Unicorns of Love HRT car, the Haupt Racing team one, but it's the number 4. The entry list. Teams have not joined the right number, and as a commentator I'm sat here looking at the entries being like, what a waste of paper, what an absolute waste of paper, as the number 66 gets a warning for aggressive driving. Ooh, naughty.
Oh yeah, a little bit naughty. It could have been naughty, it feels like, that kind of penalty. But anyway, Charlie Crossland at the wheel there of Williams, fairly new recruit for them, and they've got quite a few of those actually in this race. I was looking down the list of the other Williams Esports team. Obviously, we know Darren McCormack has been at Williams for quite some time, and he's been
3.5 years.
Their talisman, really, for you could argue, for some time. Certainly on ACC, but it's driving alongside Dennis Stroniger and also Dominic Blyer, both of whom have joined during 2023, and it's still only May, so it's a pretty new team formed around Darren McCormack.
Yeah, he's binned off Tinko Van der Velde and Igor Rodriguez. Doesn't want to teammate with them anymore. Get rid of them. He's sick of seeing them. I think the thing is, like I said, Tinko Van der Velde has had a really, really solid start to the year. Of course, does lead the European sprint standings. I think he's still leading in the Alpine Esports series as well, if memory serves. Generally, he's had a very good start to the year, but alas, this race has not gone quite so well. It's actually a tight fight as the 555 and the 14 remain close. Obviously, Bastian Richter has recently taken a little visit down into the pit lane. The 555, we are awaiting a final pit stop from Dennis Schoeniger. So I suspect that, well, I mean, if I was wise in that number, in that 555, I probably wouldn't fight this one too hard. Completely points. Got the race leader directly ahead of him as well. Obviously, you keep them behind over the mountain, let them go on the conrods as they're getting very close to the barrier. I will just say very quickly, whilst touching on this point, congratulations to Williams Esports for 5 successful years in the world of sim racing. I remember one of their, if not, it might have been their first race, but certainly one of their first races in the world of sim racing. It was a 3-hour race around the Nürburgring on Race Room at the Nürburgring, and I remember on the last lap putting them a lap down. I put them a lap down.
Wow.
So Williams have come on a long way since then.
They certainly have. I can't really believe it's been 5 years, actually.
I know.
That they've been around. What means they've been formed in 2018, which doesn't feel right, but...
yeah, May.
Must be.
Yeah, it was May 2018. As here comes the move then, Bastian Richter's going to try and do it. He's around the outside. I don't suppose Dennis Schoeniger's going to fight this one too, but he's not going to give it up. Certainly so. Going through, Bastian Richter will take over. So he's not going to give it up. He definitely wasn't holding that Unicorn's Love car to the apex particularly aggressively. Was the Williams Esports car. But yeah, no, it was. I distinctly remember it was a May. You'll be surprised to know that it was a May in the Nürburgring with awful weather. What a shock. Spooky. As David Stanitsa is feeling the pressure. Avaladze down the inside, switching of positions. I don't think that one will be worried about too much. As much as the Triple Eight moves up in the 3rd position in the race, it does have that 10-second time penalty to serve in their pit stop.
But that is, I think, pushing 2nd place out of reach now for David Stanitsa in the Lamborghini. He's not quite been as quick as I was expecting, actually, in this stint. Not quite getting up to speed in the way that I thought he would. Well, he hasn't actually dropped that far back from Jordan Stewart. Maybe Abeladze is just going quickly, but the gap now grown to nearly 8 seconds. Stanitsa needed to be a lot closer than that to benefit from pitting a lap later, I think. So, unfortunately, that might well be the podium position settled, unless Abeladze can really get his skates on and gain a lot of time, and then we might have a race for 3rd, but that seems unlikely as well.
Yeah, I don't think Stanitsa is going to fight this one too hard back, but I do agree with you. I think the battle for I think the battle for the top 3 has effectively come to. You got to say though, after 11 hours and 15 minutes, it's not that far apart. It really isn't that far apart between 1st, 2nd. I think we are in for genuinely a very good season here in both categories, both the pro category and the silver. Anyone who remembers the Spa 24-hour, which did actually serve as the season finale last year in the rerun, much later on in the season, shall we say, rather than year, it was actually a really, really exciting finale. There was drama in it. I mean, McLaren Veloce had the advantage, but then there were a couple of issues for there. I remember Eamon Murphy with his problems, shall we say. He did have quite a sizable one coming out of the pit lane. Sorry to remind you. It was a thrilling finale. Absolutely loved it. 24-hour racing at Spa. I think we're in for a potentially even more exciting season.
Possibly. I think it'd be nice to have the 24-hour in the middle of the season, actually, and then have a real focus on the. Yeah, I know it wasn't scheduled to be like that, but I just think it would be, because 24-hour race is kind of an event in its own right, and it shouldn't kind of be as that. And adding championship finale permutations into that, I think is too much. You might as well spread it out over the course of the season. So I think it's a good idea the way that we've hopefully going to have the season this time around, and hopefully it's as exciting as last time, but we will have 3 times less race distance to have that much drama over, although still plenty of time, of course, for things to chop and change depending on how the season going up to that goes.
Yeah, I also agree. I think a 24-hour race is too long for a season finale, and yes, I know some of the championships and stuff that I commentate on, it's a risky thing to say sometimes on a broadcast, but no, I think a 24-hour race is too long to end a season with. I like, to be fair, I'm with this kind of thing where I was just kind of like, I want the season finale to just be a 4-hour race of chaos. Probably that's a little bit too extreme, but it's just like that excitement, because it's kind of one of the ones you want to end on a high. And generally speaking, with endurance racing, I do feel that like 8 hours and slightly lower, between like 6 and 8 hours is actually a really good length of time for a season finale, because it's not too long that it outstays its welcome, and it's almost like it's not long enough. You always want a little bit more afterwards, which is exactly how you want to end a season. You want to end a season with people on the edge of their seat thinking, I cannot wait for the next season, which normally is not the case with sim racing. Normally, the very first thing a lot of drivers do after a season is complete is uninstall the game and go and do something else for a bit. That's certainly how I tend to run most of my seasons. Frustrated.
Yeah, that could well be the case for quite a few at the end of the season. There's also the kind of shakiness within sim racing in an awful lot of championships about, what does next year hold? It's very much a year to, whereas in real life, we know that F1 will have a 2024 season. You know what I mean? But with any sim racing series that you've ever done, you're like, how much longer do we have? Here? Because of the shaky nature of it. Thankfully, in the last few years, we have a little bit more sort of regularity, a little bit more stability, I would say, in terms of the championships, and having faith that they will actually, carry on longer than just to the end of this year, and then that will be it. But even now, you do sometimes fear at the end of a season that that could well be it for this one now, that we might not see it again.
No, I think you're absolutely right. I mean, like I said, the stability has come along wonders in the world of sim racing. We have seen a lot more of it in particularly, like COVID, post-COVID. We've seen a lot, it's surprisingly a lot more levelling out on that side when it comes to like series being run. We see, particularly with the big series, the same series kind of coming back most years. But you're absolutely right. Even like the biggest series in the world, I mean, we were kind of discussing not that long ago about something elsewhere in the world sim race that I will just touch on slightly, with the iRacing Grand Prix World Championship, which was, for me, even as a sim racer like back in the day, where you don't really watch too many races outside of the ones that you're doing. You see like some stuff that your mates doing, whereas that was like the event, right? You do tune into it, but there was a last race, right? It doesn't happen anymore. It hasn't happened for years. And there is a last race. Even in the biggest championships in the world of sim racing, there is a last race, and that will always be the case. And so you kind of, you never, it is one of those things that you don't really think about too much, but like every time you do one of those races, you don't know if it is your last race in this championship. It might be the case. This might be the last season for some of these teams and champions. So yeah, they might go on and find something else. There might not be another season. There might be so many other things. The championship might be rebranded. I mean, when I think like the first season of the SO Esports stuff, we had the endurance for each of the continents. We had a European one, we had an Asian one, and we had an American one. I think it's much better having, as we did last year, the Intercontinental, because all the focus back in 2020 was on, or 2021, was just on the European one. And so it's nice that we do have the Intercontinental. There's a couple of slides there from Whitehead.
Yeah, that was quite a slide for Luke Whitehead there. Did well to catch it in the end. We did get past a note earlier on, by the way, that they weren't running traction control today, which I believe still rings true.
Going full Mitchy Tauscher. Gotcha.
Yeah, I do wonder if I remember the right car, but I think so. So we were wondering whether that was going to negatively affect them as the temperatures rose, but clearly not. Clearly they've still had the pace, although their lead has come down over the last couple of hours. It's been the penalties once again for that Ferrari that has just handed, well, I don't say handed Veloce the win at all, but it's certainly helped them push them along that little bit. So yeah, they've done well as have they at Veloce. But yeah, that stability is something that I hope we do get a little bit more of in the future, because instead of living on a year-to-year basis, try and because there's very few championships that you're confident that will be almost a constant presence within sim racing anymore. And I do hope that is sort of not restored, because it never has existed, but sort of introduced almost in whatever format this championship's going to take. In the future or whatever. I hope it becomes a mainstay and continues.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, for me, is the one thing that I absolutely have always loved as a commentator is going through like stats books, is looking at history and stuff of championships, seeing what's happened before, seeing the strong drivers in years past, etc. And you know this from commentating the Virtual Endurance Championship, a championship which has gone for well over a decade, right? That over that time you are able to see storylines of drivers unfolding in that championship alone. Right, you're seeing some drivers come to the front, you're seeing some drivers dropping off and then fighting back in seasons and on specific races, and you can kind of see what circuits are like. You start seeing those trends, and that's the storylines. There is what creates this interesting narrative in the world of sim racing, akin to what we see in the world of motorsport. And you only really get that from continuity in championships. You only see that from championships returning again and again and again. And so I as much as that's kind of like looking backwards, even those kind of championships, they're living on basically like a year-to-year basis and kind of like seeing, is there the interest in next year and like that stuff. I like the idea of almost like that planning of kind of doing a championship like this, or like with ACC generally, a couple of years ago, looking at a driver like Dara McCormack and thinking how good this kid is and how much potential he's got. Where will he be in a couple of years' time? Where will he be? And we can tell now, just a couple of years later, he's one of the fastest people in the entire platform, right? And there are a few other examples like Dennis Schuniger, like Luke Whitehead's another great one. If Grant Caracas is as young as you're saying, then he's right up that street as well. It's where are they going to be in a couple of years' time? That's what the beautiful thing of kind of like thinking about the future is, that you kind of make those storylines as we go.
Yeah, do you not believe me about Grant Caracas? I almost don't believe me either.
I partially don't, but then I mean it's I shouldn't be shocked by the age of some of these drivers. I mean, Robbie Stableford's been rapping in the world of sim racing for about the last decade, and he's 17. It's obviously not a decade.
That was a joke.
I think it's when you like I get concerned that I actually I've probably known Robbie then since he was like 14, being a driver in sim racing, and that's just like, oh gosh.
Yeah, it's very very disturbing, really. But yeah, I'm going to go with it because the internet said so. So I can. So it's a trusted source, isn't it? But
the
yeah,
internet has never lied.
No, it's never lied to me. I'm going with it. But yeah, it seems to be a phenomenon. Certainly in my experience in sim racing, it seems to be a phenomenon that's only getting. I was about to say getting worse, because that's not the phrase, but it's only getting more prominent. The younger people are getting in terms of being quick, because I remember when I started out doing very sort of low level stuff when I was about 13, that I really was the youngest, and there was nobody my age doing that. And obviously I wasn't to the level of these guys, nothing like it, but even just being around sim racing at any level at that age was slightly odd back in mid 2010s kind of era, but
common.
But now it's very common. Yeah,
just think of how it must feel to be obviously Bertha Boyessa, Jaroslav Honzik, or even the Silver Fox, Niels Najax. How it must feel for them.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's such a sly comment.
From you or me?
No, from me.
Oh yeah, well, mate, yeah, it is kind of. But
sure.
They're still showing that it doesn't actually matter that much, does it? Because they're up there. They're certainly up there. Norwich was he's back in the car now, isn't he? Speaking of, in ninth place.
That's why I call him the Silver Fox.
Final pit stop. Yeah, he doesn't like that nickname very much, does he? As far as
he's never told me to stop saying it. Unlike the perfectly reasonably heighted Yuri Kazdorp, which he did tell me to stop saying that. So I thought I'd just blast that little treat out of this broadcast. Anyway, it's all right. I'm seeing him in a couple of weeks' time. It's fine. I'm sure he'll tell me in person. It's fine. But I mean, I think like sim racing, unlike the world of motorsport, where there is kind of like a cut-off age. Well, I think you're wrong. You can still be fast depending on what you do, especially doing GTs and stuff. You can still be fast in the world of motorsport, like well into your 50s and 60s. Like that is good. In sim racing, though, there really is nothing that holds you back, right? And I know because I've raced against people that have been in their 70s, right? And there's still been plenty fast enough on the grid, and they've still been enjoying it as much as anyone else. And it's one of those beautiful things. And again, the age limit is also, it goes the other way, that there's no minimum requirement. It's once again Eamon Murphy's trying to make his way past, this time on Miata, so he's going to work up to 11th position. Is the G2 Esports car. That's 11th position overall, which shouldn't matter too much in the grand scheme of things. No point swings in the because there's no overall standing in the race. It's just about where they are comparatively in the pro category. So still remains in 10th position in that, but 11th in the overall race.
Yeah, so not a good idea to fight one another, and they haven't done so. But let's not get too excited about the silver lead, because I do believe we're still waiting for a pit stop from the 55, maybe the number 1 as well, in that purple car we can just see in the background. So Novicius is not under as much pressure as it looks like right now. So he's got the gap to Barrier, who should be second, and I think the 71 should be third when they all figure out. But it depends what happens at the final pit stops. We'll wait and see very shortly. But yeah, I've also seen a lot of people at maybe not this level, but as you say, well into 70s and whatever racing, and it's, I guess, partly through to necessity in real life. It would actually be unsafe, some of these ages, especially a minimum age is definitely required in real life, because it certainly is unsafe. But yeah, there's very little unsafe about sim racing. It is possible to break a wrist, but it's not. The injuries in real life could be much more serious. So you'd take that given the choice, a broken wrist.
Don't go
as unideal as it is. There's no minimum or maximum age ever needed to be enforced. It's just, can you drive safely? And you're not asked what age you are. It's just a case of, are you quick enough? Can you drive safely? And then yes, drive then.
Yeah. Don't talk to George Boothby about the safeties in the world of sim racing. Have you seen that clip?
No.
He got hit from behind, where he's got a direct drive wheel, and it may well have dislocated his thumb. You need to check that Discord that we're all on. Really keep up to speed with it, mate. Because it was posted in there about like a month ago.
Oh no, I do remember it being posted, but I saw the reactions of everyone else, so I thought, I'm not seeing that. I don't need to see that. Not good. Direct drives are fantastic, but are dangerous, and it's why we've seen a sharp decrease in the post-race crash fest that some leagues and stuff have, because that stuff can be very, very dangerous. It's not going to kill you, but I mean, a direct drive, if you've got it turned up, it can absolutely break something in your wrist, hand, dislocate thumb, etc., etc. Seville under pressure here, or rather, it is Brewer trying to dish out the pressure onto the shoulders. I was going to say that is Seville, but it's not Seville ahead, is it? Because Seville's in the Pulse car, not an absolute. That's the one that's come through the foreground shot. We're just looking at the rest of by TX3. I'm just panicking, don't worry. We are, yeah. It's not a battle further down the order. We're just giving some airtime to those a little bit further down. Tunitsa here, still running third place, just over 9 seconds now away from Jordan Sherritt. I don't actually think it's a case of Tunitsa going slowly, by the way. I think Sherritt's just going quite quickly, really, at this stage in the race. Just over half an hour remaining. He's not going to catch the leader, you wouldn't imagine, with more than a quarter of a minute to make up. But I don't think we can criticise Tunitsa for not being quick enough when Sherritt's probably the fastest driver out there right now.
Shout out to Legion Races. It's kind of one of those things when it comes to representing. This is the Intercontinental GT Challenge Series, of course, powered by Mobileye. With that being the Intercontinental side of it, said before about how they used to be like the European, the Asian, the American stuff. So we do have some American teams represented, we do have some Asian teams represented. One of those Asian teams being that of Legion of Racers, who have been a proper staple from the Asian side, Malaysian, Indonesian, getting a lot of drivers from that kind of region. And they've put on a brilliant show most time they go racing. Yes, I know 27th doesn't sound like crazy good. I would say that is a disappointing result for them. They expect more than that. They are a quality team that do have quality drivers that can fight, maybe not for the win, maybe not for the championship, but inside the top 10, I've got no doubt with a team like this. They are a strong squad. and Fedley Rackmat behind the wheel. I think it's always good to give a little bit of a shout out to some of those some of those intercontinental drivers that we have on the grid there from way outside of Europe, where primarily quite a lot of the sim racing, quite a lot of this grid anyway, is from.
Yeah, we don't see too many probably international teams, which is a shame. Chris Sivet here, one of those not based in Europe. There he is in the Ferrari up there in the silver category. But yeah, it is nice to see some teams from other places around the world. The thing that makes it harder for them though is the European start times, unfortunately, which means it is at best 4 a.m. in Indonesia. I'm not sure of which the Rashmat is from. It's a bit like saying everybody in England lives in London, because I'm only basing that off the capital city of Indonesia. But yes, it's at least 4 a.m.
Are you telling me that everyone in England doesn't live in London?
Yeah, shockingly.
You don't live in London. It's weird because you've got this really strong London accent.
Yeah, I have. Yeah, but yeah, it's so I understand if that's a bit annoying to someone who knows that area of the world a bit better. I'm just apologising in advance if anyone's
that is
annoyed.
It's so. I mean, to be fair, Canadian, if I'm honest.
So Canadian, too nice. Okay,
too nice, too apologetic. Yeah, just apologising.
I'll be a bit less nice.
Be more ruthless.
But yeah, at best right now it is. The race would have started at a fairly decent time in the afternoon, or it started about just before 11 here in the UK, which would have been around 5 p.m. Around that part of the world. So that's not so bad, but it's by this point in the morning really, and unfortunately it is a race that's on a Saturday, so you're only going into Sunday morning. When you're going into a Monday morning, that's when things do get tricky with real life, of course.
Yeah.
Sometimes, depending on what your situation is, but either way, Saturday or Sunday, it's a long night, and they'll be at well past 5 a.m. this morning, I'd imagine.
Yeah, it's kind of one of those ones though that this is not me saying it is a good thing, but you do kind of get used to it, racing constantly on basically on
through necessity.
Through yeah, exactly, because you have to. But also, this is one thing. If there is one major thing that I kind of really like pushing and stuff in the world of sim racing, and it's one thing that SRO actually do quite well, is like with the sprint series particularly, is that we've got the American sprint series, which happens obviously not at a great time for Europeans. We have the European one, which is at a great time for Europeans. We've got the Asian one, which happens I think it's like 10, 11 o'clock in the morning UK time, because it's at a good time for the Asian market. It is a series that's still produced at the same level. We still get the same level of broadcast. You still have the same level of racing. The difference is that it's for them to come race. It's their series to come and race. And I love that.
Yeah, I do as well. I think more in the world of sport, actually, it's a bit of a problem. It more has to be done to include non-European places in the world, because we cater a little bit for America and whatever, but anything east of, I don't know, Italy is not really catered for very well.
Yeah, they don't care.
In the world map, perceived as so, yeah. It's as you say, through necessity, you do hear plenty of stories about people just kind of getting used to it, and you hear that a lot, especially we've heard it with Australians for a long time, because they've been in sim racing quite prominently for quite some time.
Yeah.
But yeah, with any part of the world, towards that area, it's just really difficult, and in my opinion, the whole genre of sport has to do a lot more about that, and I'm glad that SRO are doing it. And in my experience, they're the only sim racing sort of league, if you can call it that. I don't know what you call it, but sim racing kind of set of leagues that are really catering for that at this level. I can't think of many others at all.
Yeah, that are catering like both ways. There are not too many. Like certainly not that apply the same level of like expertise and professionalism like for both. Don't get me wrong, we both have commentated on some championships, particularly more from like the Australian side of things, where we've had to deal with their time zone to put it in a nice way. And yes, I am speaking.
Sorry, has it happened to you in the last year that you've had to do that? Like, I can't remember waking up astonishingly early in even like the last 6 months to a year.
Thankfully, no. I mean, it was last year. It was around this time last year. Was because it was the season finale of the AHU Endurance.
Yes.
Powered by VCO, which I do remember started at around 2 o'clock in the morning. And I do remember doing the first. No, it's definitely 2.
Okay, I'll take your word for it.
Because I distinctly remember waking up very early in the morning, doing from 2 until
6.
It was 2 until 6, and then I had to go to Silverstone.
Yeah.
And then did that for a day. Came back, did a couple of stints in a 24-hour race, back to Silverstone, and then back to. Yeah, never doing that again. But that's the only time. It's 2 o'clock in the morning. That was.
Yep. So there you are. It's very, very difficult, but I think to be honest, I don't complain about that kind of thing, because I know that if I didn't live in Europe, I would have to be doing this on a weekly basis, almost, certainly a monthly basis. So I try not to complain about that, even as tiresome as it is sometimes, or tiring, I should say, as it is sometimes around the world. Around the year.
You could take a leaf out of my book and just respond with, "Why do you know what that sounds like?" Sounds like a you problem. Skill issue. Yeah, no, it sounds like a you problem. Obviously, that is why I am not the head of anything in the world of sim racing. I've tried to be a couple of times. They always refuse. They're like, I don't think you're the right fit. Oops. Either way, there's like 24 minutes left to go of this race, so that's 12. That's pretty much everyone has completed their... Not everyone exactly, but most people have completed their final pits. We're waiting for the top 3 to come into the pit lane. The 555 also has to come into the pit lane one more time, as well as the number 55, Miato, just up ahead. That's presently running second in the silver category. We're on board with Charlie Crossan, though, closing in on Manish, only about half a second or so off the rears of the 678. Whether there is going to be a switch here or not, again, it doesn't necessarily matter too much when it comes to the grand scheme of things, but Charlie Crossan, again, a little bit of a confidence booster for the 66 that has struggled quite a bit today after a few problems, including some of the ones over the top of the mountain towards McPhillamy and Skyline. They've done a good job to kind of halt the bleeding. Yes, I know they're toward the back of the pack here in the pro category, but I still think, you know, there are some positives to take from today. Not many, but some.
There are. The results certainly not, unfortunately for them, but yeah, there will be some positives to take here, and Charlie Crossan maybe will be eyeing up the 27 actually at the just in front of them there. Alberto Garcia at the wheel. I think we've also got that problem of the entry list thing, but anyway, that's the next pro position for them in this one, and a few more points on the line there, but they do need about 7 seconds of catching and then an overtake as well, which does seem somewhat unlikely at this late stage in the race, but as you say, the pace at least will be something positive, and they'll have a little bit more practice in the Lamborghini as well, which I don't think Williams have used loads in their time.
No, I think they've used it. No, I think they have used it a fair amount. They kind of go on and off. I think, to be fair, with quite a lot of the teams on ACC, they're actually quite well accustomed with most cars.
Yeah.
Because you do see them switching around. I'm trying to think of like cars that I've not seen Williams in. Porsche.
Honda.
No, I've not seen him in a Honda. Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. I can't recall a Williams Honda. I've definitely not seen him in a... I can't recall seeing him in a Porsche. At least I'll say that. Lamborghini, I've definitely seen them in. Audi, Merc, obviously a load. Bentley I have as well.
I'm just thinking of recent time. They did the VCO flex stream in the Lamborghini, didn't they? Was it Lamborghini? Or was that an Audi? I think it was Lamborghini.
No, it was Lamborghini.
It was, yeah. So yeah, they were. It's. I'm just thinking of recent times, really, more than anything for Williams. But yeah, in terms of, there are some teams that do stand by a manufacturer almost religiously. It's partly because they have to, I suppose, in the case of Lamborghini Esports team and Scuderia Ferrari Esports as well, I guess it obviously makes sense. But I guess competition even before their partnership with BMW, I can't remember them not in a BMW at any point. But I guess that makes sense as well, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And what was the other one? Veloce as well. McLaren. Never see them not in a McLaren. So
yeah, but they do run the Yas Heat car. Obviously, and they have run that in a multitude of cars, like including being in Hondas and stuff like that.
To be fair, the Yassi do often go for McLaren as well, but as you say, Honda as well for Yassi.
Hondas, Ferraris.
We've got G2 Esports Aston Martin, which is throwing us off because they are normally BMW. But that's just.
I brought this up. I brought this up earlier in the race because I'm not sure if I'm a fan of the G2 Aston Martin. I do quite like it on the M4. I think it's just a very like classy livery for the on the BMW M4. I just don't know how I feel about it on the Aston.
I don't know. I know what you mean, but. What else would they do with it, I guess, is the question.
Better. No, I don't know.
Exactly.
The yellow flag's out, by the way, so someone's had a bit of an oof. It's gone back in quite quickly, so I can imagine it's either a spin, maybe someone going off at the chase, something like that, but yellow flag's come straight back out again, so clearly whatever issue they've had has not been completely rectified. But no, I mean, it's I don't know, it's kind of like I'm looking at it being like, there's nothing wrong with the livery. No. But I'm looking at it thinking like, I don't know, it just doesn't wow me.
Oh, it doesn't have to. Not
this is literally what I was about to say, if like I'm the primary market that G2 Esports have made their livery for.
Not all of them can they? So you know, I'm willing to let them off.
It's a fine livery. It's a fine livery. The thing is that the most important for me is that from a distance, if you rip the G2 logo off of it, for one, I'd probably tell you it was just a black Aston Martin with a couple of splodges here. But no, joking aside, yeah, if you kind of left like the colouring of the Red Bull and stuff, you'd look at that and I would probably think, yeah, it's the G2 Esports car. Like it's recognisable as being the G2 car, and that's the important bit, isn't it? Brand recognition.
Exactly, and that's the kind of thing against making radical changes to a livery, is that they've got a brand now to uphold. And that's certainly something that has gotten better in sim racing, in terms of there used to be a time, I guess, not so long ago, where you'd enter a new season of a championship and you'd have to really learn everybody as a new livery. But we've stepped into the first round of this season. I mean, I don't know about you, I haven't had to do much in terms of getting to grips with some of these liveries. Obviously, there are some surprises up and around, but you know, how predictable was it that Lamborghini Esports team were going to choose lime green as their primary colour? And you know, it's because Lamborghinis in real life go for that lime green sort of colour and that sort of look. Same with the Ferrari in second place. Same with the Unicals of Love cars, Williams. You know, even though they've got a slightly different livery, I know, but even so, you know, they're recognisable names, and they will be to people at home as well, which is the important thing.
I think the most recent big change livery-wise in the world of sim racing is probably that of our race leaders, actually, who, of course, if you watched last season, if you've watched sim racing for a fair while, you might think, yes, McLaren Veloce, definitely a white car. Alas, it isn't, and hasn't been since slightly earlier this year. They changed it about 2 or 3 months ago, and now it's this black and purpley, bluey type livery. It's wildly different to Veloce. It's taken me a little while to associate it with Veloce. Now I've got used to it again, absolutely fine, not a problem. But I'm absolutely with you. I do know, I'm not going to say which team, because they don't take part in this championship and they don't really take part in ACC generally anyway, but I do know of one really, really, really big sim racing organisation that were telling me a few months ago when I took a little visit to them. They were telling me that they were considering switching up their primary livery. That's these Xenon car being spun round
It's a
little bit.
up.
And yeah, it certainly is.
Yeah, just having to slow down as a result and skip around that. Jordan Sherritt into the pit lane, so we won't actually get to see the end gap by the end of this lap, but Tanisa's going to go on for one more. He'll have that slightly shorter pit stop, but he'll have too much work to do, you'd imagine, to get up into that second place.
Yeah, certainly so. Like you say, into the pit lane. This is scheduled, so there are no panics in doing so. Jordan Sherritt will come out of the pit lane to do the final 16 minutes of this stint. Of course, he's done an hour and 3 just prior to that, so plenty of time in the car for Jordan Sherritt today after putting in a pretty decent display. The Ferrari Esports team that have been up and down, they've been changed around. Particularly, I think the thing with Ferrari Esports this season versus last, yes, they're obviously driving a new car in the new Ferrari, but there has been a lot of changes, essentially like back of house. It is a very different Ferrari team than it was last year. There are still obviously a lot of people that have remained, but like there's some of the drivers they've got in, some of the people behind the scenes they've got in. It is quite a different team than the beast we had 12 months ago, for example.
Aren't the 4 drivers entered into this championship all new signings? Is that correct, or is that not quite accurate? I thought they were.
Is a good question. They are all brand new. Yeah, Jordan Sherritt, Chris Harteveld, Andrea Capoccia, the 3 of those obviously distinctly remember coming from like the GTWR and like St Jonathan Riley as well, being the 4th release. That's what's on our entry list. So like I say, all different. I think like a couple of engineers and stuff have stayed on. There are a few drivers like around in sim racing that have stuck around with the Ferrari, but like I say, it's all wildly different there. So it's to the point it's like I almost wouldn't consider them as being the same team.
I mean, you've got to look as well at some of the logistics behind it, because you mentioned that a lot of the behind the scenes stuff changing about it. It might not actually be the worst thing in the world that they've got a whole new driver set up, because if you've got the same drivers with a new team behind them, it's like having a half new team that has to sort of get used to each other, but half of them are sort of used to the setup already and they haven't got that sort of new team motivation, whereas half of them have, and that's a kind of mismatch. So if you're having a full management change, I think a full driver change as well, complete almost reset button, it might not actually be the worst idea. As sort of, it looks like a sort of crash together of names on a sheet, you know, and it might not look ideal. It's a somewhat full reset with everybody having new motivation, or everyone with a fresh, you know, looking at the page with fresh eyes, if you like. You know, everybody having the same situation. There might not actually, it might have actually served them well. It might continue to do that.
Yeah. I mean, I will say it's kind of like, it is kind of good that some of the drivers that they've got have come from other teams, in the sense of like, they've not taken like one driver from like that team and one driver from that team. They've taken like a few drivers from various teams, because they're not obviously like Jordan Sherritt and Chris Harteveld and Andrea Capoccia, obviously slightly more in the past than that, have all been teammates. They have all worked together before, and so to have them all kind of like in the same team, that kind of stuff does mean that you can kind of hit the ground running. Of course, anyone will remember when BS Competition took a lot of the G2 drivers, being of course Arthur Camera, Gregor Schill and the Silver Fox himself, Niels Nyops, but took the 3 of them in one go over into that BS Competition camp, and it was a really, really smart move, because rather than taking one, you're taking the group, which basically just hit the ground running. They already know what they want to do. They already know how they work together. They already understand practice regimes and stuff. So they basically, it just clicks. And it's just about like the change of mindset, the positivity of mindset behind the scene, with something, being a part of something brand new, and making the name, like, you're the one making the name, you're the one building the story, you're not kind of like hopping on to what has already been created. You're creating your own storyline. 12 minutes left, 6 laps there will be. Whitehead has a stonking lead, let's just go with that, has just recently left the pit lane for what will be the last time. There is the McLaren Veloce. I'm not sure exactly what the lead will be, but it'll be something close to sort of 10 to 15 to 20 seconds. Yeah,
I think it could even be a bigger lead than what he had on the way in. Jordan Sherritt certainly got a bigger advantage over David Tonitza at nearly 13 seconds now, but we've of course got to wait for the gap between 1 and 2 to just normalise again after the pit stops. But Big Whitehead shouldn't be under any pressure here, and we'll be able to take this one home now, or at least that will be the aim over the course of the last 6 laps. 5 at the line, and then they'll have race 1 ticked off of this Intercontinental GT Challenge Esports season for 2023.
I mean, I don't recall them looking like this strong and confident many times last season. And so the fact they're starting out this season, bearing in mind they did win the last championship, they're starting out this season in incredibly good stead. And it's kind of that point where it's like, if I'm looking over as other teams, looking over towards McLaren Veloce at the moment, I am a little concerned. It's like, right, I mean, you would be unwise to have ruled them out 1 lap into the race when they'd gone wide and dropped back to 10th place. But I'm sure there were some teams that weren't, that had kind of gone, that's them dealt with, at least for now. We're not going to see them again. And it's like, yeah, well, most teams haven't seen them again because they've run past them and cleared off into the distance. It's been a very impressive drive of consistency and focus from McLaren Veloce, which if they do this for 4 other rounds, I mean, it sounds really easy, they will be unstoppable in this championship.
It does sound like very easy, doesn't it, when you just set it out like that and put it all on paper, but of course it isn't played out on paper, as we hear so often, so it will be more difficult than maybe we're making out. But I do agree that when you see a championship winner take on the next season, or arguably starting off the next season even more strongly than they finished the last, it is certainly a consideration in terms of what you're going to do about them, really, for the remainder, because you struggled to catch them last year. How are you going to do it when they're even stronger in the next year? You've got to remember it's a different situation, as you say, and these races aren't run on paper, but they are an indication of how things may go, and it may well be difficult to stop Veloce, but you've got to remember again, this is only 1 round. This is only Bathurst. The circuits coming up are very different as well, so it's too early to get too excited.
Quite a lot of teams will have, of course, my favourite thing, a lot of teams will have a lovely strategy spreadsheet. Oof. Do love myself a bit of a strategy spreadsheet, but they'll all have their own share of something in that vein that will just kind of make them, guide their strategy a little bit. I mean, some have much more technical stuff than that, but for the most part, just you can't beat a good little strategy spreadsheet. It can be a little bit manual. 8 minutes and 22 seconds. I do believe we'll keep our eye on Whitehead here, because I'm curious as to when he crosses the line. It should be 4 laps left to go. I don't think there will be enough time. It will be close on the seconds.
It will be 4.
It will be 4. Yeah, he's going to cross the line literally a second or 2 after the checkered flag can come out. But there is going to be 4 laps. They're doing 2:02.5, so you'd need it to be 8:10.
And he's not doing personal best pace at these laps either, not quite. So that's he shouldn't be anyway. You'd imagine he would just be taking foot off the gas just a little bit. I do wonder what these two are going to do though in the final moments of this race. P5 between Kisser and Richter. I wonder how we've been speaking all day about how they're not going to fight each other because they're teammates or whatever. But at what point does that stop?
Now.
Yeah, exactly.
No, that's not. I mean, obviously, this is the kind of thing that's communicated in the team as to where they are. But realistically speaking, although I will say that looks suspiciously like a lift from the Haupt Racing variant of the Unicorns of Love cars. So again, that might have been communicated between them to be like, right, 14, off you go, onto the podium, pick the correct number next round, off the podium, onto 5th place, pick the right number next round, and see you in a bit. Well, the 4 needs to pick the right number as well, so each their own.
Yeah, I'm sure that's not the reason. It's probably
no, it definitely isn't. It should be though. They should be that embarrassed.
Yes, I don't disagree totally, really, but yeah, it does look like they're going to just roll in together by the looks of it. Actually, Richter and Kisser here. I do wonder how they've decided that. To be honest, you know, how have they decided that the HRT car doesn't deserve to at least have a fighting chance of holding that car back? You know, what are they quite basing that on? I'm not quite so sure.
Yeah, it's kind of because you'd sit there and be like, okay, which one's the most likely to fight for the championship later on? But it's too early to tell that. And this is where, like, as a team manager, I'd look at it and just be like, sort it out amongst yourselves. Yeah. Don't take each other out. Sort it out amongst yourselves.
That's got to be the first thing you say. You cannot take each other out, but they'll know that anyway.
Yeah, right.
It's unicorns of love after all. We're not talking to nobodies. That they'll be fine with that part of the deal, and they'll know that part of the deal. But maybe Richter has been catching up to Kisser away from our cameras. Maybe we've not quite been following them close enough, and they've decided that Richter's got the extra pace and deserves to be let through and just let loose anyway in the final areas. But they've got such a big gap ahead and behind of them. I'm surprised Kisser decided not to, or wasn't allowed to at least have a chance of fighting him off.
Yeah, certainly. Like I say, it's odd. I've done my fair share of like team managing of like a couple of different cars, like in the same race, whether it is endurance racing or particularly more so on the sprint side of things. And it can be, particularly in the early stage of the season, it can be a little tricky. A lot of these teams will already know, and also this is the whole thing of like when it comes to like team orders, the way we almost like play it in sim racing is if it's a big professional thing and the big team boss has come down and has told them they must switch over. Generally speaking, at least from my experience in the world of sim racing, these are things that are more communicated between the drivers. That's why, in my opinion, you should never, ever, ever have a rule against team orders in sim racing, because it's impossible to police, and 9 times out of 10, it's not a team order, it's a discussion between the two drivers themselves, or the two teams of drivers, where they've gone, actually, no, you go ahead. Like, you're the teammate, you're the one fighting for this, you're the one fighting for that. That sounds crazy, because obviously they do come across a lot of an egotistical bunch, but at the moment, quite a lot of these teams, especially in the first round, they want what's best for the brand. They want what's best for the team. Yes, they want what's best for themselves, but they understand, for the most part, where things are in the race and who's top dog.
I do hope that nobody organising an esports series has ever thought about implementing that rule, to be honest, because you're right, it would be absolutely impossible, and also kind of a lot of work for very little gain. It's just not really not really worth it. So I don't even know if team orders is the right phrase, because as you say, it's more of a discussion between two sets of drivers really, and just how they're feeling in the race. It's barely a team order really. It's just a bit of, I guess, courtesy between
camaraderie.
Two of the cars. Yeah, I don't know. It's a bizarre one. I guess we don't quite have a phrase for it that fits it perfectly, but as I say, I'm surprised that these two have been quite so cordial with each other. I didn't expect them to, really come to blows at any point, and make contact. But I did expect something there.
Well, I will say, in all of my years in sim racing, when I've done like driving and stuff, now I've been in teams that have battled for championships or what have you in various stages, whether it's me as the lead driver or others or whatever. I've never ever been ordered as a team to like let someone go, and I've never sent or like requested an order or had a driver moved out of my way for or told to not fight for a championship. It almost always is a light discussion, and it's like I said, it's the camaraderie and stuff, and like generally there's a bit of a discussion between the pair of us as to like what is actually going to happen here, so that we have a plan, so that there doesn't need to be that. So sometimes I'll have a driver around me that's not going to fight me, or a driver that is going to let me go, but I wouldn't classify that as a team order. It is something completely different. Either way, white flag will be out. 1 minute and 50 seconds left onto the clock as we'll cross the line to begin the final lap. It'll be 3:49 a line. Luke Whitehead continues to lead. McLaren Veloce, they've been so strong. But of course, we can't count out the fantastic driver in the silver category from from Junkervicius and the West Competition Racing. Both of our winners in each of our classes. Yes, I know there's still a lap left to go, but both of our leaders in our respective classes have done a phenomenal job today.
Yeah, and they've got big leads and have had for quite some time now. Luke Whitehead's lead is down quite considerably over the last hour or so. But the penalties have really killed Ferrari, despite the pace that they've had. It's been a combination of good pace and good efficiency in the pit stops from Veloce. Not the best at either of those things, but just good enough to be better than the rest. And it's that consistency that can win you races and win you titles, as they well know. So it's not a surprise winner by any means, but maybe you would say so if you only watched lap 1 and then the final lap, because they have been through some drama today.
Are they the team of the race? The McLaren Veloce team? Would you kind of give it to them? Would you give it to someone else? Do you think they've got maybe too lucky?
They were too lucky. I don't know about that.
Just trying to make you an enemy of Veloce, to be honest.
I don't need that. And I guess the 63 Lamborghini team, in my opinion, has got to get a mention as well for coming from where they did in this race today, and having the pace that they had, the pit stop efficiency that they've had as well, have got to be up there. But it's always hard to look past the race winners as a team of the day.
Certainly so. Well, out of the final few corners down towards Murray's, and that last time, it's been a long 12 hours. That's not been super easy for them. They were back down to 10th on the first lap after putting in an incredible qualifying effort. Luke Whitehead will cross the line to win the first round in the Intercontinental GT Challenge Esports, powered by Mobileye. A fantastic drive for our champions of the previous year. They've looked so strong through the day. They've battled their way back through. Shout out to Ferrari, the Ferrari Esports team, who of course have been very impressive throughout the day to work their way back up and to hold on to the positions they've done. From 21st on the grid, though, up onto the podium. The winners of this race last year, the Mobileye Lamborghini Esports team, crossed the line and take third spot. I think, classic. The next team we probably need to see is our race winners in the silver category, West Competition Racing. I mean, they have been dominant in this. From only a few hours in, they've looked so strong. They've battled it out. They've had the consistency. They get a top 10 in the overall, and Junkervicius will cross the line to take victory in the silver category. A fantastic performance from the number 3 West Competition Racing Ferrari, taking a Ferrari lockout on the podium in the silver category. Valentin Barriere and Peichmann will be across the line behind to take second and third, respectively, in the silver category. But big shout out to West Competition Racing to have defeated teams like Yazhi, like Ren Velton. It shows how strong they are and how they're looking this year.
It's only one round, of course, of 5, but it's a very, very good start and a fantastic start for Ferrari to get a podium lockout in the silver category, and 2 cars inside the top 4 in the pro category. I know it's a new car and there's always the extra motivation that comes with that and whatever, but it's a very good start for this new car, and I'm sure they'll be very pleased with that. A lot of the teams will be pretty delighted with their decision.
Now, we know that obviously a lot of you are fans of those winning teams. We will be getting interviews with the winning teams from both the pro and the silver category, hopefully in not too long. Do want to catch up with them, see what they were feeling, see how they're feeling now, catch their raw emotions. Obviously, it has been a long day, 12 hours. Whilst it's not the longest race of the season, it certainly isn't the 8 hours that Unicorns of Love posted on Twitter yesterday. It was 4 hours longer than that. They did make it past that point. Here are your positions, your finishing order from the race. McLaren Veloce, Scuderia Ferrari Esports and Mobileye Lamborghini Esports on the podium. SMP, they kind of flew a little bit under the radar to take 4th position before we get to the Unicorns of Love car that finished in 14th, and then the Unicorns of Love Help Racing team that was in 6th. Then the Williams Esports car, the 555, not the 5th place that we were joking about them finishing in, just 7th on the road for them in that special livery. Into the Breach, finishing in 8th position. BMW team BS Competition finishing their way in 9th before we get that West Competition Racing car in 10th. Yes, it says team not found, but they are the silver winner ahead of GT G2 Esports, and then Yazheat, Renvelt and Esports. We'll let the rest of them fall their way through, point out a couple of ones on here that maybe will be a little disappointed with where they were. FFS Racing, champions in the silver category last year, just 22nd overall, a bit down the order. Kramer Racing Esports, we know they're very, very strong. Legion of Racers, talked about them a bit earlier on and their strength throughout the day, as well as the 66 Williams Esports car that was down there. Virtual Drives by TX3. Basically, anyone on this screen has had a difficult day, to put it in the easiest way possible. But tis what it is, Ewan. They've battled their way through and got to the end of 12 hours of ruthless racing.
Absolutely, and that cannot be. You can't turn your nose up at that, can you? It is absolutely ruthless around here for such a long time as well. Just getting to the end is very, very tricky, as denoted by the amount of teams we have out of the race by the end. I believe, I'm not going to try and do the maths here, possibly 10 teams out of the race.
Yeah.
As far as I can make out. I don't know if you've got different numbers to me, but it's been an attritional one.
It sounds about right. Whilst we're taking a look at the again some replays from earlier on, etc., etc., I do believe we are ready interview-wise. I think we should probably start with McLaren Veloce in a second's time. Of course, winning that first race. I'm going to wait to drag him in just in case they're talking nonsense in that Ready for Interview channel. Again, great to catch up with them and sort of like see how things have been. I think Whitehead, who had quite a long day, obviously he did the qualifying earlier. I don't know if you caught qualifying. He put in a mega lap time onto the board.
I wasn't here for that, unfortunately, but it's always a fantastic thing to watch, isn't it? And it's obviously it doesn't mean a whole lot over the course of a 12-hour, but it's fantastic to watch and takes a lot of bravery and skill to manage that as they join us now.
Yeah, certainly so. So let's have a little catch up then with McLaren Veloce. We'll start with Luke Whitehead. I mean, you're a driver that crossed the line, the driver that did the work in qualifying. Got to be feeling pretty positive right now.
Yeah, I think so. Honestly, just after turn 2, I'm not going to lie, I did not expect to, recover as well as we did so quickly. Obviously, we got quite lucky that we didn't put it in the wall once, which was really helpful. I know a lot of people had a lot of crashes, and that really helped us. It was just the consistency. And while for most of the stints we weren't really the raw quickest, like in terms of raw pace, we were probably the quickest across the stints with like lack of mistakes. And we only had to fix damage once. So it was really good run from all three of us, I think. So I'm happy with the job of the team for sure.
And Luke as well, in terms of lap 1 and all of the nerves, I guess you could say that would come from that. How do you put this result into perspective now after knowing what you went through early on in this race?
Yeah, I mean, obviously it feels a lot sweeter. Obviously we went back to I think 12th or 13th or something like that, which is obviously quite a way back further from where we started. So to come back through to I think 3rd in an hour or 50 odd minutes is really strong. And then obviously, as I said, the boys Mache and Grantus and obviously myself, we all put in the hard work, and obviously the FDA boys made a mistake, and that just meant we obviously snatched the win, I think. So it was it feels a lot sweeter given everything that happened, obviously given how strong they were as well. Got to give massive credit to those guys.
Well, cheers. We'll move on to Maciej Malinovski. I mean, talk to us about some of your stints. It's difficult out there on the mountain at the best of times, but when you're coming into it in the team that's won the championship last year, pressure on your shoulders, delivered though?
Well, I just wasn't feeling the most comfortable today, so I just did 2 clean stints. The goal was to just keep the car on the track. Like Luke said, we won today really because we just didn't do many mistakes. We didn't put it in a wall. We didn't get any damage. We minimized the time in the pit lane. And that was just the goal for me. I didn't feel particularly comfortable with the car, especially in my first stint. The second stint was all right. But I knew it was going to be close with the Ferrari, and Grantas and Luke today were on fire and they were so fast. So I just did my part of the job, just kept the car on the track, stay out of trouble, and they just got the car home with amazing pace. So this race today is definitely their race. I was just along for the ride.
Oh, sorry. We got word, by the way, that you guys were not using traction control here today, and it certainly did look like that was the case. Was that tricky for you guys? Are you used to it? What's the deal there?
It was tricky. It was really tricky. We made a few changes to the setup to compromise it so that no traction control would actually work and would be viable. And it really didn't help us when the track got hot because it meant that the car just bogged out of every corner. But yeah, the 0 TC, we kind of had to use it. Otherwise, we'd just be bleeding half a second a lap. So it was not the most fun affair. But yeah, we had some fun drifts, I think, which adds to it, I think. But yeah, I mean, we all handled it really well. So it was a testament that we kept out of the wall, even with that disadvantage, I think.
By the way, I just want to bring up the other driver in here, the third driver. I'll speak to George Booth in a second, by the way. Grantis Caracas, you joined. I mean, wow, what a race! I mean, to take a victory for a team like McLaren Veloce. What other teams were you keeping an eye on though through the race? Because there's a lot of big heavy hitters out there. Are there some Grantis that you're kind of looking at in the championship, thinking it's them and us, or is it just plain sailing from here?
Yeah, I mean, obviously had a really good pace for the race. You know, we had the strong car, and yeah, we just kept pushing. You know, kept driving. You know, we had the pace to win. We were just like getting focused, and yeah, we just didn't care, and we just bring the car and won the race basically. So yeah, it's all good.
I did say I would touch on George Boothby is actually in the comms box with us. Didn't do any laps today though, but you're proud of the boys, right?
Yeah, I mean, I was so quick today, you guys never even saw me. So. No, we've got it worked out where because there's 5 rounds, we're all going to do spar, but we don't want to overkill it with drivers each round. So we're going to have 3 of us each round. So each of us gets 1 drop basically to just chill, and this was my one. So, but I helped on the setup and just I didn't do nothing. at least I like to think that, but yeah, I helped develop the car a bit beforehand, and yeah, I'm just so proud of all our drivers. Like they all drove so well, and also the Yas car as well driving well. But yeah, from last year, obviously we managed to win it, and we've got I'm driving with a completely new team, so. For me to not even be there and we win is insane. Like, it makes me question, do we even need me? Like, so yeah, it's just a crazy drive. Super proud of him, and yeah, I can't wait to get in the car at Kyle Army, and hopefully we can repeat, the success we've had today.
We'll always need a bit of George Boothby on the grid, don't worry. Either way, to McLaren Veloce, congratulations, super effort. Grantis, Luke, Mache, and sort of a little bit, George. Have a good evening. Good luck.
Thanks for this.
Thank you, guys.
Take care, boys.
Well, there we go. McLaren Veloce, our winner in the pro category. Of course, we will catch up with our winners from the silver category as well. We do have Tadas Junkevicius ready to join us, as well as Zahir Issa. We'll go with Junkevicius first. I mean, talk to us about the race. Talk to us about the victory. It was so dominant for you. Basically, just almost... I don't want to say it, but it did kind of look a bit easy. Talk to us about the race. How did that come about?
Well, we kind of struggled in quali. We didn't quite practice quali. We only focused on the race pace, which we can see paid off really well, because mainly our task was just to survive and be consistent as we can. And it paid off. So yeah.
And what are those final few laps like? You had the pleasure of taking the car home. Tell us, is it nervy? Is it enjoyable? Is it both of those things? How are those final laps?
Bro, this guy sounded bored. Can I tell you that? And I had to wake him up and say, "We are about to win the SRO Bathurst 12 hour. Can you just get your stuff together, mate?" And I think he appreciates it now.
Yeah, it was amazing feeling. Like, I've never felt like this before. Amazing.
Zahir, I mean, you've taken part in some big races, right? In here on ACC, you've had your fair share of experiences. I mean, I've commentated on you in quite a few races, being up towards the back, somewhere in the mid pack. To take part in a race. I mean, you said before, as you were just saying there, the Bathurst 12 hour SRO Esports, it is as hard as it gets to take a victory on a grid like this. It's got to be a massive confidence booster for you in this championship as well as elsewhere in sim racing, surely.
No, of course it is. I think everyone here needs to appreciate that, because everyone did such a great job. Taras, Harris, the guys on strategy, everyone played their part in this. And I mean, we just stuck to our guns. We saw in the first couple stints, guys were just going ape chiz. And we just said, look, let's just stick to what we're doing. We're confident with our race pace, and let's just see where it takes us. And eventually it paid off. I guess that's the experience.
You guys have gone with the new Ferrari. How have you been finding it in terms of getting used to this new car on ACC?
It's tricky, I think. But when you get it hooked up, it's quite enjoyable.
Yeah, it's an amazing car to drive. Like when you get on the car on rails, it's amazing. I've never felt the car was good before. So.
Wow. Well, let you get off and to enjoy your evening after a fantastic display. West Competition Racing winners in the silver class. Congrats.
Thanks,
Thank you.
guys. Enjoy your time.
There we go. What a race it has been. 12 hours down, of course, just a few weeks before we go racing once more in the Intercontinental GT Challenge Esports Series powered by Mobileye. I'll ask you, what are your thoughts on the first round, and what do you think we're going to see in Kyalami in June?
Not a bad first round at all, and it's been enjoyable. Plenty of storylines up and down the field to talk on, which is always a good thing, and plenty of unknowns as well, I guess, to go forward in towards Kyalami. It's always a little bit of a disheartener in an opening round when you kind of already know everything that's going to happen throughout the season already. But we certainly not in that position. And that's a fantastic thing, I think. So very much looking forward to Kyalami. Always enjoy the racing around there, and there's really not that much time to prepare for Spa now either, which has got to be a big sort of shadow in everyone's minds.
Yeah, certainly. So I will just touch on the calendar that we've got. 17th of June, we'll be back for the Kyalami 9 hour. We've got the 24 hours of Spa on the 15th of July. On the 19th of August, we'll be doing the Suzuka 10 hour. And then to round out the season, on the 16th of September, is, of course, the Indianapolis 8 hour. From myself, from Ewan O'Leary, though, from all of us here in SRO Esports, and to be fair, all of the other commentators that have joined us throughout, from Tobin, from Arjuna, from David, from Luke, and from Jesse, thank you so much for joining us in the season opener of the Intercontinental GT Challenge Esports Series powered by Mobileye. We'll see you in a month's time, really. And until then, bye-bye.